Session resumed. Mr. Speaker, the next agency we will be taking up is the Office of the Vice President. Mr. Speaker, I move to begin consideration on the period of sponsorship and debate on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President, and for this purpose, recognize our esteemed sponsor, the Honorable Paul Daza. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Before we recognize the distinguished sponsor, the House of the People would like to welcome the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines. Welcome, Madam Vice President, Your Excellency. The distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, we also would likewise want to welcome our esteemed former colleague, the Honorable Bolet Banal.
Our former colleague is hereby recognized. The House would like to welcome our distinguished former colleague, the Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor has the floor.
The distinguished sponsor, Honorable Paul Daza, is hereby recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to sponsor the budget of the Office of the Vice President for 2021, totaling 679 million pesos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the first of our colleagues who wishes to interpellate is the gentleman from the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, joining us via Zoom conference. I move for the recognition of our esteemed colleague, the Honorable Gabriel Bordado Jr. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Gentleman from the 3rd District of Camarines Sur is hereby recognized.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, naririnig po ba ako dyan?
Yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. So let me proceed to my brief manifestation, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Let me again underscore the fact that the Office of the Vice President received for the 2nd consecutive year the highest audit rating from the Commission on Audit. It is also at the forefront of the battle against COVID-19, on top of its multiple projects aimed at engaging citizens in nation building, promoting the principles of democracy, and empowering communities fight against poverty. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the Office of the Vice President has one of the lowest budgetary allocations in the entire bureaucracy. Its proposed budget of 723 million for 2021 was cut to 679 million pesos, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. So I am requesting the leadership of the House to do something to not only to restore the budget of the Office of the Vice President from 679 million pesos to 723 million pesos, but to follow the suggestion made by one of my colleagues, but we should increase the budget of the Office of the Vice President to at least 1 billion pesos so that it can continue implementing all programs and projects whose objective is to uplift the lives of the marginalized Filipinos. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my esteemed colleague in highlighting that the Office of the Vice President has received the highest, what we call unqualified opinion from the COA, and support his manifestation.
Thank you.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Franz L. Castro of ACT Teachers Party List. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished representative of ACT Teacher Party List is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I joined my colleague in the minority, Congressman Bordado, in his call for the support of the budget for the Office of the Vice President, and at the same time, for this representation, Mr. Speaker, I would like to, of course, retain the proposal of the budget, or maybe double the budget. And I would like also, Mr. Speaker, to support the Learning Hubs program of the Office of the Vice President. As classes formally open on October 5, Vice President Leni Robredo on Saturday called for the establishment of learning hubs in communities so that students without internet access will not be left behind. The education of the youth does not only depend on the school. It is the responsibility of the entire community. We are all stakeholders. That's what the Vice President said in her keynote speech during the launch of the movement for safe, equitable, quality, and relevant education of the Alliance of Concerned Teachers and other sectors. She also called for capacity building programs and training for teachers and for measures to help private schools meet the requirements of blended learning. Their recommendations include subsidizing education in public schools and state colleges and universities, putting up preventive health measures in schools, such as hand washing facilities and clinics, health screening and mass testing for education workers, ensuring online safety, and mental health of teachers and learners. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I support the budget of the OBP, and uh, let us make the budget also double or retain the proposal of the Office of the Vice President's budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to distinguished representative of ACT Teacher Party List, the Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Representative Rufus Rodriguez of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The much respected gentleman from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City is hereby recognized.
thank you, Speaker and Majority Leader. Let me first acknowledge really and thank the personal presence of our Excellency, the Vice President Leni Robredo, in this hearing of the budget of the Office of the Vice President. And let me reiterate, Mr. Speaker, my previous comment and motion in the Committee on Appropriations budget briefing of the Office of the Vice President's budget. I have stated that the budget of the Vice President was lost instead of being increased from its proposal to the Department of Budget and Management. And therefore, as I have stated and maintained in the Committee on Appropriations, in this plenary hall, I would therefore second and support the proposal of the Honorable Congressman of the Camarines, Gabi, to be able to increase the budget of our Office of the Vice President, to allow the Vice President, who is willing and very much able to implement the programs of the Vice President, especially its program for livelihood, its program for the marginalized sector of our society, its program for the non-governmental organizations, and specifically at this point, at this time of the pandemic, its program to be able to help our frontliners and our people in combating COVID-19 pandemic. And with that, I would join and second the motion to increase the budget to at least 1 billion for the Honorable Vice President. We thank her and congratulate her for the work well done in the past year and a half. And we hope that in the upcoming second half of this term of Congress, and of course the Vice President's term, we would be able to support her in all her endeavors, which have proven to be effective and to be able to help our countrymen. So thank you, Vice President Robredo and the Office of the Vice President. I so move, Mr. Chairman, to increase it to at least 1 billion pesos. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We thank the Honorable Rodriguez and Honorable Castro for their support to augment the budget, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
We thank the honorable gentleman from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City, the Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to recognize the Honorable Representative Sara Jane Elago of Party List Kabataan. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The young legislator, honorable distinguished representative of Kabataan Party List is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greetings to Vice President Lenny Robredo and the OVP family. Let me first start with a manifestation that this youth representation reiterates the call of the youth organizations based in schools support for the OVP family, especially when they stood by the call of the students for safe, quality, relevant, and equitable education for all. Now that we've learned that the OVP has support programs for Bayanihan e-Eskwela, what is the initial assessment of the OVP with regard to the opening of our public basic education institutions just a week ago?
Mr. Speaker, I apologize to my colleague if the lady from Kabataan can repeat. The sound's not coming in clear. Could you please repeat the question?
Mr. Speaker, with the Bayanihan e-Eskwela and the community learning hubs initiated by the OVP, may we know what the initial assessment of the office is in our communities now that we have new blended distance learning modalities in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Mr. Speaker, the OVP has done 12 pilot areas, 5 in NCR, 7 outside NCR, and have started community learning hubs. And in fact, have donated through partners gadgets and videos, and have done online teacher training program as part of the community outreach of the OVP's office.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Batay po sa kanilang ulat noong budget briefing, they had pilot areas in Pasig City, Caloocan City, Taytay Rizal, San Jose Camarines Sur, and Himama Maylan, Negros Occidental. Kamusta po ang pagbubukas ng mga community learning hubs, mga pilot areas na ito, at ano ang pakikipag-ugnayan natin sa Department of Education. Kung may nakikita pa tayong mga dapat pang pagbutihin, no, pagdating sa pagpapaabot sa mga pinakanangangailangan nating mga kababayan ng mga modules para dun sa mga walang access sa gadget at sa internet.
But yun na yun. So, Mr. Speaker, just last Monday, the feedback has been good, working with the teachers, and we appreciate the concern of our esteemed colleague. But things are doing well.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Nais din natin makakuha no, ng kopya ng initial assessment at ng recommendations pa ng OVP no, pagdating sa ligtas at kalidad na balik eskwela. Bakit ito napakahalaga ngayon, Ginoong Speaker? Batay po sa ulat ng mga programa, proyekto, aktibidad ng OVP, marami po sa kanilang mga proyekto 69%, na about 70% of their total budget are allotted for financial assistance and subsidies no, for certain advocacy programs. No, kailangan po nating malaman, ito bang mga programa na ito ay nagagamit rin no, ng ating mga ahensya para mapagbuti ang kanilang mga trabaho, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa edukasyon. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, nais ko rin pong magtanong tungkol sa SOW program ng OVP. No? Ito po ang kanilang suporta, no? Solidarity of Orphans and Widows. Kamusta po ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng OVP no? Sa pagbibigay suporta sa mga nagiging biktima po no? ng campaign against drugs?
Mr. Speaker, sila po yung tumulong paggawa ng mga PPEs be distributed to the frontliners. 13 groups in NCR, Bulacan, Rizal, 3 groups in Cebu, almost 26,000 PPEs given to 742 institutions out of 38,000.
Mr. Speaker, sang-ayon po sa kanilang ulat, ang SOW ay para sa mga family members ng EJK victims. Gaano po ka-importante ang paglulunsad ng mga aktibidad para sa solidarity, pagkakaisa, pagbubuklod ng mga pamilya ng biktima ng EJK victims?
Mga pamilya po ito ng mga victims at natulungan po na magkaroon ng livelihood. Kaya isa po yan sa magandang outreach program ng Office of the Vice President.
Ginoong Speaker, nakitiyak ko po na marami sa mga SOW beneficiaries, katulad po ng marami pa nating kababayan ay apektadong-apektado ng malawak na kawalan ng trabaho, ng kabuhayan, pagsasara ng mga negosyo dahil sa epekto ng pandemya. No, kaya po sa tingin sa posisyon at paninindigan ng representasyon na ito, hindi makatarungan na bawasan pa ng 4% ang kabuang pondo ng OVP. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the office had 69.21% of their budget discontinued for the year 2020 as part of their contribution to the COVID-19 pandemic response.
Kinakailangan po ito para mapalakas ang ating mga hakbang pantugon sa pandemya na kailangan para sa ayuda, sa edukasyon, sa trabaho at sa iba pang mga pangangailangan ngayon na ng ating mga kababayan. Ngunit, ah, dahil dun sa dami ng mga programa at bukasiya na makakapag-ambag sa trabaho at pagsasakatuparan ng mandato ng iba pang mga ahensya katulad ng DepEd sa pagbabalik eskwela, ng DDB, ng DILG sa drug war campaign para matiyak natin na ito po ay susunod dun sa tamang proseso at magtatanggol sa karapatang pantao, titiyakin ang proteksyon at kapakanan ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino, ay sumusuporta ang representasyon na ito sa mga naunang manifestasyon ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa House of Representatives na hindi lamang i-restore o ibalik ang budget ng OVP na kasing tulad ng sa 2020, kundi dagdagan pa ito ng batay sa kanilang pag-aaral, sa kanilang nakuhang datos mula sa mga komunidad, kung paano pa natin mapapagyabong ang trabaho ng opisina para sa pagtugon sa interes ng taong bayan. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Maraming salamat, distinguished sponsor. Maraming salamat po sa OVP. Muli, ang kabataan ay humihingi ng initial assessment ng mga programang ito dahil hindi lang sa mga ahensya kundi sa representasyon ng kabataan malaking bagay na mas marami pong nakikinig sa aktwal na kalagayan na kinakaharap ngayon ng mga kabataang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Kabataan Party List, the Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Mark Go of Baguio City for his interpellation. So move. Mark Go.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes. The distinguished gentleman from Baguio City is hereby recognized. Please proceed.
yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate our Vice President for the good job that she has done during the last so many years that she is the Vice President of the country. Just like what I've stated in my interpellation during the budget hearing of the Office of the Vice President's Budget of the Committee on Appropriation, I have recommended that we will double the budget of the Office of the Vice President from its current, as approved and indicated in the NEP of 679 million to 1.358 billion. I think this is very important, and the increase should be focused on the personal services and the miscellaneous and other operating expenses. These are two important components of the budget that should be given attention, considering the many things that the Vice President is doing and what she will do for the country. So at this point, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I would appreciate if this honorable body will immediately include this in our deliberation when we propose amendments and for approval on second reading, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, and my friends in Congress. So again, thank you very much. And if I look at the record, the budget of the President is number 33 in the list of all the budgets given to the other departments. And I think it will be a disservice to the Office of the Vice President and to the country if we do not increase the budget of the Office of the Vice President. Having said that, I commit that we will include this in our amendments when we go into the approval of the budget on second reading, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you very much at magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleague, Congressman Margo, and likewise to Congresswoman Sara Ilago for their support.
Thank you, distinguished gentleman from the Lone District of Baguio City. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to recognize the Honorable Representative Ferdinand Argaite of Party List Bayan Muna. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, distinguished representative of Bayan Muna Party List is hereby recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor at sa lahat ng kasama natin sa Kongreso. Maikli lang manifestation. Kami rin po ay sumusuporta. Karapat-dapat lamang na ang ikalawang pinakamataas na posisyon o opisina sa ating pamahalaan ay bigyang karapat-dapat na pondo. Hindi baliktad. Bagamat itong ikalawang pinakamataas na opisina, siya naman ang ikalawang pinakamababa. Ang OVP ay pangalawang pinakamalit na popondohan para sa 2021 budget. Kami po ay sumuporta sa bayanihan hanap buhay na programa ng opisina ng Office of the Vice President dahil sa panahon ngayon ng pandemya, talagang ang liban sa ayuda sa ating mga mamamayan manggagawa na apektado ng lockdown at iba pang mga community quarantines, ang napakahalaga rin ay muling magkahanap muli ng trabaho kung kaya kami nakiisa sa panawagang ito. Naniwala ang representasyon ito na marami pang mas mahalagang prioridad sa halip na yung mga programang build, yung pondo ng AFP, PNP, yung NTF-LCAC, mas mahalagang mabigyan ng tamang direksyon at prioridad ang mga programang makakatulong sa ating mga mamayan sa panahon na ito tulad ng mass testing, ayuda at pondo para sa dagdag ng mga ospital at sa ating mga manggagawa. Nais ipahayag ng representasyon ito aming susuportahan ng lahat ng mga hakbang para palakihin ang budget ng OVP para mabigyang pagpapahalaga sa mga importanteng programa at proyekto na tunay na naglilingkod sa interes ng mga kagyat at pangangailangan ng mamamayan lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat din po sa inyo, gentleman from Bayan Muna Party List. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Representative Stella Kimbo of the 2nd District of Marikina City. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished representative from the 2nd District of Quezon City is hereby recognized.
Ginoong Speaker, wala na pong magtatanong, wala sa hanay ng minorya. So I move to terminate the period of interpellation for the budget of the Office of the Vice President.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the joint motion of the Minority Floor Leader and the Majority Floor Leader? The Chair hears none. The budget of the Office of the Vice President is hereby approved. Congratulations, Your Excellency, Vice President. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin the period of interpellation and debate on the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, and for this purpose, recognize the Honorable Paul Daza. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished gentleman, sponsor, is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the minority, I move to recognize our esteemed Minority Leader, the Honorable Karaps Paduano. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished Minority Floor Leader is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In behalf of the minority, there are no other members of the minority who wishes to ask question. I move to terminate the period of interpellation of the budget of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace Process, Mr. Chair. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the minority in moving to close the period of sponsorship and debate on the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The budget of OPAP is hereby approved. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a few minutes suspension so that we can greet and congratulate our Honorable Vice President Lenny Robredo.
Sana, okay.
Session suspended for a few minutes.
Na to? Mr.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is Secretary General.
House
Privilege.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is about the baby who died, which is the baby of a political prisoner na ngayon po ay nakaburol dahil sa hindi mapayagan ng kanyang ina na makapunta sa burol dahil sa ayaw ng BJMP na pagbigyan na ang nanay ay makapunta sa burol ng anak.
The distinguished representative has 5 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, and to the Filipinos watching us, I rise today to speak about the youngest and latest casualty of the injustice and brutal activist crackdown of our time. Her name is Baby River Nasino, a young fighter we will never forget. Baby River is the daughter of a political prisoner, Reyna May Nasino, who was illegally arrested during the crackdown in October last year and remains detained up to now for merely fighting for the urban poor. Reyna May, who was one of the 62 activists arrested across the country in just one day, was pregnant during her arrest and was slapped with trumped-up charges based on the usual tanim evidencia scheme of the police against activists. Inside the Manila City Jail, Reyna May struggled hard to keep up with her pregnancy. Inside her belly, Baby River fought hard too. 8 months later, on July 1, Baby River was born. Under the weight of a very cruel world, with a pandemic raging on, she was underweight at only 5.5 pounds. The National Union of People's Lawyers appealed to the court to let Reina May keep her baby inside the jail, provided that there will be natal care facilities. But MRTC Branch 20 Judge Marivic Balisi Umali denied the appeal on July 20, thereby forcibly separating Baby River from her mother. Judge Umali also junked the motion for reconsideration on July 30 when the baby exhibited COVID-19 symptoms and was rushed to the hospital last August. The court callously stood its ground against the release of Nasino. Up to the baby's dying minutes, the court did not budge. Baby River died on the evening of October 9 without her mother at her side, despite frantic appeals of various groups for the immediate release of Reina May. She was 3 months old. As someone said, her death is on all of us, but most especially on the Duterte administration and the court for showing not even an ounce of compassion for Baby River and her mother. Mr. Speaker, isang inosenteng sanggol ang hinayaang mamatay ng sistemang ito. Isang sanggol na ang tanging kasalanan ay maging anak ng isang aktivistang pinararatangang terorista ng gobyerno. Paanong nangyari na pinirmahan ng administrasyong ito ang expanded maternity leave law na para sana sa malusog na pagbubuntis ng mga ina at pagkalinga sa sanggol? Pero hinayaan nating manganak ang isang inosenteng aktivista sa kulungan. Paanong nangyari na persahang inihiwalay ng korte si Baby River sa kanyang ina hanggang sa kanyang maagang pagpanaw? At paanong pinapayagan ng korte na makabisita sa kanilang pamilya ang mga magnanakaw, kriminal, pero matigas ang puso nito sa pagsaklolo sa isang naghihingalong sanggol? Paanong hinayaan nating isilid sa kabaong ang sanggol habang humahagulgol ang kanyang nanay sa kulungan? All this simply do not make sense. This is the vivid preview of the kind of injustice that we have today. Sadyang malupit ang lipunan sa mga mahihirap, lalo na sa mga lumalaban sa kanilang mga karapatan. No words can describe this kind of cruelty to an innocent baby. Baby River was born underweight, but in her tiny coffin, she weighs the heaviest. She will be a name we will never forget, a name that will always remind us to fight back for justice, for just and lasting peace. I fervently hope that Baby River will be a name that this chamber will internalize. Tapos na po ang magulong away sa speakership. May we now do what we can to heed the call for the immediate release of Reina May Nasino, Baby River's mother, and all other political prisoners. Justice for Baby River, free Reina May Nasino, and free all political prisoners. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Marami pong salamat, distinguished representative of Gabriela Party List, the majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2021 of the Climate Change Commission. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved. The majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the sponsor of said budget, the Honorable Manix Dalipi of the 2nd District of Zamboanga City.
The distinguished gentleman from the 2nd District of Zamboanga City and the distinguished sponsor is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor and privilege to sponsor the budget of the Climate Change Commission. And this representation is ready to answer any questions from our colleagues relative to the proposed budget of Climate Change Commission, Mr. Speaker.
The majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the Climate Change Commission family, headed by Secretary Emmanuel de Guzman, the Executive Director and Vice Chairperson, Attorney Rachel Herrera, a Commissioner, Jerome Ilagan, Chief Policy Research Development Division, Hazel Manahan, Administrative Officer 5, Reset Pitok, Support Staff, Maria Victoria Evangelista, Harrison Espenesen, Jose Maria Francisco, Carmela Macabontok, Alfredo Anquiado, Amy Evangelista, and through Zoom, Engineer Noel Gaerlan, ASEC, Romel Cuenca, Alexis Lapis, Nemia Maria Dincon, Attorney Marie Claydine Valencia, Sandy Recabar, Laika de la Cruz, Mary Santo Domingo, Jonas Almendrala, Gemma Cunanan, Ludwig Federingan, Daniel Toralba, Maylene Claudio, Maricar Palana, Baby Zamora, Arziel Valdez, Arnold Belver, Haji De Jesus. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
To all the members of the Climate Change Commission who came to the House in full force, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to interpolate on the budget of the Climate Change Commission, may we recognize the Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of the Party List Kabataan.
The distinguished representative of Kabataan Party List is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greetings to the CCC family. First of all, I'd like to get from our distinguished sponsor an update on the nationally determined contributions of the Philippines. The NDCs, Mr. Speaker, embody the efforts of states to reduce national emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, would it be okay that if we just submit to you the updates of the department?
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ang gagawin po ba natin ay isasubmit na lang sa representasyon na ito?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, they are preparing it and we will furnish the Honorable Sarah Elago the updates on what the department is doing to help lower those carbon emissions. But rest assured, before the session ends, we will submit it to you. The department is ready with that, and I will personally give it to your office. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Speaker, during a recent briefing of the Committee on Energy, where this youth representation participated, we discussed their options, the plans of the Philippines in the development of renewable energies, and the CCC stated therein that one of the challenges is a finality of the submission of the Department of Energy in updating the NDCs of the country. So may we ask CCC, Mr. Speaker, if DOE has submitted their contribution to the finalization of the NDCs?
I will check with the department if they have already submitted, but I will also check with the Climate Change Commission if the Department of Energy also furnished them a copy of the request. We will give you the updates, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, as soon as possible.
Speaker, ang DOE na lang ang hinihintay para mabuo natin at mapinalisa ang nationally determined contributions ng Pilipinas at kinakailangan para tumugon tayo sa climate emergency. Nito lang nakaraang buwan, ang Pilipinas din ay isa sa mga lumahok sa global climate strike. And at the forefront of this GCS is the youth, young people from around the globe calling on their governments to address the climate emergency. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that the CCC has been very active in campaigning for the declaration of a climate emergency. Long overdue na po ito dahil ang Pilipinas nasa isa sa pinaka-vulnerable na rehiyon sa buong mundo, vulnerable sa mga natural calamities na kinakailangan natugunan ngayon para maghanda ang Pilipinas para tugunan ang mga pangangailangan, hindi lang ng mga naging disaster victims kundi para maiwasan na mas marami pang maapektuhan ng mga kalamidad at makapaghanda tayong mabuti. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to put on the record the manifesto of youth and students led by the Youth Action, Youth for Climate Action Philippines, or YACAP, which is one of the primary movers of the global climate strike in the Philippines. And I'd submit this to the distinguished sponsor for the consideration of the CCC. Mahalaga po na ma-institutionalize natin ang mga panawagan na ito na nagmula mismo sa mga konsultasyon sa mga stakeholders pagdating sa pagtugon sa climate emergency. Ang pinakauna po nilang panawagan, Ginoong Speaker, ang first is to institute a moratorium on mining, dredging, reclamation, plantations, infrastructure, incinerators, fossil fuel power plants, and other extractive and destructive projects being touted as COVID-19 response and economic recovery strategies. Second is to undertake a just and green recovery plan that will subsidize universally accessible public health and social amelioration and transition towards a low-carbon, nature-based, and needs-based economy. Third is to recognize, protect, and support environmental defenders by enacting a policy on the rights of nature and its defenders that will consequently repeal authoritarian laws. Fourth is to double the national budget for biodiversity and environmental conservation towards the protection of 30% of the country's natural spaces and tripling the number of forest rangers, sea wardens, and other environmental workers. Fifth is to accelerate the transition to a new, just, clean energy economy by supporting community-led energy solutions by increasing fiscal incentives for renewable energy development. Sixth is to invest in scaling up community-level zero waste management models and in clean treatment, storage, and disposal facilities for healthcare waste, such as microwave and autoclave technologies. Eighth is to subsidize climate resilient, sustainable agriculture, fisheries, and non-timber forest products with an emphasis on healthy food through cooperativized land cultivation and fisheries management areas. Next is to subsidize climate resilient, sustainable agriculture, fisheries, and non-timber forest products with an emphasis on healthy food through cooperativized land cultivation, fisheries management areas. The push for a People's Green New Deal. And lastly, to fast-track priority policy reforms founded on a health for all policies framework. Now, Mr. Speaker, ang akin pong mga binasa ay mga parte ng mga inisyatiba ngayon ng CCC. At nararapat lamang na maibigay natin ang kanilang hinihinging pondo para matugunan nila ang kanilang napakahalagang mandato na impluwensyahan ang mga proyekto, programa, ang mga aktibidad ng iba't ibang ahensya na lahat ay makakatulong sa pagbubuo ng isang NDC na hindi lang makikita sa papel, no, kundi mararamdaman mismo sa ating mga komunidad. Kinakailangan natin ito kung tunay no, ang ating hangarin na magpasa ng pondo para sa sustainability at para sa resilience. Muli, Ginoong Speaker, hinahamon ko ang CCC, suportahan ang The Planetary Emergency Initiative. May we get, Mr. Speaker, the commitment of the distinguished sponsor to solidly follow through on this declaration and manifestation from this youth representation.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the Climate Change Commission accepts and will commit to the very good proposals as presented by the Honorable Sara Elago, and rest assured that the Climate Change Commission will really look into it and see to it that we will work hand in hand, especially on the proposals which can really help the environment and we can help our country as a whole. And this we are doing to address climate change, not only now, but even in the post-pandemic scenario. So rest assured that the Climate Change Commission, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, will be open to all of the proposals. We gladly accept them, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to submit today the copy of the Planetary Emergency Initiative and the Better Normal Declaration to our distinguished sponsor and the CCC family. And Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, there being no member of the minority who wish to seek clarification and ask questions on the CCC budget, I move to terminate the floor deliberations on the CCC budget.
The majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in moving to terminating the consideration of the budget of the Climate Change Commission. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The budget of the Climate Change Commission is hereby approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget for fiscal year 2021 of the Mindanao Development Authority. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is hereby approved. The majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the sponsor of the budget of the Mindanao Development Authority, the Honorable Manuel Jose Dalipe, 2nd District, Zamboanga City. I
The
so move.
distinguished sponsor, gentleman from the 2nd District of Zamboanga City, is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable...
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege and honor to sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of the party list ACT Teachers.
Thank you.
The distinguished representative of ACT Teacher Party List is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inasmuch as there is no more member of the minority bloc who would like to interpellate, I move to terminate the period of interpellation and discussion about the budget of Mindanao Development Authority. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I join the minority in moving to terminate deliberation on the budget of the Mindanao Development Authority. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the motion? Chair hears none. Budget of the Mindanao Development Authority is hereby approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to begin consideration of the budget for fiscal year 2021 of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the said budget, the Honorable Manuel Jose Dalipe, 2nd District, Zamboanga City. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished sponsor, gentleman from the 2nd District of Zamboanga City, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor and privilege to sponsor the proposed 2021 budget of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite of the party list Bayan Muna for his interpellation.
The distinguished gentleman representing Bayan Muna party list is hereby recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. May ilang katanungan lang po ko sa CFO, Commission for Filipinos Overseas. Kung pahintulutan ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Narinig po ba ako, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Narinig po namin kayo.
Salamat po. Ito po yung partikular na katanungan na pinoproseso ng CFO. Ito pong status ng ating mga J1 visa holders. Para paglilinaw po, ang Filipino J1 visa holders sa Estados Unidos, ang mga ito po yung mga estudyante na nag-aaral na binigyan ng temporary non-immigrant visa na nagpa-participate sa Work and Study Exchange Visitor Program. Hindi ho sila tinuturing OFWs, pero pinahintulutan sila na magkaroon ng pansamantalang trabaho o temporary jobs batay sa programa na nilikha ayon dun sa visa sponsor. Bago umalis ng Pilipinas, ang J1 visa holders kailangan ay mag-secure ng CORS temporary certificate sa CFO. Tanong lang po, Mr. Sponsor, dito sa CFO online registration system, of course, may humihingi po ng kagyat na ayuda at tulong upang sila ay makauwi na. Sapagkat tulad ng marami nating tulad din ng ating mga OFWs, sila rin po ay nagkaroon ng suliranin dahil sa mga lockdown, sa mga community quarantine at iba pa. Ilan ang kasalukuyang bilang ng Filipino J1 visa holders ang nasa Estados Unidos po ngayon, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, meron na po tayong 438 na pinoprocess po ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Tapos, meron pa tayong na tinulungan rin na 113 plus may na-process na rin po at na-assist natin na 556. So, ito po yung datos na nakuha natin during the pandemic. Ito po yung natulungan ng Commission. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Clarification po, ang tanong ko po ay ilan ang bilang po ng kasulukuyang J1 visa holders. Bagay po 438 ang pinoprocess, 130 assisted 566 yung hindi klaro sa akin ano yung 566. Pero ano po yung kabuuan bilang? Ito po ba yung 566 ang J1 visa holders, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, yung total po ng J1 holders na na-process natin ay 438. Yun po, parte po siya nung 556. So sa total po natin na 556 na pinoses po ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, 438 po yung pinoses doon as Exchange Visitor Program participants, J1 visa holders. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Salamat po. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ilan nabanggit nyo in-assist? Pwede ho bang ma-clarify? Ano ho bang sabihin in-assist? Kasi nabalitaan po namin, ilan sa kanila ngayon ay stranded at walang source of income. Alam po naman natin nangyari rin sa Estados Unidos. Maraming mga negosyo nagsara at posibleng apektado sila. Pag sinabi ho bang 113 assisted, ano po bang saklaw nitong assistance? Kasama ba itong mga stranded at walang source ng income, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, yung datos po natin sa August pa yan, hindi pa po na-update. Pero ito po yung total na yung mga as of August at kasama na po rito yung actually yung total po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ang pinoses is 746. Base po doon sa 746, ang nakauwi na po is 438. So yan po yung binigyan ng hotel accommodation at iba pong tulong ng Commission on Filipino Overseas. At kasama po doon, hindi lang yung pag-process at iba pang mga tulong like swab test, at other hotel accommodation at iba po pang kailangan pa ng mga bumabalik. So yan po yung total na contribution ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. At salamat tayo sa CFO na malaki-laking bilang na naipauwi bunga nung sitwasyon na stranded na nga po sila. Liban po doon sa 438 na process, meron pa ho bang nag-abot na sila ay nagdanais na rin umuwi bunga na nga rin sa sitwasyon sa Estados Unidos? Liban doon sa 438 na process, meron pa ho bang sa kasulukuyang pinoprosesong makauwi? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, meron pa pong 300 plus na under process and yung eksakto na datos po pwede ko ibigay sa inyo.
Salamat po.
Kukunin ko lang, pero more or less, meron pa pong 300 plus na pinoprocess ang Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, sa kasagutang ito dahil tulad nga ng ating mga medium OFWs ay similarly situated ang ating mga J1 visa holders sa Estados Unidos. Tanong ko lang po, magkano po ang kasalukuyang pondo ng CFO para sa ating assistance to nationals program, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, actually wala pong pondo, kinukuha lang sa regular fund ng komisyon yung mga ibang panggastos dyan. At yung pinagkukunan po ng komisyon ay base po dun sa savings ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Chair, ang ibig sabihin pag walang savings, walang pondo para magamit sa assistance sa ating nationals, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Well, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, nung yung budget po ng 2020 ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, hindi po nakafactor doon yung pandemic situation. So ginagamit lang po ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas yung pondo na existing at doon po kinukuha sa savings. So kung meron pong karagdagan na pwede natin itulong sa Commission on Filipinos Overseas, especially for the 2021 budget, the Commission on Filipinos Overseas is really will be very happy to accept that. Pero ngayong yung 2020 po natin, sa savings lang talaga po. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Napansin ko sa proposed budget ng CFO ay may paglaki ng 17.5% from fiscal year 2020 of 129.8 million tumaas ng 152.6 million. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Sponsor, narinig po ba ako?
Yes. Sandali, andito. Mr. Speaker, for 2021, ito po yung proposal. Ang total po na propose sa Department of Budget and Management ay 236 million pesos. Pero ang na-approve lang po ng Department of Budget and Management is 157 million pesos. And sa 236 million, meron po sana kailangan na 69.6 million pesos. At ang breakdown po niyan ay 12.9 million for the assistance to repatriated permanent migrants and other CFO clients, 35 million for the presidential awards, 10 million for Migrant Advocacy Media Award, 8.1 million pesos for Ugnayan Series, and 3.6 million doon po sa youth leaders in diaspora. So ang total po niya kailangan sana is 69.6 million pesos para ma-implement po yung mga ibang programa at activities ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Salamat po. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, meron namang effort para palakihin yung budget dahil nga po dun nga sa epekto ng pandemya at nabanggit na nga yung ating J1 visa holders ay tulad na rin ng OFWs ay affected din. Tulad sa DFA, meron tayong assistance to nationals. Karapat-dapat rin may specific clientele ang CFO o mga pinagsisilbihang mga mamamayan. Kaukulang budget rin ang kailangan para dito. Pero liban po, Madam Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, tama ba na accountable din dapat yung mga visa sponsors na nag-support dito sa Pilipinong may J1 visa holders? Meron ba silang accountability? Ibig sabihin, meron bang ginagawa ang CFO para ito rin ay panagutin sa kalagayang, I would understand that they too share the burden of the problem created by the pandemic. Meron bang ginagawa ang CFO para dito, para habulin yung mga visa sponsors, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ang ginagawa po ngayon ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas ay pagbuo po ng isang komite. Ang tawag po dyan ay, ang binubuo po yung guidelines at nandun po yan sa Exchange Visitors Program. So, the Commission on Filipinos Overseas will prepare the guidelines and we will furnish the distinguished gentleman of the guidelines pagkatapos po mabuo na ng Exchange Visitors Program Committee. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So pagkaintindi ko, hindi pa rin wala pang ginagawang effort para i-hold accountable yung ating mga visa sponsors. Hindi ho ba nakasama yan sa kanilang kontrata or arrangement to ensure that in any incident na wala sa control tulad nito ay may pananagutan yung visa sponsor kasi kung gagawa pa lang ng guidelines, ibig sabihin hindi pa saklaw nung kasunduan nung kontrata sa pagitan ng visa holder, nung J1 visa holder at nung sponsor, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, kung titingnan po natin yung policy ng departamento, dapat po walang recruiter yung J1 visa holders. Direct po dapat yung yung ugnayan sa sponsor nila. So hindi po pwede yung may recruiter dito sa Pilipinas at dapat kasi ang policy is diretso from dito sa Pilipinas direct siya sa United States, sa US. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
So, Mr. Sponsor, positibo naman na bubuo ng guidelines para rin sa proteksyon nitong ating mga kasamahan na nasa Estados Unidos ngayon, similarly situated. At nabanggit na nga na meron nga nakarating na mga suliranin na inabot bunga na nitong pandemya. So, panghuli na lang po katanungan, tungkol pa rin sa panatili pa rin ang problema ng itong human trafficking. Kasama na dito yung problema natin ng mail order brides. Meron pa ho bang may statistika po ba ang CFO hinggil sa current figure ng total cases ng marriage migrants among OFW, among Filipinos? Ano ho ba ang trend? Tumataas ba siya compared sa recent years o bumaba? Yung current figure of total cases of marriage of migrants, Filipinas or Filipinos sa iba't ibang bansa, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, base po sa datos ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, dumadami po yung marriage migrants. And ito, kino-coordinate rin natin sa WDC, sa Washington DC Embassy natin, at pinag-aaralan talaga ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas. But rest assured, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, yung mga iba pong concerns na tinukoy ninyo ay tinututukan talaga ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, especially yung pagdami ng marriage migrants. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Maraming salamat po. Panghuli po, ano ho bang mga hakbang na ginagawa ng CFO ngayon? Dahil alam natin, ang nakakabahala, mainam kung ito ay mga maayos na marriage migrants na sistema. Pero ang gusto natin maiwasan din ay yung nangyayaring sex trafficking, yung mail order brides na bawal. Alam na natin, merong isinabatas ang Republic Act 6955, Anti-Mail Order Bride Act in 1986. Pero nakakabahala na alam natin na may nangyayari pa rin ganyan. Ano ang konkretong hakbang na ginagawa ng CFO para ito ay ma-prevent? At ano yung mga ginagawang hakbang para kung merong mga ahensya o mga organisasyon na involved dito, anong ginagawa ng CFO para ito ay mabantayan at gayon din ay mapigilan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, meron po marami pong hakbang ang ginagawa. Una po, yung pre-departure orientation seminar bago po sila lumabas. At pangalawa, may ginagawa rin po ang Commission on Filipinos Overseas na marriage counseling. Actually, yung marriage counseling na ginagawa ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, 4 na beses po yan ginagawa. At meron rin pong 1343 action line na 1343 action line against human trafficking na binuo rin ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Kung titingnan po natin, lahat ito ay ginawa ng Commission just to help and make it sure that our Filipinos overseas, especially those who will go there and bago sila makalabas ay mabibigyan ng kaukulang proteksyon ng Commission. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Panguli na lang, gusto ko lang po makahingi sana ng dokumento kung ilan na yung mga kaso na na-report dun sa pinanggit yung IBB, that would be hotline 1343, para rin po makita yung extent kung gano'n na ba ka-effective yung sistemang ito para mag-report ng mga human trafficking, ng mail order brides at iba pa. So yun na lang po, Mr. Sponsor. Salamat po sa pagkakataong ito. Salamat, Mr. Speaker, at sa lahat ng kasamahan natin sa Kongreso, sa Zoom, at dyan sa plenaryo.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Representante
Speaker.
ng Bayan Muna Party List. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, to answer the query, yung 1343 action line ay nakatanggap po ng 357 cases na inaksyonan na po ng 1343 action line against trafficking in persons. So lahat po yan inaksyonan na po ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Pero makakaasa po kayo na tuloy-tuloy po ang pag-monitor ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, especially meron po tayong 1343 action line against trafficking in persons. And we will continue to exert effort. The Commission on Filipinos Overseas commits to continue to help those in need and always open po yung 1343 action line hotline against trafficking in persons. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of the party list, ACT Teachers.
The Lady Representative of ACT Teacher Party List is hereby recognized.
Ginoong Speaker, yayamang wala na pong ibig magtanong sa budget ng Commission mula sa minorya tungkol sa budget ng Commission ng Filipino Overseas. I move to terminate the period of interpellation, Mr. Speaker. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I join the minority in moving to terminate deliberations on the budget of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Budget of the Commission for Filipino Overseas is hereby terminated. The Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget for fiscal year 2021 of the Development Academy of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Development Academy of the Philippines family headed by Attorney Engelbert Caronan Jr., Pagdalena L. Mendoza, Alan Cajes, Monina de Armas, and Anatalia Barawidan.
The House of the People welcome the Development Academy of the Philippines family.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the sponsor for the budget of the DAP, the Honorable Sandro L. Gonzalez of the Party List Marino.
The Honorable sponsor, the distinguished sponsor, is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite, who will interpolate on the Party List Bayan Muna, who will interpolate on the said budget.
The honorable gentleman from Bayan Muna Party List is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again to our colleagues in Congress and Zoom. Salamat. May ilang katanungan po ako sa Development Academy of the Philippines. Pupahintulutan ng ating kagalang-galang na Congressman Sandro, sponsor ng budget ng DAP for fiscal year 2021. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, bago po ako magsimula, chine-check ko po yung Inventory of Government Human Resource, CSC, as of May 2020. Paki-verify lang po, tama po ba na 265 ang bilang ng kawani ngayon ng DAP? Ito po yung mga plantilla positions sa naturang ahensya. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished Congressman Gaite, tama po yung number ninyo na 265.
Salamat po. Tapos ang ilan po, tama din po ba ng kabuuang bilang ng ating mga JOs, Job Orders Contract of Service ay 262 based sa same data na nabanggit ko, source data na nabanggit ko, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished gentleman, Congressman Gaite, tama po na ang JO natin ay around 262.
Salamat po. Unang concern ko, Mr. Chair, doon sa ating mga plantilla positions na empleyado ng DAP, normally po, meron tinatawag tayong first level, second level employees. Meron tayong kalamihan ng nandito. Ito yung mga career employees. Pero sa DAP, pwede ho ba magtanong, bakit ang 265 na regular position, lahat co-terminus? Meaning, yun, gusto ko lang maklarify, ano ibig sabihin ng co-terminus dito? Kasi maraming concept ng co-terminus. Co-terminus with the appointing authority, co-terminus with the project, and others. Pwede ho ma-define? Bakit ho, first, tama ho ba co-terminus lahat ang items sa 265 na regular positions? At bakit co-terminus ang kanilang items, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished gentleman, ibig sabihin lang ho ng co-terminus dito, Congressman Gaite, ay co-terminus siya sa kanyang service contract.
Salamat po. So essentially po, yun po yung co-terminus with the incumbent, with the co-terminus with the project. Dahil may term limit yung kanyang employment. Tama po ba yun? So mayroong hangganan ang kanyang kontrata. Tama po yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished gentleman, yes, tama po kayo.
Medyo nagtataka ako dahil normally po sa mga government agencies, hindi ho naman talaga nakatakda na merong coterminous with the terms of the contract, meaning may limitation. Maraming mga offices and items ay tinuturing regular in the sense that these functions are regular functions of the agency or the office na tulad ng ating administrative offices, yung ating mga ibang secretariat offices na may mga regular na function. Alam ko naman, naintindihan ko, ang DAP ay nasa aspeto ng pagsasanay trainings, lalo na sa mga postgraduate and other forms of higher education. Pero at kayo rin ay nagmamanage ng facilities tulad ng Development Academy of the Philippines sa Tagaytay, among others. Pero hindi ho ba na karapat-dapat rin lang na meron kayong mga first level and second level career positions in government, in DAP, at hindi lahat ay coterminous dahil nakakapangamba ito na lahat ay fixed ang term ng employment. At alam naman natin na ito nga yung isang suliranin ng ating mga kawinit panggagawa. Mr. Chair, pwede mo paliwanag bakit coterminous lahat? Bakit nakatakda doon sa service contract nila ang panahon ng kanilang empleyo kahit sila ay tinuturing career employees ng DAP, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, dahil ho sa nature ng trabaho ng DAP, ang kinaiiba ho niya sa ibang ahensya ng gobyerno ay sila ho mismo ay project-based rin kung ano. Ang kanilang kinikita at pang-cover ng kanilang operating expenses ay based din ho sa kanilang projects na nakukuha. Kaya magkaiba ho sila sa ibang government agencies. Wala silang level 1 at hindi galing sa GAA yung pangsweldo nila.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ngunit sa pag-intindi ko, ganyan rin ang katayuan ng ating mga government-owned and controlled corporations, government financial institutions at iba pa na may marami-rami sa kanila ay hindi umaasa sa budget galing sa national government. But right now, as I understand, meron, dahil may support rin naman na binibigay sa mga GOCCs na hindi kakayanin batay sa kanilang revenue generation or other service fees na kinukolekta para makapag-hire ng empleyado. Pero this is the first time that I saw an agency na lahat 100% ng empleyado ay coterminous. Kaya medyo kakaiba ito at nagtataka ako na considering that other GOCCs function similarly, that they rely on the revenues generated, yun ang kanilang lahat from PS, personal services to maintenance, other operating expense, and even capital outlay or even the financial expenses ay nanggagaling dito. Pero ngayon ako nakakita ng ahensya na coterminous. I think there is something problematic dahil lahat ng empleyado ay parang napakadaling matanggal pag natapos yung kanilang service contract. Although coterminous, as I understand, they are considered still regular. They receive all the benefits of a regular employee, but the term, merong hangganan yung kanilang trabaho, considering na hindi naman talaga lahat yan ay posibleng hindi dapat tinatakdaan na hangganan dahil isang regular na opisina ang DAP. It continually provides basic services such as training, research, and others. So, yan po isang concern ko. Kung kaya papasok na po ko sa ilang mga katanungan, hinggil rin sa pinabot sa amin ng mga empleyado ng naturang ahensya na nangangamba sila na hindi lamang yung mga regular o mga plantilla holders na empleyado nakarating sa amin na hindi na raw i-renew o ito terminate raw ang kanilang services due to loss of revenues and reduced operations because of COVID-19. Totoo ba ho ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, wala ho talagang budget ang DAP with regards to their PS, but to let you know, they are now aligning themselves with yung tinatawag nila ora-ora ng civil service para ho maaksyonan itong nabanggit ninyo, Mr. Speaker.
So, salamat po Mr. Sponsor. So, sa tanong ko pong totoo bang may nagkakaroon ng tanggalan due to loss of revenue and reduced operations, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, hindi ho totoo na nagkaroon ng retrenchment dahil sa loss of income, kundi yung mga nag-end lang ho ang contract ay hindi ho muna na-renew dahil ho sa skeletal workforce na naka-implement sa DAP ngayon dahil sa pandemya, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. Kahapon po na-interpellate ko rin po yung ilang ahensya ng gobyerno tulad sa DSWD at natanong ko rin po lalo na yung ating, kasi ang binabanggit po dito both sa plantilla and non-plantilla holders, meaning yung mga nabanggit ko mga 265 na coterminous at yung 262 na JO at COS are now similarly situated in the sense na at sabi nila bagamat wala pa raw tinatanggal, pero sabi nyo nga pag natapos yung kontrata nila, I would like to know when, ang sabi nila by the end of December marami sa kanilang i-terminate. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, uulitin ko po, as per DAP, wala hong retrenchment mangyayari, kundi meron lang hong mag-i-end ang kontrata at titingnan ho ng DAP kung ano ang forecast ng kanilang projects. It will define kung meron ba tayong dadagdag na mga JO. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. Muli paalala ko lang po, no, yung nilabas ng BBM COA budget circular 01 series of 2020 na nagsasaad na dapat panatilihin yung ating JOs at COS kahit sa panahon ng pandemya. And I think this is in recognition na ang thrust ngayon ng government is job preservation. Meaning, hindi napapanahon, lalo na ang gobyerno, ang siya pang nangunguna sa tanggalan. Dito sa Bayanihan 1 at Bayanihan 2, ilang ulit po natin binabanggit na napakahalaga na ma-retain ang mga trabaho para hindi na mangailangan pa na yung government ang mag-provide ng subsidy o ayuda. Para rin kahit paano, yung supply side, yung ng ekonomiya, may panggastos sa mga manggagawa, lalo na sa mga batayang pangangailangan, ay magawa pa rin sa panahon ngayon. So I do not see a congruity where government itself will be the first entity na siya pa ang mangunguna sa tanggalan. Kaya po, kahit na sinasabi niyo walang retrenchment, pero hindi na siya i-renew after a certain date. And essentially, that is the, yan din ang idudulo kung hindi na rin sila i-rehire muli. At sabi ko nga, ito na nga yung problema ng fixed contract na sistema na ginagawa na coterminous with the contract or the project ang lahat ng empleyado ng DAP. Kaya Mr. Chair, mga ilang pang katanungan, sa kasalukuyan, kaya bang ituloy pa rin at para ma-avoid yung termination o non-renewal ng personnel, posible bang i-continue pa ito ng yung services nila, lahat ng personnel, as of August 21, 2020, para hanggang matapos ng taon, dahil nakakapangamba kasi meron na pong binanggit na ganito, no? Kailangan po na sana may commitment na i-continue pa rin ang services nila. At kung tulad na nabanggit nyo, nangangailangan ng pondo, magkano ho ba pala ang hinihingi ng DAP para sa 2021? Meron ho bang request for assistance for funding ang DAP sa kasulukuyang budget for 2021, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, kasama niyo ho ang DAP, no, na sa kagustuhan ninyong ma-extend ang kontrata ng ating mga JO. At ang hinihingi lang ho nila is sana ho yung hinihingi nilang additional projects sa national government kung saan nanggagaling ang pangsweldo nila ay ma-approve, no? At para din sa kaalaman ng lahat, katulad ho nung Tagaytay operations nila, kahit ho walang trabaho, ay patuloy pa rin ho ang sweldo at benefits ng ating mga kasama doon sa DAP Tagaytay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Magkano po yung hinihiling ng DAP para masustain ang kanilang operations batay sa GAB, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, humihingi ho ang DAP ng reconsideration of 787,892,000 pesos for 2021.
Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. And I believe kakayanin kahit pero tama, dapat dagdagan para ma-ensure na yung ating mga empleyado ay makapag-continue ng kanilang service. Pero tanong ko rin po, kasi kahit alam natin kulang yung pondo, pero malaking bahagi ng subsidy na pupunta sa DAP para no sa taong 2020 ay allocated for board and lodging. Considering the restriction of physical gathering, these funds will not be used, hindi magagamit yung cost na ito. So possible ba for DAP to use savings, lalo na dito sa area na ito, para sa compensation ng ating personnel, lalo na yung ating mga job orders at contract of service? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, as per DAP, tinitingnan ho nila ang kanilang retained savings at other earnings para ho, magamit ito sa pang-cover ng kanilang operating expenses.
Salamat po. At sana mayroon rin mga ginawang mahakbang ang board ng DAP para makapag-adjust dito sa bagong modes of trainings. At naniniwala ko tulad ng ating mga higher education ay nangangailangan rin na magpatuloy pa rin ang mga programs na ito para sa mga pangangailangan ng mga executives and other officials in government para ma-improve ang kanilang skills, knowledge, attitude at iba pa. At positibo na sana ito ay maging priority rin para rin yung ating mga empleyado ay bigyan ng pagpapahalaga, lalo na sa panahon nitong pandemya. We cannot afford for more Filipinos to be out of jobs. And I think primordial for the part of the DAP to look into its resources para yung mga pangangailangan nito ay mapunta sa kanyang workforce na makakatulong sa pagbibigay at pagpapatuloy pa rin ng services as mandated under the charter of the Development Academy of the Philippines. So yun ang po hiningi ko po commitment na hindi ho sana magkaroon ng tanggalan even December or even afterwards at i-consider ang lahat ng options para po matiyak na ang continued service ng mga empleyado ng DAP ay magpatuloy, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, you have the commitment of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Kasama ho natin sila, katabi niyo ho sila sa inyong layunin para sa additional training. At you have their commitment that they will do their best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Congressman Sandro, Congressman sa sponsor ng ating budget ng Development Academy of the Philippines. Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Salamat sa lahat ng kasama natin sa Kongreso at lahat ng kamatsyag sa ating budget deliberation. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat din po sa inyo. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of the party list ACT Teachers.
The distinguished representative from ACT Teacher Party List is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as there is no other member of the minority bloc who wish to interpolate the budget of DAP, I move to terminate the interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I join the minority in moving to terminate deliberation and consideration of the budget of the Development Academy of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Termination of the consideration of the budget of Development Academy of the Philippines is hereby terminated. The Majority Floor Leader.
Speaker, I move to consider the proposed budget for state university and colleges and Commission on Higher Education. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is hereby approved. The Majority Floor Leader.
I move to recognize the sponsors, Representative Paul Dasa and Representative Luis Campos, Jr. of the 2nd District of Makati. Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes of suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumed. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the family of Philippine Association of State University and Colleges, Dr. Tirso Ronquillo, President, and Dr. Manuel Muhe, President of Polytech University of the Philippines. And for the family of Commission on Higher Education, I move to recognize the chairperson, Dr. J. Prospero de Vera III, and Dr. Aldrin, Commissioner Dr. Aldrin Darilag. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List to interpolate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished representative of ACT Teacher Party List is hereby recognized. Proceed.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. So, una sa lahat, gusto ko munang a minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. So, gusto ko munang magpasalamat po sa CHED doon sa sagot nila doon sa query natin noong briefing po noong CHED budget, Mr. Speaker. Gusto lang po natin pasalamatan si Chairman Prospero de Vera. So dito po sa unang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung ICT capability and internet connectivity. Gusto ko lang, Mr. Speaker, i-relate ang dalawang item sa ilalim ng DICT, free internet Wi-Fi connectivity in public places, and free internet Wi-Fi connectivity in SUCs. Sa 2020 GAA, meron pong tig 50 million ito pong dalawang programa na ito, pero sa 2021 GAA, zero funding, as in zero po ito. So, dito po sa mga items na ito, sana ang SUC at mga guro ng estudyante nila para sa internet connectivity, pero kung kailangan ba naman matindi ang pangangailangan dahil sa online learning at blended learning, ay saka pa walang maasahan mula sa GAA, ang SUC, mga guro at estudyante for internet Wi-Fi connectivity. So ano po yung, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, yung malaki po ang magiging epekto nito, no, doon sa blended learning. Pwede po bang makuha yung komento at rekomendasyon ng ating sponsor kaugnay po nitong zero budget po dito sa free internet Wi-Fi connectivity at saka yung connectivity in public places, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Honorable Castro for her query. DICT has 2.4 billion pesos. And in the Bayanihan 2, if we will recall, the SUC are supposed to do a capability survey with the CHED and DILG. And depending on the information that they share, meron pong additional 3 billion sa Bayanihan 2 na pwedeng ma-access ng mga SUC.
Ito po yung 3 billion mula sa Bayanihan 2. Tingin po ba, Mr. Speaker, ng ating butihing sponsor ay sasapat po ito na pwedeng pang-support dito sa internet connectivity ng mga SUC? Kasi kahit po mga faculty members ay talagang nagrereklamo rin po, Mr. Speaker. So paano po natin, tingin po ba ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ay sasapat na ito?
Mr. Speaker, I actually share the same concern. In fact, because in Region 8, hindi po kami immune dun sa problema ng connectivity. Ang pangako po ng DICT is by year-end on the free Wi-Fi, the access. And I think the 3 billion and plus the 2.4 billion, and 5.4 should be enough na ma-address po yung mga concerns natin. At idadagdag ko po, Mr. Speaker, na the individual SUCs also have their own individual budgets, and as approved by the Board of Regents, many SUCs are also providing support to address the connectivity and also the gadget concerns for the faculty, staff, and for the students also, Mr. Speaker.
Iba po rin, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, meron po kasing 2.7 billion na off-budget fund for 2021. Ito po yung nanggagaling sa Spectrum Users Fees. So, ito, dagdag po ba ito doon sa Bayanihan 2 na binabanggit nating funding para sa internet? Kasi sinasabi po ng ating presidente ng SUC, doon din po sila kumukuha para magkaroon ng internet sa lahat ng mga SUCs, kaugnay po noong sa mga operations ng SUC po. Iba po ba ito yung Spectrum Users Fees? Nagagamit po ba ito ng ating mga SUCs?
Mr. Speaker, the Spectrum User Fee is the fee imposed by the NTC to telecom providers. Sa pagkaalam po ng of this representation, that yun po yung binabayad ng mga providers sa NTC, which goes to the national coffer. So, hindi po yan na-access ng mga SUC. Other than, ang alam ko po, yung 2.4 tsaka yung 3 billion na nasa Bayanihan 2.
Okay, so nakakalungkot po hindi po pala pwedeng magamit ito ng ating mga SUC. Bagamat sinasabi din po ng mga SUC, problema talaga yung internet connectivity. So yung buong 2.7 billion na maibibigay para sana sa mga SUCs natin. Pero siyempre, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, duda rin po ang kinatawang ito lalo na sa sinasabi kamakailan ng DICT na ibababa nila yung spectrum users fee. Ang binibigay na dahilan ay para ma-encourage daw ang mga maliliit na telcos na pumasok sa home internet services. Hiwalay pa yung issue dyan kasi ng mga mangilan-ngilan na mga maliliit na telcos. Ang meron, mga higanting telcos at sila lang ang mga makakamenos sa pagbaba ng spectrum users fee. So menos sa gastos na higanting telcos, pero bababa ang singil ng spectrum users fees and consequently bababa din na maibigay natin na panggastos. So dahil sinabi po ng DICT kahit papaano po ay pwedeng magamit ito. So sinasabi niyo po ba na hindi ito pwedeng magamit ng ating mga SUCs? Partly.
Mr. Speaker, actually we support the contention of my esteemed colleague na ang pagkaintindi ko po na dapat mabawasan yung mga spectrum user fee para po makapasok yung mga maliliit na mga provider. And I believe she's correct. In fact, I support her contention, but we would need to talk to NTC and DICT, Mr. Speaker, and ang point po, which is correct, na matulungan po yung mga communities at matulungan po yung mga state universities natin. So I support that. But that's outside the scope of the budget of the SUCs. But should my distinguished colleague make a push, whether through legislation or through dialogue with DICT and NTC, this representation will support her because I'm familiar with the spectrum user fee issue that she believes can help. But again, that's really outside the scope of the SUC budget concerns.
Salamat Ginoong Sponsor sa iyong sagot Mr. Speaker, para po sa representasyong ito, isa ang proposals for zero budget for internet in public places and zero budget for free internet and in SUCs sa mga inustisyang kailangang itama ng kongresong ito. Matindi ang pangangailangan ng ating mga SUCs, public schools at mga guro at estudyante para sa libreng internet. Kaya dapat ibalik natin ang items na ito sa DICT or maglagay tayo ng appropriation under the budget of each SUC to make free internet possible in campuses. We note that in previous years, our SUCs have reported that only around 60 plus SUCs are serviced by free Wi-Fi programs of the government. Ang ibig pong sabihin nito, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, kulang ang kung anuman ang nasa GAA at yung off-budget funds dati. Laging may deficiency. We have 112 SUC that share in those appropriation and off-budget funds. Ngayon, yung off-budget na lang ang ititira, di lalong magkukulang. Ang sabi nga, Mr. Speaker, sa batas, Section 18, sa kanyang appropriations, the amount necessary for the immediate and effective implementation of this act shall be charged against any available funds of the DICT and the NTC and the National Privacy Commission. Thereafter, such sums as may be necessary for the implementation of this act shall be sourced from the FPIAF. So any deficiency in the budget requirements for the implementation of this act shall be included in the Annual General Appropriation Act. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, mandato sa atin dito sa Kongreso na budgetan ang free public Wi-Fi sa SUC and public places. So, sumusuporta po ba ang ating sponsor na ibalik po yung tinanggal na budget ng DICT para po maisakatuparan ang free Wi-Fi sa mga SUC and public places dahil ito naman po ang pangangailangan ng ating new normal sa kasalukuyan. At alam po natin, itong ating kasalukuyang kalagayan ay hanggang next year pa ito. So, pumapayag po ba ang ating buting sponsor na naibalik natin itong tinanggal na budget dito sa free wifi and sa mga SUCs at saka mga public places?
Mr. Speaker, we support the contention of the Honorable Castro because we believe it is a problem on the connectivity, at we're hoping that this will improve as promised by the DICT in another separate committee hearing. So, supportado po kami dyan. So, if the Honorable Castro will make a motion or a letter at the appropriate time, this sponsor will support her request.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor, Ginoong Speaker. So in due time po, we will make an amendments to the budget of the DICT for our SUCs and our public. Okay, next issue po, Mr. Speaker. This regards to the free higher education. So, sa kamakailan po, nagkaroon po tayo ng ang kinatawang ito kasama ni Representative Sara Ilago ng konsultasyon po sa PASOK. At sinasabi po ng PASOK President, dati daw kasi diretso naming nakukuha sa mga bata yung ibig sabihin po yung dahil nangongolekta po ng tuition, so direkta pong nakukuha sa bata yung para doon sa mga operation sa mga SUC. So ito po yung bago magkaroon ng RA 10931 diretso sa SUC. So bakit ngayon may RA 10931 na biglang nagkaroon ng middleman? Isang sistemang mayroong middleman ay walang basihan sa batas na ipinasa dahil sa mahabang kampanya ng education sector para sa mas mataas na subsidy mula sa gobyerno para sa tertiary education. Binaligtad ng Free Higher Education Law yung decades-old system kung saan galing sa estudyante yung pondo para sa operasyon ng SUC at bahala ang SUC na punan yung kulang. Ang intensyon po ng batas ay gobyerno ang magabayad dapat para sa edukasyon ng mga nasa kolehiyo at universidad, hindi na yung estudyante. Bakit, Mr. Speaker, pagdating sa Free Higher Education Law, nilagyan natin ng bara sa pagitan ng magbibigay ng pondo at ng SUCs? Parang umatras niyan. So, ang ibig ko pong sabihin, Mr. Speaker, dahil na-raise ko na po ito sa briefing doon sa budget ng CHED, nung in-implement po natin yung free tertiary education, ang pondo po mula sa DBM ay dumadaan pa po ito sa CHED. So, sa totoo lang, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, nasasaad po sa Section 15 ng batas ng Free Tertiary Education on Appropriations, the amount necessary to carry out the provision of this Act, specifically Section 4, 5, 7, and 8, shall be included in the annual General Appropriation Acts and shall be appropriated under SUCs, the CHED and TESDA in accordance with the provision of this Act. So, ang tanong ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, ang ating po bang sponsor ay, matanong ko lang po ang opinion muna o recommendation ng ating sponsor, kaugnay dito sa Section 15 na ito dahil nagkakaroon po ng bara minsan yung flow po ng pondo mula sa DBM, dadaan pa po ito sa CHED, bago ito ibibigay sa mga SUCs. Pwede po bang ito ay idiretso na from DBM to the SUCs? Ano po ang tingin dito ng ating sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor,
bilang tugon po sa katanungan ni Honorable Franz Castro, ang nabanggit po niya na paglalagak ng pondo mula sa DBM dumadaan po sa CHED na ibinababa ng CHED sa mga state universities. Ito po'y ayon sa guidelines na kabahagi po ang pasok sa pag-formulate po ng IRR ng Free Higher Tertiary Education Law. Sa ngayon po, dahil napag-usapan na rin po namin yan ng pamunuan ng CHED, willing naman po ang CHED na pag-aralang masusi ang concern ni Honorable Castro, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. At katunayan, they actually commit to piloting this. Kasi meron po na concern ang CHED na pag idinerecho ang pondo mula DBM, idinerecho po natin sa SUCs, hindi natin mareregulate at mamomonitor yung additional charges po nila sa matrikula ng mga nag-aaral. Kung kaya naman po, kung mapapatunayan natin sa masusing pag-aaral na doable po ito, we can actually roll this out. But subject po to further study. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, nire-recognize ko po yung ginawang IRR ng SUC with the CHED as regards to the yung implementing rules and regulations on the appropriation. Pero nabanggit ko na po sa section 15, malinaw po naman dito na pwede itong idiretso doon sa mga SUCs. Pwede po bang i-review yung IRR ng SUCs at saka ng CHED? Para po, katulad po Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor sa basic education. Sa secondary schools po, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, diretso po ang pondo mula sa DBM going to secondary school sa basic education para hindi na po ma-delay yung paggamit ng pondo. Kasi kagaya na sinabi ko po nung briefing, ilan po sa mga sinasabing mga problema ay yung kapag delayed po yung pondo, yung kanilang paggastos doon sa mga operating expenses, ay talagang may pending. Yung pag-hire din po ng mga tinatawag nating mga needed na mga personnel ay talagang hindi rin po magawa. So yan po yung mga naging experience natin sa nakaraang 2 taon ba or 1 taon na pagpapatupad nitong free higher education. So, pwede po bang mag-commit yung ating sponsor na matulungan natin ang CHED at ang SUC para po sa sinasabi ko pong suggestion na maidiretso na sa mga SUC itong mga pondo na ito para sa free higher education.
Mr. Speaker, this representation commits to further study along with CHED the recommendations of the Honorable Castro. At saka pwedeng na busisiin, bibigyan po ng CHED si Representative Castro ng kopya ng guidelines na sinasabi natin. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, maraming salamat po. So nire-reiterate ko lang po, so yung guidelines po ay yung IRR ay hindi po siya pwedeng lumagpas doon sa isinasaad ng batas natin. Dahil alam naman po natin, naging active po tayo sa pag-create ng batas at alam naman natin yung aim noong batas na ito na para talaga mabigyan ng free higher education ang ating mga estudyante sa higher level o yung tertiary level. So,
masusunod po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Sa pangatlong issue naman po, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, muli iulitin ko po yung National Budget Circular number 461. Ito po yung promotion ng mga faculty. Isa rin ito doon sa mahigpit na kahilingan ng ating mga SUCs tungkol doon sa pagbabayad. Okay? Kaugnay noong NBC 461 doon sa cycle doon sa cycle 8. Dito po sana ibigay na report sa atin ng ng ating ng CHED dahil doon sa pinag-usapan po natin doon sa briefing yung gagamitin po para na criteria para doon sa 2016 to 2019 na NBC cycle number 8 ay yung criteria na bagong ginagawa po ng CHED or para i-apply doon sa 2016 to 2019 po na kabayaran doon sa promotion para doon sa ating faculty. So ang kahilingan po sana ng kinatawang ito, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, na dahil ito po ay long overdue na, 2016 to 2019. So maari po bang ang gamitin nating guidelines, i-reiterate ko po ay yung ginamit po natin doon sa Cycle 7 guidelines. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, regarding po sa promotion ng SUC faculty, consistent with the special provision in the 2019 GAA that directs the CHED and DBM to issue guidelines for all SUC promotions starting 2019. The CHED has developed the improved criteria na nagko-commit naman po ang CHED na matatapos po bago matapos ang taon ng 2020, December 2020 po. Yung bagong guidelines po will ensure that the teaching, research, and extension work of faculty members will be properly credited. Dahil po sa requirements ng pasok consultation, ang criteria po na finalized through the joint circular between CHED and DBM ay kailangan pong dumaan sa consultation process po na ongoing sa kasalukuyan. At nagko-commit nga po muli ang CHED na tatapusin natin itong guidelines by December of 2020. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So pwede po bang maitanong sa Ginoong Sponsor, doon sa sinasabi niyang consultation with our SUCs. So, kailan po ito naganap, yung pinaka-latest po, at ilan na po yung consultation with our SUCs? Kaugnay nitong Cycle
8. Sa kasalukuyan po, 3 buwan na ongoing ang consultation. Ang mga SUCs po kasama sa pag-draft ng original na guidelines. Kung kaya naman po kailangan kasama din sila kung may mga amendments po itong original na guidelines na ito. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so napansin ko lang po dun sa dun sa sagot po nung ating ng CHED doon sa NBC 461 Cycle 8. So yung evaluation process nakalagay sa number 3 na proseso, appropriate evaluation instrument for students and supervisors to measure the performance of concerned faculty. So ito po ay school year 2016 to 2019. So paano po natin makukuha pa yung mga evaluation ng mga estudyante natin o yung supervisors na nandito to measure yung performance ng ating mga concerned faculty? Actually, 2016 to 2019 pa ito, Mr. Speaker. Dun sa criteria ang sinasabi natin na ginamit sa Cycle 7, napakatagal po yung implementation niyan mula nung 2013 to 2016. Nabigyan lang po yan ng budget mula nung 2019 hanggang 2018, 2019, 2020. Ngayon, itong sinasabi na criteria na ito na magpapatagal na naman doon sa implementation ng Cycle 8 dahil ang ini-evaluate mo ay 2016 to 2019. So, ibig sabihin yan, i-implement siya ng 2021, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Matatagalan naman po bago ito ay maponduhan. Baka mag-take na naman po ito ng another 5 to 6 years para ma-implement na naman itong 2016-2019. Maawa naman po sana ang CHED at DBM. Sa ating mga teachers, may marami na po dito ay nag-retire na, may ilang mga namatay na po. So, itong guidelines na ito na sinasabi natin, bakit hindi natin gamitin yung Cycle 7, yung dating criteria para sa Cycle 8? Dahil ito naman po ay 2016 to 2019, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, naiintindihan ko po ang pangamba ni Honorable Castro pagdating po sa maantala pa muli ang pagbibigay ng guidelines. Pero katulad po ng sinabi ko, steadfast po ang CHED na tatapusin natin yan. And according to the administration of CHED, as far as practicable, Mr. Speaker, kung ano po ang pwede nating i-retroact dun sa mga beneficiaries na teachers at saka recipients nitong mga promotions, i-retroact po natin as far as practicable. May mga bagay po kasi na hindi talaga natin pwedeng gawin yon. Pagdating po sa mga retirees na, it will be done with the approval of DBM, pero pag-aaralan na rin po, pinag-usapan na po namin, pag-aaralan na rin po pati retirees makover kasi may funding requirement po yan kung retirees po ang bibigyan natin ng retroactive promotion. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Nalulungkot po ako, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Dahil ito po, siguro nung 17th Congress pa natin itong nire-raise na issue kaugnay noong promotion sa ating mga teachers sa SUCs. At ngayon po ay 2020 na, inabutan na po ng pandemya. Still, ganun pa rin po ang sagot ng CHED. Okay? So ito na lang po, liwanagin niyo po sa akin, halimbawa, yung appropriate evaluation instrument for students and supervisors to measure the performance of concerned faculty. So ibig sabihin niyo po ba, hanapin niyo pa yung mga estudyante nila mula noong 2016 hanggang 2019 para evaluate si faculty para dito sa pagpapatupad ng Cycle 8? Paano po niyo gagawin yun, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, katulad po ng binanggit ko kanina, as far as practicable, gagawin po natin, katulad ng mga sinasabi ng Honorable Castro, at saka po, mabanggit ko lang na December of 2019, yung huling round po ng mass promotions ng teachers. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Opo, tama po, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Pero yun po yung sa doon sa pinaglaban natin na napakatagal na, yung 2013 to 2016, yung Cycle 7. So kaya nga, kagaya nga ng sinasabi ko kanina, it would take na naman ito ng ilang taon bago na naman ito maponduhan ng DBM. At yun na nga, parang ang mangyayari dito, aanhin pa yung damo kung patay na yung kabayo. So marami na po yung mga nag-retire at namatay na. At sana po. So ang commitment po ng CHED ay hanggang end of the year ng 2020 bago matapos ito. So ito po ay matamang babantayan ng kinatawang ito, yung mga criteria at yung IRR kaugnay nung pagpapatupad ng Cycle 8. Makakatulong ko po ba dito ang sponsor sa bahaging ito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, buong puso ko pong tutulungan ang Honorable Castro. Kung hindi niyo po na itatanong, ako po ay apo ng teacher at principal. Kung kaya naman po naiintindihan ko ang mga guro, mga tunay na bayani po ng bayan niya mga yan. At ako na po mismo ang magfa-follow up sa CHED na yung guidelines ay talaga pong matapos ng 2020 para sa promotions, para mapondohan din po natin yan sa 2021. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sa ilang mga consultation, meron po bang nakatakdang consultation pa ulit? Pwede po bang makasama ang kinatawang ito, kasama na po ang sponsor, para makita po natin yung proseso ng paggawa po ng IRR?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, pwede pong sumama sa consultation. Bibigyan po ng imbitasyong formal ang kinatawan. At pwede din po, at gagawin na actually ng CHED na mag-submit ng full report sa House Committee on Higher Education, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Ginoong Speaker. Yung last na issue ko po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, yung tungkol naman po sa ROS. Ito yung ROSS. Bahagi din po ang ACT teachers doon sa pagtutulak na ito po ay mapondohan. Ito naman po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, yung para sa mga non-teaching personnel, yung promotion at pag-create ng mga plantilla positions para po doon sa ating mga non-teaching personnel. For a background, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, for more than 30 years, hindi binibigyan ng budget ang SUCs para makapag-promote sila ng mga non-teaching personnel. Ang nangyayari tuloy, ginagamit ang savings para makapag-hire ng contractuals. Kaya ang mga SUCs, ang ilan sa mga ahensya na pinakatalamak ang ENDO, napipilitan ng SUC administrations kasi otherwise, lalong lalala ang understaffing pati na rin ang overwork ng mga current personnel. Napansin naming may 18 SUCs ang binawasan ng MOOE nila, may total na 19,128,000 ang cuts. At isa sa mabigat na epekto noon ay mababawasan lalo ang kapasidad ng SUC na mag-hire ng mga non-teaching staff. Meron silang tinatawag na revised organizational structure and staffing standards for SUCs o yung ROS noong 2016. Gaya ng nasabi ko na ipasok sa GAA ng ACT Teachers Party List ang funding for additional plantilla position. Pero noong briefing, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I brought this matter up again, and this Congress was informed that the NEP and the GAA from which it was copied do not contain any funding for hiring of non-teaching personnel in SUC. I was later on given the letter of CHED to DBM which contained that the list of 108 SUCs, ito po, ibinigay po sa atin ng CHED, yung letter nila doon sa DBM. And a number of proposed positions. So sinasabi po dun sa letter, 2018 pa ito, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, nabibigyan sila ng update ng DBM kaugnay noong sinasabi nating ROS. 2018 pa to. So pwede po bang makahingi ng update mula sa CHED kaugnay nung budget para dito sa ROS?
Before the distinguished sponsor may respond to the question, I'd like to inform the Honorable distinguished interpolator that her time has expired already, so that was her last question. Distinguished sponsor, please respond to the last question of the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but this is SUC and CHED, and we asked an allowance for time.
Yeah.
Because we combined SUC and CHED.
Mr. Speaker, I move for
Majority Leader.
a few suspension, 2-minute suspension.
1 minute suspension. Session resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, yun po, any update? At magkano po ba yung kailangan sa ngayon dito para mapondohan natin, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, yung ROS? Ito, another injustice naman ito, no, dun sa ating mga non-teaching at saka sa mga SUCs natin na talagang namamaluktot na para doon sa pondo. Magkano po ba, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, yung kinakailangan nating budget? Baka pwede nating erase dito sa 2021 budget for amendments.
The distinguished sponsor, please respond.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, 13 billion po sa estimate ng CHED ang pangangailangan para dyan sa ROS. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, so pangunahan po ng kinatawang ito na mag-file ng resolution para po at makakatulong po ba o tutulungan po ba ako ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker, so that itong 13 billion na kailangan dito sa implementation ng ROS ay maipatupad na po sa taon ng 2021, Mr. Speaker.
Willing po ang inyong kinatawan na pumirma sa resolution at ang CHED po ay magbibigay ng closest approximation ng budget para mailakip po natin maipaloob po natin sa resolution na pag-aakdaan po ni Honorable Castro, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, maaari po bang malaman yung timeline? Pwede po ba within this week maibigay po ng CHED yung kinakailangan natin na funding requirements kaugnay dito sa ROS, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor?
Yung data po ay as of 2018, pero po adjusted for projected increases in the inflation rate at saka sa paglaki po ng organizational structure, gagawa na lang po ng approximation na lalapit doon ang CHED, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, pwede po ba yan bago tayo magkaroon ng amendments doon sa budget, Mr. Speaker?
Pwede po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So with that assurance, Mr. Speaker, okay na po ako dyan dito sa item number 4 na concern po natin. At inaasahan po natin yung words ng ating sponsor para po sa budget ng CHED at ng mga SUCs at makatulong po tayo sa kanila, sa mga faculty, non-teaching at sa budget po ng ating mga SUCs para sa pagpapatupad ng new normal o para sa pagpapatupad po ng bagong kasalukuyang kalagayan po ng sitwasyon po ng ating bansa. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Ginong Sponsor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Honorable Counsel.
Thank you very much. The Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Mark Go of the Lone District of Baguio. So move, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mark Go. Sorry.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Marco, with your kind indulgence, I'm still recognizing the Majority Leader. Majority Leader? Majority Leader? Are we now in the time with the Honorable Marco?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, the Honorable Marco of the Lone District of Baguio City is recognized for his interpellation.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Una pong tanong ko, dito po sa budget ng mga SUCs, we have about 112 state universities and colleges in the whole country. And if you look at the budget of the different SUCs, ang total po nito for all the 112 is about 83 billion pesos. I would like to know from our sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kung magkano po yung budget nung 2020 nung 112 na SUC sa buong bansa.
Mr. Speaker, the 2020 budget, 77 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
Distinguished sponsor, are you now ready to answer the question?
Mr. Speaker, I responded to the question of the Honorable Go. 2020 is 77 billion and 2021 is 79 billion.
The Honorable Marco, are you still online?
Thank you very much. I think somebody muted me. So it's not 83 billion, it's 79 billion. Now, if I look at the budget of the SUCs, you have several SUCs that have increased their budget from the 2020 budget to 21, while you have different state universities and colleges that have reduced or their budget was reduced significantly. If you look at the list of the state universities and colleges with negative budget compared to 2021, we have here, for example, in the list, we have, let's say, Surigao State College of Technology. They have a negative budget in compared to 2021 of 19%. Mindanao State University, 20%. Tarlac Agricultural University, 21%. Davao Oriental State College of Science and Technology, 26%. Down the line, Catanduanes State University, 30%. Southern Philippines Agribusiness and Marine and Aquatic School of Technology, 39%. Batangas State University, 43%. Bulacan State University, 49%. And Rizal Technological University, 28%. I would like to know from our sponsor, what is the reason why the budget of these state universities that I just mentioned have their budget have been reduced from the compared to the 2020 budget, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, in general, the DBM considers the utilization ratios and disbursement. There's a possibility that the SUCs mentioned by my distinguished colleague had low utilization in the prior years. And in general, that would be the case, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, you know, when I talk with the different state universities and colleges, what they're telling me is because of the difference in the fiscal year of our budget and the school year of the different state universities and colleges. Just for example, 2020, the start of the semester or the school year is in August and ends the following year. And our fiscal year starts in January. And this is always a problem that we encounter when we deal with the different state universities and colleges. The difference between our fiscal year with that of the start of the school year. And because of that, every year, you can see the absorptive capacity of our state universities is always lower compared to what is given to them as the budget, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the Honorable Go, who's the chairman of the Committee on Higher Ed, has valid observations. But having said that, the differences in the fiscal year and the school year should not affect the absorptive capacity when it comes to capital outlay and personnel services. But having said that, this has been an ongoing concern, and I encourage no less than my colleague to maybe at the appropriate time have some discussion in Committee on Higher Ed and bring in all the stakeholders to see how we can help reconcile the differences in as mentioned by my distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. As I said, there are 112 state universities and colleges. And if you look at the other state universities and colleges, the increase in their budget compared to 2020, like Northern Negros State College of Science and Technology, the increase in their budget is 120%. Camiguin Polytechnic State College, the increase is 120%. The University of Southern Eastern Philippines, it's 116%. Cebu Normal University, 100%. Davao del Sur State College is 120%. And down the line, you can see that there are significant increases of their budget. And I appreciate that this is so. But what I'm little worried about are the reduction in the budget of the other universities that I mentioned. Is there a way, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, that we can work out during the period of amendments that we will consider of probably adding or cutting down the decrease in the budget to a minimum such that they will be able to do what they have planned to do for 2021. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's correct that there were some SUCs that were decreased, some were increased. but I could share that in general without having to go through each particular SUC. Many of the SUCs that were increased in budget complied with the RDC Council approvals, for example, even in my my district SUC, they increased by quite a bit, but they complied with the many requirements for funding for the capital outlay. And we should also take into account, Mr. Speaker, that some of these universities that increased this year had substantial reductions last year. So it's very hard to generalize, and it's really on a case-to-case basis. But having said that, this representation had already made recommendation for augmentation of certain SUCs already that I've submitted to the Speaker, to the Majority Leader, who's the chair of the small committee, and to the chairman of Committee on Appropriations. So if the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Higher Education has more recommendations, we would entertain that and would be gladly work with the Honorable Go in finding equitable solutions as we see that's reasonable to pursue, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, we will make the appropriate recommendation for some of these state universities and colleges and discuss with you these items so that probably we can include this when we go into the period of amendments, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my esteemed colleague.
Yeah, my other question is with the Commission on Higher and Technical Education. I mean, of the Commission on Higher Education. As is stated in in your report, there are 112 SUCs, there are 121 LUCs. We have private higher education institutions of 1,729 and other government schools of 13. So the total number of higher, both public and private educational institutions is 1,975. During the committee meeting of the Committee on Appropriation and the discussion was centered on the Commission on Higher Education, I asked the question of how much is the cost per student of our country. I would like to know this compared to the cost of education in the private educational institutions, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, for the state universities and colleges, we can very easily average it out and do the math. But we don't have the information, complete information for the private colleges. But for the SUCs, we're spending an average of 32,000 per student. In our SUCs, the last time we did the statistics, 2-3 years ago.
Okay, now I ask this question, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, because we have a lot of private higher educational institutions who are really, I would say, in big trouble right now because number one, their number of students is decreasing, and at the same time, some of their teachers are leaving these private educational institutions. Now, will it be considered by CHED if and when we determine the actual cost of the government per student who are studying state universities and colleges, that we come out with a program where the students can choose now if they want to enroll in a state university or enroll in a private university, so that the support that the government gives to students who are enrolling in public educational institutions can just decide to enroll in a private educational institution, and the amount that is spent by the government per student in a public educational institution can be given this amount and enroll in a private educational institution. Will that be acceptable to CHED or to my colleagues in Congress? Instead of everybody would like to go to the state universities and colleges, and this is also an approach where we can decongest probably state universities and colleges and help also the different private educational institutions who are now facing this problem, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Chad has indicated its willingness to discuss that idea. This representation initially likes the idea, and I believe we should discuss that, the proposal or the idea in a more appropriate forum in the Committee of Higher Education, which the Honorable Interpolator chairs. And in fact, I would like to add that that could be we could consider that a public-private partnership type of program. So I think that will require a lot of discussion and debate. And I concur with the Honorable Go that at least to have some discussion on that idea, which the chair is open to discussing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sponsor and Mr. Speaker. My other question here is probably today or within this week, Friday the latest, we will approve the BICAM report that will probably bring about the completion of our effort in passing this medical scholarship and return service bill. I have talked with Senator Joel last night, and we basically agreed on the substitute bill that will be signed or ratified by both houses within this week and be signed by the President probably in the next 1 or 2 weeks. Now, one of the provisions in that bill is the creation of one medical school in every region of the country. It can be part of a state university or college, but the main provision provides that each of the regions should have a medical school. It can be under a state university or a state college. Right now, we have how many? Seven medical schools in different state universities and colleges in the country. Will this be acceptable to, can this be done? And first, can it be acceptable? Is this acceptable to the CHED? And can it be done in the next probably 2 to 3 years or 5 years, the longest, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, the chair has computed the cost. In fact, I've identified locations, so it's possible to even do it for this proposed budget for 2021.
Okay, so in other words, we can implement as soon as possible time this bill once it is signed by the President in the next probably a month, the latest probably, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I believe it's possible, Mr. Speaker. The initial costings have been done, and the total budget to share with my colleagues is approximately 4.9 billion pesos.
Now, I would like to ask Ched, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, if this is included already, or do we propose, if I may suggest, now that this will be included in the 2021 budget, or the current budget of CHED and the different SUCs can accommodate this particular provision in this bill, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, we would need to include it in the 2021 budget. And now is the, I think, best time to work on that. Whether through an amendment before the third reading, or maybe through the Senate and through the BICAM.
Okay, I think, thank you very much. I think we will, if we cannot have it approved here in the House, before we finalize it, we will go into the BICAM and incorporate this, and we will, I'm sure we'll get support from the Senate, as this is part of the bill that we have already in principle approved, and hopefully it will be signed into law probably early part of November, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. So with that, I have some other questions, but this is related to the additional proposal of the chair to include in the budget. I think there are so many items here, and I will formally submit the additional budget that is required by CHED, so that they can really continuously help the different institutions in the country, not only the public schools, but also the private universities in the country. Having said that, again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor, and Mr. Speaker. And I would like to end my interpellation here. Thank you very much. And I would like to express my full support to the budgets of the different SUCs and the Commission on Higher Education, and I hope we will consider adding additional budget to the other state universities and colleges whose budgets have been reduced compared to the 2020 budget. So again, thank you very much at magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the interpellation of the Honorable Go. And let me add that I have already asked the CHED to write to the Committee on Appropriations, and we will include our esteemed colleague in the CC with the estimated budget for the Para sa Bayan Doctor Bill. That would include all the details, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Jose Christopher Belmonte of the 6th District of Quezon City. So moved,
Honorable Christopher Belmonte, 6th District of Quezon City, is hereby recognized for your interpellation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Honorable Sponsor accede to just one basic series of questions, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I came across this problem first upon talking to a number of faculty members, teachers in the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and upon consultation with their administration. I later found out that this problem was not just limited to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, but also other state universities and colleges in the, not just in Metro Manila, but also in the provinces, from Luzon to Mindanao, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. This is concerning the compensation for the part-time and the casual faculty members. As I understand it, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, almost half of the teaching personnel of state universities and colleges are not tenured or not full-time faculty members. But a lot of them are part-time and casual. But a lot of them, because of the number of students they take care of, they carry loads even larger than the actual full-time faculty members or tenured faculty members. However, it is my understanding that because of the current regulations, there is a civil service finding that the state universities cannot actually compensate them for their services. And even now, lalo na po sa panahon ng COVID, na puro nasa bahay, work from home or by internet, yung mga professors na to, yung mga teachers na to, kahit allowance lang po para sa pagkuha nila ng load sa internet, hindi po sila mabigyan ng state universities and colleges dahil po may problem po sa employer-employee relationship or something like that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I think it would be best if, as the sponsor of the SUCs and the Commission for Higher Education, at the very least, may I request, may I ask that the CHED work so that the DBM and the responsible agencies will allow the state universities to use funds for this casual and part-time teaching personnel. At the very least, at most, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with the consent, of course, of the House leadership and the members of the Appropriations Committee, it would be best if funds for them, for adequate and proper compensation would be given. In that case, it would be necessary to add funds for these state universities and colleges, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I would just like to solicit the opinion of the Commissioner of Higher Education and the sponsor on this matter, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, tama po yung observation of the honorable gentleman from Quezon City, and CHED supports that observation, and this representation has spoken to CHED to possibly issue a memorandum with the DBM to address this particular concern. Tama po yun. Dapat po yung pati po yung mga contractual natin, yung hindi po mga tenured, especially sa panahon po nitong pandemic, masama po sila dun sa mga allowances o kung ano po yung extra pwede maibigay sa kanila para makatulong po sa trabaho nila ngayon. So we support the contention of the gentleman, and we have listed that as a immediate action to be taken. And we will coordinate with the office of the Honorable Congressman from Quezon City.
Thank you very much for that answer. I have, since most of my concerns were raised by the Honorable Franz Castro, I have no further questions. I will just rely on the word of the Honorable Sponsor and the Chairman of the Commission on Higher Education that they will work to take care of this immediate concern of our essential teaching personnel. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ace Barbers for his interpellation.
The Honorable Ace Barbers is recognized for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, due to technical difficulties, may I now recognize the Honorable Maria Lourdes Acosta Alba of the 1st District of Bukidnon.
The Honorable Maria Lourdes Acosta is hereby recognized for her interpellation. Go ahead, Honorable Honorable Acosta Alba, you may proceed with your interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a minute of suspension.
1 minute suspension.
What school? Kontakin mo.
Session resumes.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker Henry Omale of the 2nd District of Misamis Occidental. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Representative Henry Omenal of the 2nd District of Misamis Occidental is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. distinguished sponsor, I would like first to manifest that this representation has high regards to the officials of the CHED headed by its chairman, the Honorable Popoy Rivera. I would like to ask the Commission, I'm sure they are aware that Congress in the past and even the current Congress had passed several laws converting state colleges into universities. Do we know if what is the status of the compliance of these laws, whether or not these colleges are now operating as university as embodied in those laws?
Mr. Speaker, those bills that have passed have had different levels of compliance. CHED has made efforts to streamline the requirements to assist these state universities that have been converted.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. I'd like to be specific. Under Republic Act 11186, this is the law that converted Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology into a university, which was signed by the President way back in 2018. One of the provisions of this law is that its effectivity is subject to the compliance of the CHED requirements for the university standard. And in that requirements, it's not only the number of teachers, professors, and its organizations. It requires also for some funding requirements like the upgrading of their library, laboratory, academic building, and other infrastructure projects. Under Section 21 of this law, there is hereby provided appropriations that the budget necessary for the enforcement of this law shall be charged to the current appropriations of the CHED and to the General Appropriations Act thereafter. I ask the distinguished sponsor, whose responsibility, what agency, whether the SOC or the CHED, that would comply the funding requirements? I understand the academic requirements and the rest would be complied by the state college. What about the funding requirements as embodied by the law?
Mr. Speaker, this is a common issue, not just with the Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology, but for many other state universities, wherein the necessary funding is not included by the DBM when the National Expenditure Program comes out. And I believe that's where the members of the House can be active in lobbying and finding ways to be able to fund the requirements and help this state university. So, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleague interpolating is no less than a deputy speaker, and I believe he may be in a very good position to help the Committee on Appropriations source the needed funding to help this particular SUC.
Distinguished sponsor, Madam Speaker, I had met for many occasions officials of the DBM, and even in one occasion, the secretary. The position on that matter is the emanating request must come from the Commission on Higher Education, particularly from the state, from the SOC. May I know, in this specific law that I am referring to, which is the NMAC law, whether or not for this year, whether SOC or the CHED has included it in their budget proposal for the inclusion of the NIP and was deleted or reduced by the Department of Budget and Management.
Mr. Speaker, the appropriate entity would be the state university. They prepare the budget and submit to DBM. So it would not be the CHED responsibility, because each particular state university and college would know better what funding requirements they need. So it's really more the responsibility of the SUC when they propose during the budget call with DBM, and if the NEP is lacking in terms of funding, then that's when the House of Representatives and the members like ourselves can help address the funding shortage if it's not in the NEP.
Yes, Mr. Sponsor. Isn't it that...
With the indulgence of the Deputy Speaker, can I move for a few minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize again the Honorable Henry Ominal to continue his interpellation.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker of Minal is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After a brief consultation with the distinguished sponsor and that of the chairman on the CHED, we propose that this issue of the unfunded laws in relation to the conversion of colleges into universities be included for this year in the institutional amendments to the 2021 proposed General Appropriations Act so that such particular compliance of the law shall be made. And with that, Madam Chair, let me proceed now to my next point. Distinguished sponsor, in our UniFast program, there is a provision there that of the TESP, Tertiary Education Support Program, wherein students can avail of a 30,000 financial assistance or 60,000 per annum for the different state colleges or universities or local government accredited colleges and universities. In the case of a city or a municipality where there are no state college and accredited local government unit schools, this program can be availed by the students residing in that particular local government unit. Am I right, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And as part of the requirements would be the residency of the students, that because only the students and that local government unit where the private schools are located could avail of the program, meaning other students not a resident of that particular city or municipality could not avail the program. Am I right, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
PNO distinguished sponsor, in the implementation of this program, if what measures have been taken by the UniFast that this would not be abused, that students not residing or not residents of the particular place where the schools or universities are located can avail of the program.
Mr. Speaker, so can I ask the gentleman to repeat his query?
My query, distinguished sponsor, on what measures have been taken by CHID or UniFast in ensuring that this particular provision, this particular availment will not be subjected to abuse. Subjected to abuse, that non-qualified students can avail of the program by just submitting documents like certifications, which in fact and in truth, they are not residents of the local government unit concerned.
Mr. Speaker, the way the scholarship program has been designed, when the students comply with the documentary requirements, for example, if the barangay captain certifies that they're from that barangay, that is taken at its face value. And unless there's a complaint, UniFast is duty-bound to honor that scholarship application.
Thank you very much, the distinguished sponsor. I'd like to bring you into a special and a specific case. In the case of my district, particularly the city of Osamis, wherein for the school year 2019 to 2020, there were about 6,000 students, more or less, who were able to avail of the program. And upon verification by the undersigned, by this representation, because I was giving Christmas allowance to those students residing or residing in the city of Osamis, it appears on record that there were only 2,000 students who are from Osamis City enrolled to the local schools in the city of Osamis. So there appears, distinguished sponsor, of a disparity of 4,000. Isn't this a fraudulent transaction where more or less 4,000 students from places who are not qualified to avail of the program are able to avail because of submission of some sort of fake or unauthenticated documents on the certificate of residency?
Mr. Speaker, I have been informed that UNIFAST has stated that they will continue the scholarship for this year, but for the following school year, that they will be stricter in the implementation of the guidelines. And if my distinguished colleague has any suggestions to have a better implementation of the program, CHED and I think UNIFAS are open to his suggestions.
Okay, thank you very much, distinguished sponsor, Madam Speaker. We had officially communicated to UNIFAST, particularly in the city of Osamis, and this can also be adopted by the other local government units, that the specific requirement of residency to be accepted by UNIFAST should be a certification of the barangay captain of the barangay where the student resides to be validated by the local chief executive so that the responsibility is also given to the local chief executive, not only the barangay captains, as to the authenticity and as to the propriety of the documents.
Mr. Speaker, I've been assured by the chairman, that they will take a look into that because as of the moment, that is not included in the IRR. So it would require an amendment to the IRR. And CHED and the other officials would be more than happy to sit down with my distinguished colleague to discuss more details in improving the compliance, documentary compliance of the scholarship program.
Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor. Gladly, I would be very willing to sit down with the UNIFAST and to decide on this matter. And then, on issue of release, there were complaints that the release of funds were delayed. Like for instance, in the year 2019, the funds were released only on 2020, where the school year was already completed. Let us remember, distinguished sponsor, Madam Speaker, that the purpose of these funds, if I am not mistaken, on the 30,000 per semester, 10,000 will go to the school, 20,000 will go to the student concerned. So that is to help the students on their day-to-day needs in their studies. Now, if we release it after the school year, then it is no longer serving the purpose.
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor concurs with my esteemed colleague. I've been told that part of the delay is the release from the DBM. It's delayed. And UNIFAS processes it as soon as possible, but within 2 weeks. So the delay is really coming from the release of funds from the Department of Budget and Management.
If that is the case, distinguished sponsor, we would appreciate very much that CHID or UNIFAS should notify DBM as to the effect of the delay, copy furnish Congress, so that Congress, in our exercise of oversight functions, could assist and could look into that. Now, my last question, last point, distinguished sponsor. The release of these funds are remitted directly to the schools, and the students will be the one to claim it from the respective schools where they are enrolled. My question is, what measures that are being taken by UNIFAS to ensure that these 20,000 are really received by the students? Because there were reports that of the 30,000, sometimes the student only received 5,000 because the other 15,000 is being collected by the school for other miscellaneous expenses of the student. I would like to ask whether this practice is in accordance with the law or the IRR of the said law. Distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, that process, as correctly described by my distinguished colleague, is correct, and it's guided by the memorandum of agreement between that particular institution and CHED. And CHED has advised the committee that there have been complaints and they have been investigating any complaints. So should there be any issues or complaints within the district of the gentleman, CHED will investigate that. And again, if there are any suggestions by the honorable gentleman, we would be more than happy to sit down again and to find solutions to preempt this type of problem from reoccurring.
Okay, so do I need to believe, distinguished sponsor, that in order to address the situation, that memorandum of agreement arrangement between UNIFAS and the schools can be amended or can be revised, and UNIFAS is willing to adapt new system or new mechanism of release in order to address the situation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the MOA is good for 1 year. For example, after investigation and there's a violation, we could maybe put a higher sanction or penalty to at least dissuade these institutions from doing that. So yes, we would appreciate the valuable inputs of the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor. I'm looking forward of meeting to sit down with the CHID and the UNIFAS on this matter in order to help address these situations and the complaints from the different parents and students. And with that, distinguished sponsor, Madam Speaker, that's all for this representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Representative Sara Jane Ilago of the party list Kabataan for her interpellation.
The Honorable Representative Sara Elago is now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. First, can we get an update on the enrollment in higher education? Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
The enrollment, Mr. Speaker, the latest figure is about 1.3 million students.
Madam Speaker, this is way below the enrollment data from the previous academic year. Can we get a breakdown of the
Mr.
at least
Speaker,
1 million enrollment?
with the indulgence of my colleague, let me correct that. The latest enrollment is 1.8 million students.
Madam Speaker, may we get a breakdown of the 1.8 million student enrollment? How many are enrolled in private HEIs for SUCs and other government-run or privately owned HEIs?
Mr. Speaker, total enrollment for public and private is 3.4 million. I thought the question was about the public institutions. So it's 3.4 million total, 1.8 in the public and 1.6 for the private institution.
Madam Speaker, compared to the previous academic year, is this lower than the enrollment of our private and public education institutions?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Can we suspend for just a minute, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize again Honorable Sara Elago to continue her interpellations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Based on the report submitted by the Commission on Higher Education, there were 3.4 million enrollees for the academic year 2019-2020. And now, the distinguished sponsor has given us an update that the present enrollment is also at 3.4 million. Ibig sabihin po ba nito sa monitoring ng CHED, lahat po o halos lahat nung mga naka-enroll last year ay ganun pa rin po ang bilang ng mga nag-enroll ngayon sa ating higher education institutions?
Mr. Speaker, the numbers is correct for 2019-2020, but we don't have figures yet for the 2020-21 because some schools are still going through enrollment. So we don't have the definite figures yet for this upcoming school year.
Madam Speaker, may mga eskwelahan po na nagsimula na ng singaga ng August. Sa monitoring po ng CHED, ilan na po currently yung mga nag-enroll batay dun sa mga nagsimula ng August at September?
Mr. Speaker, in general, the enrollment for the public universities have stayed the same or gone up a little bit. The reduction in the enrollment is in the private institutions, and CHED estimates that it will be around 10 to 15% reduction in the private colleges and universities.
Madam Speaker, what are the steps being done to help increase enrollment in our private higher education institutions. And based on the initial data of CHED, what are the reasons cited for non-enrollment for the current academic year? We know, Madam Speaker, how enrollment in our schools in all levels have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, restrictions on mobility, travel, loss of jobs, displacement of many micro, small, and medium enterprises. Apektado po talaga ang pag-aaral ng mga estudyante. Ang nakalagay sa kanilang report ay may economic at psychological reasons. Ano po ang mga ginagawa ng hakbang ng CHED para ito ay tugunan at paano po nila sinusuportahan ang ating mga public universities and colleges din para tumugon sa mga pangangailangan para rito?
Mr. Speaker, tama po yung observation, and I support the concern of the lady from Kabataan Party List. And I think this problem is really affecting not just students, but all families and all industries and all sectors. And that's why it's incumbent upon the House to really pass a effective, equitable budget that addresses the pandemic. Because of the limited funding source of CHED, their support has been limited to helping OFW families and giving 30,000 per child per family. And that's really because of a budget constraint. Only about 1 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there are also about 900 million budget allocation under the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act for qualified students and teachers and non-teaching personnel. But these funding is or will be shared by basic and higher ed. Kamusta po ba ang implementasyon nito sa kolehiyo? Ilan na po ang mga beneficiaries at naipamigay na po ba ang mga financial assistance na ito?
Mr. Speaker, the affected faculty in private colleges, the implementing agencies, DOLE, CHED has already given the funds to DOLE. The total amount is 300 million, Mr. Speaker, and that was split between DepEd and CHED.
Mr. Speaker, alinawin ko lang po, may 600 million para sa qualified students sa basic at higher ed. At ang 600 million po na ito ay hinati sa pagitan ng DepEd at ng CHED. Tama po ba, Ginoong Speaker, Your Honor?
Mr. Speaker, the total amount for the faculty support is 300 million. For the students, it's 600. And as of the moment, DepEd and CHED is still going through discussions on how to allocate the 600 between K-12 and higher education.
Ginoong Speaker, ito na rin po yung tinanong natin nung budget briefing at ang binigay sa atin na update ay ginagawa pa ang guidelines. Hanggang kailan po maghihintay ang mga nangangailangan ng mga estudyante, gayon din ang mga teachers pagdating sa pagbibigay nitong urgently needed assistance for students, teachers, and non-teaching personnel. Mr. Speaker, maaga rin po natin na naipasa ang pondo sa ilalim ng Bayanihan 2. Ngunit nakakabahala na matagal na panahon tayo na naghihintay na makarating ito dun sa mga pinakanangangailangan nating kababayan.
Mr. Speaker, as a backgrounder, the original fund was supposed to be just for higher ed. Sinama po dun yung sa DepEd. But I've been advised by no less than the chairman of the Commission on Higher Education for the House to give them another week to finalize with DepEd on how to divide the 600 million. So within a week, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, kailangan na ito, no, na mailabas agad dahil isa po yan sa nakakaapekto sa enrollment natin sa universities and colleges. Pambili ng gadget, pambili po ng mobile data o kaya naman ng broadband, no, para matiyak na sila po ay makakasabay, no, sa mga bagong modes ng distance learning ngayon sa gitna ng pandemya. No. Kaya aasahan natin, nakasama ang distinguished sponsor, babantayan natin na lumabas na ang guidelines para sa nilaan na pondo bilang assistance sa mga estudyante, gayon din mga guro at mga kawani. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, kasama rin ho sa baro ang pondo na 3 billion para sa financial assistance para sa mga SUCs, para sa mga smart campuses. At ito po ay nabanggit na kanina, no, ni ACT Teachers Party List Representative Franz Castro. Ang nais ko lang pong malaman ay kung ilan ba na SUCs ang magiging parte, no, ng rollout na ito ng pagpapalakas ng ating ICT infrastructure sa mga SUCs. Lahat po ba ng 112 SUCs ay makikinabang dito o meron lamang pili na SUCs na magkakaroon ng bahagi sa 3 bilyon na ito?
Mr. Speaker, the 3 billion for smart campuses, that's in the Bayanihan too. DICT and CHED are finalizing the guidelines. And once the guidelines are completed, SUCs will apply based on those guidelines. So I thank the lady for bringing that up because that's also another item that needs to be finalized. So we can utilize the 3 billion for the so-called smart campuses.
Ginoong Speaker, muli, no, nababahala po tayo dun sa tagal ng nagugugol na panahon, no, sa paghihintay para sa mga guidelines na para maging malinaw, no, sa magiging mga beneficiaries kung paano ba mapapakinabangan agad, no, yung pondo na nailaan na. Lalong-lalo na para sa COVID-19 pandemic response and recovery. Magtatapos na ang taon, no, marami pang hindi sigurado kung sila ba ay mag-e-enroll para sa academic year na ito. At lahat ay nangangailangan makakuha ng suporta pag kinakailangan. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, nais ko namang magsangguni, no, sa binigay na ulat ng CHED tungkol sa blended learning. No, sang-ayon po sa nilabas nila na ulat at sinumite sa representasyon na ito, mayroong 189 na HEIs ang magpapatupad ng offline mode ng learning para sa current academic year. May we know, Mr. Speaker, how the offline mode of learning will be conducted in our SUCs? Our HEIs, rather. May modular type din po ba ng learning o ng pagbibigay, no, ng mga lessons o ng mga programs ang CHED?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, pagdating po sa mga lugar na walang sufisyenteng internet access sa kasalukuyan, katulad po ng aming ginagawa sa local government unit ng Makati, meron pong redundancy dahil may printed module kaakibat ng on-the-go package na ipa-plug sa device. Kung kaya, hindi pwede maging dahilan na walang internet, hindi pwedeng gamitin, hindi pwede mag-aral. Kasi nandoon na po yung factor na posibleng medyo asikotero yung estudyante, nagdadahilan, di ba? So, pinupunuan po natin yung kakulangan ng sirkumstansya sa pamamagitan ng printed modules. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ang tinatanong ko po, Ginoong Speaker, ay kung paano pong pamamaraan itong offline mode. So, katulad po ng nabanggit ng ating distinguished sponsor through printed modules. May printed modules na binibigay. Sa monitoring po ba ng CHED, lahat po na itong 189 na HEIs ay nasagawa na ang mga preparasyon para mabigay ang mga printed modules sa mga eskwelahan. Gayon din may pondo sila para mahatid ito dun sa kanilang mga estudyante.
Lahat po ng, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, lahat po ng nagbukas na mga institusyon ay meron pong mga sufficienting paghahanda at mga modules. Pero yung pong hindi pa nagbubukas, kailangan pong repasuhin ng CHED ang kanilang mga modules to see if they conform to our standards. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ilan po sa 1,628 na HEIs na inulat sa atin ng CHED na mag-offer ng blended learning ang nagbukas na ng kanilang academic year. At sa 189 na mag-offer ng offline mode, meron po ba ditong gagamit ng limited na face-to-face classes?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, approximately sa kasalukuyan po, nasa 90% na po ang nakapagbubukas ng mga institusyon para sa blended learning. So meron pa po tayong mga approximately 10% na hindi pa. Nakaschedule po sila na magbukas ngayong Oktubre.
Ginoong Speaker, doon sa mag-offer ng offline mode, meron ba ditong gagamit ng limited face-to-face classes?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala po.
Wala po.
Wala po. Bawal as per IATF.
Para naman po dun sa mga faculty at education support personnel na kailangan magpunta sa mga campuses, may sapat ba na suporta para sa pangangailangan nila sa kalusugan para matiyak ang kapakanan ng ating mga kawani, mga members ng faculty at lahat ng ating education stakeholders na kailangan magpunta sa mga campuses para makapaghanda sa bagong moda ng learning ngayong nasa gitna tayo ng pandemya.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, makakaasa po tayo na lahat po ng faculty o mga kawani po ng mga institusyong ito na kailangan pumunta sa kanilang mga trabaho sa kasalukuyan ay in conformity po with IATF protocols, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ginoong Speaker, ito rin po ang dahilan kung bakit ang representasyon na ito ay buong-buo ang suporta sa mga napahayag ng manifestasyon ng mga guro through ACT Teachers, ni Representative Belmonte kanina, hinggil sa situation ng ating mga part-time workers, ng mga manggagawa sa ating universities and colleges dahil hindi na nga po sapat yung kanilang mga kinikita. Karaniwan ay kulang na kulang talaga yung kanilang mga sahod para tumugon sa mga pangangailangan nila sa kalusugan, sa testing at iba pa na kailangan nila bilang panlaban sa sakit sa gitna ng pandemya. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, nakuha natin ang commitment ng ating mga sponsors na sila ay susubaybay sa paglalabas ng mga guidelines na kinakailangan para magamit na ang pondo sa ilalim ng BARO Act, ng Bayanihan 2. Ngayon, nais ko naman pong humingi ng ulat mula sa CHED tungkol sa paggamit ng Higher Education Development Fund na siya pong ni-realign para tumulong sa mga state universities and colleges para lumaban sa COVID-19. Napakahalaga po ng ginampanan na tungkulin ng mga SUCs at ng ating mga higher education institutions sa paglaban sa COVID-19 mula sa produksyon ng mga PPEs, mga face mask, sa research at development, no, pagtulong sa mga stranded natin na mga individuals, yung mga stranded sa mga dorms, o nagiging lugar din ito, no, para sa mga pagpe-prepare ng pagkain para sa ating mga frontliners. No? Kaya, Mr. Speaker, no, maaari ba tayong makakuha sa CHED ng ulat kung paano nagamit ang HEDF?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, nagbigay po ang CHED ng 93 million pesos para sa 59 SUCs upang gamitin sa face masks and disinfectants at saka psychosocial support for students and faculty po, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, ito pong 59 SUCs, ito lang po yung nag-apply doon sa HEDF. At lahat naman po sila ay nabigyan ng support.
Opo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Kinakailangan po natin, no, ng buong-buong suporta sa finance ng ating mga SUCs para magampan nila ang kanilang tungkulin. No, kaya nga naman, Ginoong Speaker, ang representasyon po na ito ay namuno sa pagkalap ng suporta ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa Kongreso para sa House Resolution number 1217. Let me read an excerpt from this House Resolution titled, "A Resolution Strongly Urging the Committee on Appropriations to support the call for higher subsidy to protect the health and welfare of students, teachers, and personnel, to ensure safe school opening, and to fulfill the delivery of quality and inclusive distance education amid the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. Substantial increase in funding is needed for higher education institutions to address the gaps and challenges in policy and financing learning continuity, research and development, and academic support for the specific needs of stakeholders in dealing with campus closures and the massive shift to digital, flexible, or offline distance learning modalities in the midst of a public health emergency." Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, can we get the commitment of our distinguished sponsors of the CHED and SUC's budget to support this resolution, supporting and promoting the much-needed learning continuity and the needs of our education stakeholders, especially at this time of unprecedented crisis brought by the COVID-19 pandemic?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, katulad po ng mga ibang inihaing resolusyon ng kagalang-galang na Sara Ilago, ang kinatawan pong ito ay susuporta ng buong puso. Ipadala lang po sa akin at magko-co-author po. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I'd just like to give an overview of the budget cuts in our state universities and colleges to highlight the urgency and necessity of restoring the budget of our SUCs, especially with regard to their MOOE fund. In the proposed 2021 national budget, SUCs are given an immediately accessible budget of 79 billion pesos, an increase of only 5 billion or 7.39% from the current 73 billion budget. However, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, a closer scrutiny of the budget reveals massive cuts in their budget for maintenance, operations, and infrastructures. 19 out of our 115 SUCs are set to incur cuts in their overall budget, while also 18 schools are set to sustain cuts in their operating budget. Now, some of these SUCs are Rizal Technological University, at tumataginting po na 58% ang kaltas sa kanilang buong budget. Bulacan State University, 49%. Batangas State University, 44%. Southern Philippines Agribusiness and Marine and Aquatic School of Technology, 39%. Catanduanes State University, 30%. Northwest Samar State University, 28%. Davao Oriental State University, 27%. Tarlac Agricultural University, 22%. Mindanao State University, 20%. Surigao State College of Technology, 19%. Mr. Speaker, there are also schools which have cuts in their capital outlay. Ito po mas malaki, no? Halos kalahati ng ating mga SUCs, napakalaki ng kaltas sa kanilang mga budget. Marami po dito, at kanina nabalitaan lang natin mula sa UP system, yung pondo na nakalaan para sa 2020, para sa panggastos nila sa capital outlay, ay hindi pa nalalabas. Ang naging resulta po nito ay hindi pa nasisimulan mismo ang mga proyekto para sa capital outlay sa fiscal year 2020. Ano po ang nangyari, Ginoong Speaker? Bakit may mga pondo na hindi pa nailalabas para sa capital outlay ng SUCs na nakalaan na para sa taong 2020?
Mr. Speaker, that's a DBM issue, not just with the SUCs but other departments. As my esteemed colleague knows, there's been delays in release of allotments, and in fact, because of the National Budget Circular, I believe 580, all agencies were also cut this year, averaging 20 to 40% per agency. But let me also mention, regarding the concern of my colleague, meron po mga talagang SUCs na nabawasan from 2020 to 2021. And in general, Mr. Speaker, it's partly because of the utilization rate and the disbursing rate of some of these universities. Tsaka if you look sometimes, meron po mga university na malaki yung nakuha 2020, mas nabawasan sila 2021, kaya lumalabas na bawasan. But in general, DBM has said part of the guidelines or computation in the budget for the NEP has to do with their absorptive capacity. And also, let me remind my esteemed colleague that in terms of capital outlay, many universities complied with the requirement of submission to RDC, the Regional Development Council, and coming up with the detailed engineering, the plans, and some SUCs weren't able to comply. So I think some of these universities that were decreased partly because of the non-compliance with the RDC requirement. Whereas yung mga SUCs na nadagdagan, nag-comply po. So it's in general, I think that's what I can share. But then again, there's a case-to-case situation also, as pointed out by my distinguished colleague.
Mr. Chair, CHED sits as the chair of the board of our regents or trustees of our 112 state universities and colleges. Ano pong ginagawa ng CHED para matulungan at matulak itong mga SUCs na mag-comply sa mga requirements para ang mga nilaan naman nating pondo ay magamit para dun sa mga proyekto na pinanukala nila para sa isang taon?
Mr. Speaker, we look really at the setup and the way the law was formulated. The Board of Regents has the policy, it's the policy-making body, and also has the oversight. And that's really part of the function of the Board of Regents. If there are any higher, bigger issues, policy, national policy would be the CHED, but I think the Board of Regents, for the most part, can address those concerns pointed out by the lady from Kabataan Party List.
Speaker, nararapat nga no, na gumawa ng mga rekomendasyon ang CHED no, para hindi na po maulit muli ito. Na ang sinasabi natin, humingi ng pondo, binigay ang pondo, na hindi pa lahat ng mga request at mga priority projects ng SUCs ay nabibigay, no, pero hindi naman ito nagagamit. No, nakakabahala po ito. No, kaya kailangan talagang tugunan. No? Ayusin yung mekanismo para yung pondo na nilaan na ay magamit ng ating state universities and colleges. Dahil sa hulit-huli, ang pinaka nakokompromisa no, sa lahat ng ito ay yung kapakanan no, ng ating education stakeholders, mga estudyante, yung kalidad ng edukasyon at improvement ng mga facilities na kinakailangan. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, nais kong bigyan din ng pansin no, ang ilan sa mga high priority projects na hindi naman na-consider no, sa General Appropriations budget, no? Katulad na lang ng mga eskwelahan natin na meron ding pinupondohan na ospital. No? Halimbawa po ang UP system. Nandyan din ang pondo para sa PGH. No, magkano po ba ang pondo ng PGH sa loob ng UP system budget? Gayun din, Ginoong Speaker, ang West Visayas State University. Sila din po ay nagbibigay ng pondo para sa WebSU Medical Center. No, magkano pong pondo ng PGH at ng WebSU Medical Center ang nakapaloob ngayon para sa 2021 budget?
Mr. Speaker, the UP system-wide is about 18 billion pesos, and PGH for the hospital is a little less than 6 billion, I believe about 5.8 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to put on the record some of the proposed high priority projects of the UP-PGH. The acquisition or purchase of 2D echocardiogram, the acquisition and purchase of extracorporeal membrane, the acquisition and purchase of mechanical ventilators. Ilan lamang po yan no, sa kinakailangan ng mga bagong equipment o mga proyekto para palakasin ang ating pampublikong sistema ng kalusugan, lalong-lalo na ang ating mga ospital tulad ng PGH at ng WebSU Medical Center, kung saan mga nangunguna rin no, sa paglaban natin ngayon sa COVID-19. No, kaya hindi, sa paninindigan no, ng representasyon na ito, hindi po nararapat na payagan natin na hindi pondohan itong mga kinakailangan na ito na mga machines, equipment, at lalong-lalo na yung suporta para sa mga personnel no, ng ating state universities and colleges, ang ating mga frontliners sa gitna ng krisis. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, isa din po sa may pinakamataas no, na cuts at sa panahon po na nandito tayo sa Kongreso, napakaliit na ng natatanggap na pondo ng Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Ang PUP, Mr. Speaker, meron po yung 900 plus na part-timers, 1,000 plus na regular at tenured na members ng faculty. Gayon din, nasa 68,000 no? Ang mga scholar ng bayan na naka-enroll po dyan. Ngayon, maaari po ba nating malaman kung magkano ang proposed budget ng PUP system para sa taong 2021? At ilan lamang po ang nabigyan ng konsiderasyon sa loob ng General Appropriations Bill?
Mr. Speaker, the PUP proposed budget is for 2021 is about 1.8 billion pesos.
Ginoong Speaker, napakaliit lang nito no, kumpara dun sa napakarami no, na mga scholar ng bayan na umaasa no, sa ating mga state universities and colleges, lalong-lalo na sa isa sa pinakamalaki no, na system katulad ng PUP. Marami po dito may mga satellite campuses na partially funded din or fully funded by their local government units no, where they are situated. No, but we must also ensure no, that all our state universities and colleges, support for all their stakeholders, members of the community are guaranteed no, in the national budget.
Majority Leader, what's the parliamentary status?
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Representative Abdullah Dimapuro, the 2nd District of Lanao del Norte, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Abdullah Dimapuro of the 2nd District of Lanao del Norte is hereby recognized for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'd like to thank the lady from Kabataan for her interpellation.
The Honorable Khalid Dimapuro is hereby recognized for his interpellation. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. The Honorable Abdullah Dimapuro of the 2nd District of Lanao del Norte is hereby recognized. Majority Leader, there seems to be a technical problem with the connection of the Honorable Abdullah Dimapuro. Can you please proceed to the other?
Mr. Speaker, may I call on Representative Sarah Jane Ilago to continue her interpellation.
The Honorable Ilago is hereby recognized to continue with her interpellation.
Maraming salamat muli, Ginoong Speaker. Nais ko pong bumalik doon sa mga high priority projects ng ating mga SUCs na hindi mapupondohan. No? May mga proyekto rin po na nasimulan na no? Pagdating sa infrastructures na hindi matapos-tapos dahil yung susunod na phase ng request nila para sa capital outlay ay hindi pinupondohan. No? At nakakaapekto rin to doon sa pag-abot ng ating mga SUCs ng kanilang mga layunin no, para mas pagbutihin no, ang kalidad ng higher education sa buong bansa na napakalaki rin ng epekto no, sa ating buong community. At kitang-kita natin yan ngayon no, sa gitna ng pandemic kung paano ang ating mga profesional, ang ating mga workers sa SUCs, ang mga estudyante mismo, ang mga scholar ng bayan ay naging parte no, bilang mga volunteers sa COVID-19 pandemic response. At ngayon sa research and development para naman sa sama-sama nating pagbangon. Kaya, Ginoong Speaker, no, ang representasyon po na ito ay nais din na ilagay no, sa tala ng kapulungan na ito ang malaking kaltas pagdating sa Student Financial Assistance Program. No? Ang paliwanag ng CHED dito sa malaking cut para sa year 2021 ay hindi na itutuloy o kasama dun sa mga discontinued na mga programs para sa suporta sa government operations at measures panlaban sa COVID-19. Ngayon, ito po dapat ay para sa 114,843 new slots ng Student Financial Assistance Program. Ano na po ang mga hakbang na ginawa ng CHED no, para tutulan ang cut na ito at o kaya naman tulungan, no, itong dapat na mga beneficiaries sa mga distrito, no, sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa na makakuha ng financial assistance.
Mr. Speaker, the only scholarship that was affected was the merit-based. So, CHED has stopped taking in new applications for the merit-based. But the ongoing scholars are still being funded. Yung bago lang po, doon lang po sa merit-based ang apektado.
Ibig sabihin, Ginoong Speaker, yung 59% na cut sa Student Financial Assistance Program ay sa ilalim ng CHED Merit Scholarship Program.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Pagpapatuloy ko po ang paghingi ng paglilinaw tungkol dito, Ginoong Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you to the Honorable Elago for her interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, I move first to recognize the Honorable Abdullah Dimaporo of the 2nd District of Lanao del Norte.
The Honorable Abdullah Babi Dimaporo of the 2nd District of Lanao del Norte is hereby recognized for his interpellation. Majority Leader. Can you please proceed to the
Minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. Resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sara Elago of Kabataan Party List again.
The Honorable Sara Ilago is hereby recognized to continue her third stage of her interpellation.
Salamat, Ginoong Speaker. At tungkol sa merit scholarship, no, ng CHED, naiintindihan po natin na ito ay nakabatay sa academic performance. No? Kaya nga po, merit-based, no, ang scholarship na ito. Ngunit sa gitna po ng pandemya, no, mayaman, mahirap, may kakayahan sa pag-aaral o nangangailangan pa ng suporta, lahat po ay apektado, no, yung kanilang pag-aaral dahil sa kawalan nga ng gadget o mahirap po ang internet, lalong-lalo na dito sa nakaraang term, no, sa previous academic year, na kulang, no, yung dagdag na suporta na mabilis na makakarating dun sa mga estudyante. No? Kaya kahit po yan ay running for honors, no, kung walang internet, no, napakahirap na magbigay, no, ng numeric grades. Yan po ang dahilan kung bakit marami din tayong universities and colleges ang nagpatupad ng mga mass promotion policy or ng universal pass policy, no, para bigyan ng consideration yung circumstances ng ating mga estudyante sa public man o private na university or college. Wala po bang magiging pagbabago, no, sa guidelines ng CHED pagdating dito sa merit scholars? Nakipag-ugnayan na ba ito halimbawa sa COA, no, para i-communicate itong kalagayan ng mga estudyante na may mga schools talaga na hindi muna nagbibigay ng numeric grade para ang pandemya ay ma-reflect din sa sa class card na dahil nasa gitna ng pandemya, napaka gandang konsiderasyon na ipasa na dahil hindi naman kasalanan o hindi po o wala sa control ng estudyante yung circumstances na dulot ng pandemya.
Mr. Speaker, these are regarding the merit-based scholarships. It's as the title requires, it's based on grades. So, and the guidelines states that. So, kung pass, fail, mahirap po isama doon. Kasi that would be against the guidelines, which is based on grades. Ganun po yung sitwasyon natin.
Ginoong Speaker, marami na tayong mga guidelines na niluwagan o kaya naman na requirements na winave dahil nga nasa gitna tayo ng isang public health emergency. Lahat po tayo talagang nabigla, grabe ang epekto ng krisis na ito sa napakaraming mga pamilya sa buong bansa. Kaya po, kung hindi nagpatupad ng mga universal pass policy o kaya ng mass promotion ang mga kolehiyo na ito, na meron ding mga merit scholars, ang pinaka-apektado po dito yung mga mahihirap nating estudyante, yung mga maralita na wala talagang access sa gadgets at saka sa internet. Kaya kung marami tayong pwedeng baguhin at bigyan ng luwag dahil nasa gitna ng pandemya, bakit itong merit scholarship program para lang bigyan ng konsiderasyon yung 59% na fund na daang-daan libo na mga estudyante ang pwedeng makinabang, bakit hindi gawin ng Commission on Higher Education na makipag-ugnayan sa COA o sa mga dapat nilang kausapin na ahensya o kaya naman dito mismo sa House of Representatives magpanukala ng mga hakbang, mga rekomendasyon para yung pondo para sa merit scholarship mapakinabangan. Hindi lang ng merit scholars, kundi ng mga nangangailangan na mga scholars.
Mr. Speaker, the other consideration, because it's are merit-based, worried din po yung KED na ma-disallow yan ng COA. And because the guidelines state may grade. So may problema tayo sa possible legal and COA issues. But nevertheless, this only affects 1.15% of all of the total number of beneficiaries of the scholarship program. But should the lady from Kabataan Party List have any inputs, I sympathize with the concern. Tama po yun, meron po mga deserving, but hindi maisama. But we have COA concerns, we have guidelines. So, kung meron po kayong suggestion how to resolve this, I think CHED and this representation would be more than happy to entertain any suggestions. But then again, it's only 1.15% of the total number of students affected.
But Mr. Speaker, the distinguished sponsor said earlier that the cut in the Student Financial Assistance Program of about 59.94% will only affect the Merit Scholarship Program. And now the distinguished sponsor is saying that only about 1% of the beneficiaries will be affected by the 59% cut in STUFAPs.
Correct, 1.15% of all total students getting financial assistance. So marami po tayo iba-ibang mga scholarship programs.
Ibig sabihin, Ginoong Speaker, ang 59.9% na cut ay makakabenepisyo lang ng nasa 1% ng buong number ng scholars? Para hindi po nagtatama yun, Ginoong Speaker. Dahil napakalaki nito, more than half of the funding of the STUFAPs compared to the year 2020 will be cut for the upcoming year. Ginoong Speaker, nais nating linawin, itong cut ba na to na almost 60% merit scholarship lang ang maapektuhan o meron pang iba po na mga programa na apektado din ng malaking cut na ito?
Mr. Speaker, the ongoing merit scholars, about 37,000 students. Ang 400 po yung affected. 424 to be exact. Is yung affected because of the non-numerical grades.
Mr. Speaker, ang nais ko pong linawin ay yung 60% na cut sa STUFAP. Ang 60% na po na yon ay para lang sa CHED Merit Scholarship.
Yung reduction, Mr. Speaker, hindi lang yung sa merit grade, but na-affect yung grant-in-aid slots na 112,000. Dalawa yung na-affect.
Ginoong Speaker, katulad po ng binigay na commitment ng ating mga sponsors na isusulong nila ang restoration ng budget ng MOOE, lalo na ng SUCs. So, ganun din po ang panawagan ng representasyon na ito pagdating sa STUFAP. Merit-based man yan o hindi po merit-based, kinakailangan po natin ang lahat ng available na pondo para sa financial assistance sa ating mga scholars. Dahil kahit po hindi nila maabot yung grade na kinakailangan para makapag-apply o makapag-benefit mula po sa merit scholarship, dahil nasa gitna nga tayo ng pandemya, nananawagan ito ng extraordinary steps to support students, for the government to intervene and promote learning continuity. Kailangan may pondo ang ating mga programa para sa Student Financial Assistance Program. Ngayon naman, Ginoong Speaker, nais ko rin pong maglinaw tungkol sa subsidy para sa medical students sa mga SUCs. Kanina po, nabanggit ang tungkol sa bagong batas na kasalukuyan ng gumugulo ngayon sa Kongreso. Ang nais ko lang linawin, lahat po ba, currently po kasi, sa ngayon, sa kasalukuyan, lahat ng mga estudyante sa state medical schools ay nakikinabang dito sa subsidy for medical students. Tama po ba? Or by application po ito? Automatic po na lahat ng estudyante sa state medical schools, nasa 8 yan, Ginoong Speaker, ay nakikinabang dito sa cash grant for medical students para sa 2020.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the medical students have to apply. And the total budget is 167 M, about 1,789 medical student beneficiaries. Kailangan po sila mag-apply.
May I remind the distinguished Ilago to please wind up. Your another extension has already expired.
Mr. Speaker, may we get a report on the cash grant for medical students from CHED and all our state medical schools? Malaking bagay po na may bagong batas para suportahan ang nasa medical education, lalong-lalo na sa state medical schools. Pero nababahala po tayo na ang bagong batas ay lilimitahan yung access sa state medical schools sa libre na medical education at malaking bahagi nito mapunta doon sa mga private medical schools na sa kasalukuyan po halos doble no yung binabayaran ng mga estudyante sa private medical education kaysa doon sa ating state medical schools. Kailangan po no natiyakin natin na sa bagong batas, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, lahat ng mga mag-a-apply mula sa state medical schools ay mabibigyan ng pagkakataon na malibre no, ang kanilang medical education ng katulad sa binibigay na natin ngayon sa ilalim ng cash grant for medical students.
Mr. Speaker, ang tinutukoy po ni my esteemed colleague is yung bagong bill na Doktor para sa Bayan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah, so
Mr. Speaker, will this cover all students of state medical schools? Is there a guarantee that all applicants from state medical schools can avail of the free medical education as currently provided under the cash grant for medical schools?
Madam Interpolator, that would be your last question. Distinguished sponsor, please respond to the last question of...
Mr. Speaker, that really depends on the budget and that depends on us. If we have enough funding for that, we can cover all the students. But the latest, because it was only 167M, we were only able to cover a little less than 1,800 students. So we need to put sufficient funding, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to read on the record that this is also part of the resolutions filed by this youth representation on support for all our higher education institutions and the Commission on Higher Education to also fund the necessary requirements of the blended distance learning and also requirements for the preparation for safe reopening of classes. With regard to all scholarship programs and student financial assistance program, we reiterate our call to extend the eligibility of our scholars and adjust the application requirements of student financial assistance programs. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, the long overdue review of the regulation, the mechanism to monitor and evaluate the determination of tuition and other school fees in our schools is imperative. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, muli, nagpapasalamat ang representasyon na ito sa pagkakataon na magbigay linaw tungkol sa budget ng CHED at ng SUCs. Kinakailangan na gawin natin ang lahat para ipagtanggol ang karapatan sa edukasyon sa kabila ng pandemya. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Maraming salamat, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Misamis Occidental, the Honorable Diego T. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Diego T. of the 1st District of Misamis Occidental, my kababayan, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One phrase lang po ang question ko. Will the distinguished sponsor allow me to ask just two clarificatory questions, Mr. Sponsor?
Proceed, the Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, last year, the approved budget of CHED included the Tunong-Dunong program. But unfortunately, until now, 10 months na po, wala pa pong nai-release. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, will you please, once and for all, in this hall of Congress, will you please enlighten the students who are now listening and who are still waiting for the release of this scholarship grant? Ano na po ba ang status nito? 10 buwan na po, wala pa pong nai-release.
Mr. Speaker, the funding for the Tulong-Dunong program for 2020 was realigned because of the COVID pandemic response. And in fact, CHED has written 3 times to DBM for the release of the funding for this very good program. And unfortunately, hasn't been released. But the new House leadership is working with CHED Chairman Popoy de Vera to look for ways to solve this issue. And even this representation has been making representation also with CHED and the Committee on Appropriations on how to resolve the funding issue for the Tulong Dunong program.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Hihintayin po ng mga estudyante yan. We will be expecting po na sana po ma-release yan. Kasi po, may provision po kayo sa, this leads to my second question, may provision po kayo sa ating Unipass law. No? Sa totoo lang po, hindi po natin makikita sa implementing rules and regulation, hindi po natin makikita sa provisions ng Unipass law na pinagbabawal po yung mga estudyante coming from different municipalities, lalo na po tulad po ng lugar ko, ng munisipyo ko, wala po kaming state university, wala po kaming local university, wala po kaming local na private na college. Pinagbabawal po ang pag-aaral po, maka-avail sila ng Unipass doon sa lugar na meron silang state college. Pero po, makikita po natin yan, yung guidelines na yan, doon sa ginawa ng Board of Directors ng Unipass noong 2019, gumawa po sila ng provision ng guidelines sa student prioritization. Nilagay po nila na students enrolled in private HEI located in municipalities or cities with NOSUC and CHED recognized LUC, provided that the students are residing in the municipality or cities with the said private HEI is located. So, yun po ang provision na yun ay unfair po para sa mga lugar, mga estudyante na tulad ng bayan namin na wala kaming state college, wala kaming private college, wala kaming local college, pero hindi rin kami pwedeng maka-avail sa Unipass ng cities and municipalities na mayroong private colleges. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the law and the intent is just being implemented by CHED, and CHED follows the guidelines. So wherever that falls, Mr. Speaker, CHED will just essentially have the students comply with the requirements, and if they comply, they will be given the scholarship. So should there be any changes, we could change the law, or we could get inputs from members of the House to do so, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, baka lang po nagkamali kayo ng interpretation ng ginawa.
With your indulgence, Congressman, Mr. Speaker, the sound inside is not good. Can we request the Honorable T, if he can come closer to the microphone, to his microphone, or if we could turn up the volume because medyo mahina po yung dating eh.
Mr. Speaker, tama na po ba ang sounds ko?
Kung pwede po kayo lumapit pa ng mas konti lang. And then I'm requesting the technical here to turn it up just a little bit more. Sige po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, baka lang po.
Can we have our secretariat address the technical problem?
Mr. Speaker, pwede na ba? Hindi pa?
Better, Mr. Speaker. Better.
You may proceed, the Honorable T.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, baka lang po nagkamali kayo ng interpretation ng ginawa niyong Joint Memorandum Circular. Kasi po, kung babasahin niyo po yun, meron po nakalagay doon na pwede rin po yung mga estudyante na nakasama sa National Household Targeting System, regardless po kung taga saan sila. Tapos meron pa po sa paragraph 5 po, pwede pa rin po kahit hindi po siya kasama sa NHTS, hindi po siya kasama sa listahan ng 2.0 as long as kasama ho siya sa ranking ng per capita household income na mababa po ang income ng pamilya niya, proof of income po determined by UNIFAS. Ang concern ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, please review sa Board of Directors ng UNIFAS, please review and possibly amend whatever guidelines na ginawa nyo na hindi naman namin ginawa sa UNIFAS law. Tapos po, gawin nyo pong patas, make it fair to everybody po. Yun lang po ang gusto ko, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will request UNIFAS and CHED to take a look at those guidelines as requested by our esteemed colleague.
Salamat po,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much. The Honorable Jigote of the 1st District of Misamis Occidental. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ferdinand Argaite of Bayan Muna Party List. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ferdinand Gaite of Bayan Muna Party List is hereby recognized for his interpellation.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Salamat din po sa ating mga kagalang-galang na mga kasamahan sa Kongreso at sa ating sponsor at sa pamilya ng CHED at sa mga state universities and colleges. Paintulutan ba ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na mag-post ng ilang questions regarding the budget of the SUCs, specifically the budget of the UP PGH, one of our premier state-run hospitals. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. Sa kasalukuyan po, tama po na binanggit na ang PGH, isang tertiary state-owned hospital administered by the University of Philippines, Manila, ay isang premier national university hospital at referral center ng tertiary care services. May 1,500 na capacity, 1,100 beds for charity patients, while the remaining 400 are for private patients. Pinakamoderno ito na tertiary hospital sa Pilipinas at nakakagulat, umaabot ng 600,000 patients according to their statistics ang kanilang pinaprovide ng health services taon-taon. Siya rin ang ginawang COVID Referral Center sa panahon ng COVID at naglaan ng 130 beds for the COVID-19 patients at nilakihan pa, kung nagkakamali, ng 200 beds because of the increasing requirements for COVID patients. Sa kabilang bahagi, marami sa ating mga kawani, healthcare workers sa PGH, ay humaharap sa matinding panganib at risk dahil nga sa COVID at may mga kaukulang hakbang o mga policies na ginawa. Sa pagkaunawa ng kinatawang ito, hindi sapat ang bilang ng kawani na nagpo-provide hindi lamang na non-COVID patients, kundi pati na rin sa COVID patients ng naturang ahensya. Unahin ko na po yung problema natin sa unfilled positions, Mr. Chair. Ang PGH ay isa sa pinakamalaking tertiary hospital, ngunit ayon sa mga datos na nakalap mula sa dating 130, tumaas na sa 200 ang tulad na nabanggit ang beds na nailaan para sa COVID-19. Sa dagdag na sa ganitong kalagayan, 1,500 beds pa ang para sa mga pasyenteng may ibang karamdaman. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, because of COVID, PGH had to close part of the hospital. So of the 1,500 beds, only 500 is operational. And of that 500 beds, 250 beds are for COVID patients.
Salamat po sa input. So mas malaki pa pala. Sa huli naming datos ay itinaas lang ng 200. So 250 na pala. Sa dagdag ng napakahalagang responsibilidad at serbisyo ng PGH, sumasapat ba ang bilang ng personnel o healthcare workers ng PGH para ang kinakailangang pangkalusugang serbisyo? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, hindi po adequate. Kaya po kumuha po tayo ng DOH volunteers. Mga 130 po DOH volunteers ang dinagdag po natin sa PGH.
Salamat po. So ibig sabihin hindi po ito permanent since these are volunteers. Ang kanilang full-time assignment ay sa DOH. And as I understand, detailed lang sila muna dyan sa PJ. Samo po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, temporary lang po sila.
Okay. Sa ganitong kalagayan, natatanong ko po ba ito dahil marami ang bilang na nananatiling hindi pinupuno ang mga plantilla positions, yung tinatawag nila unfilled plantilla positions. Ilan nga po ba ngayon ang bilang na ito at ano ang mga mayor na dahilan bakit hindi napupunuan, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, of the 4,200 items, only 300 remains to be filled. Yeah, and most of that 300, Mr. Speaker, is because of resignation and retirement. But PGH will aim to fill those positions as soon as practicable, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Dahil alam po naman natin na ito yung isang malaking problema ng ating mga hospital ngayon. Nabanggit nyo po na totoo may mga applicants, pero meron ring dahil sa pangamba sa trabaho, dahil sa panganib na bunga ng COVID-19, maraming iba'y may agam-agam kung sila pa ay mag-a-apply sa harap ng relatively hindi secure na situation, relatively kung ihahambing sa ibang bansa ay mas maliit na sahod at usapin pa ng iba pasilidad, PPEs among others. Nabanggit nyo po 300 ang hindi pa napupunan. This is about a little under 10%, no? So doon sa binabanggit nyo pong 4,200 healthcare workers in PGH, ilan po dito ang hindi regular, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, mga 320 lang po yung out of the 4,200.
Okay. So, dati po sa huling bilang na nakuha namin, 466. So, bumaba na po ito. Ano kaya ang dahilan? Na-regularize po ba yung mga ibang contractuals o wag naman sana natanggal, lalo na di ata tama yun, lalo sa panahon ng pandemya. Ano pong nangyari sa kanila? Yung 466, naging 320. What happened to these employees? Were they regularized? Or wag naman sana natanggal o nag-resign, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, luckily DBM gave items to PGH at pinila po yung items. Kaya
I
po
think that's
nabawasan
very
yung
good.
chaos natin.
That's very welcome news, especially for our healthcare workers, especially our nurses, no? Na talagang alam natin ay dumaranas ng malaking panganib bunga ng COVID-19 at iba pang mga sakit. Kamakailan nabalitaan po ng sponsor ng kinatawang ito na may pinopropose po kami na dagdag, no, na nurses. Ang nagsabi ang Department of Health na magdadagdag sila, pero ang sabi nga, nabanggit ko na kanina as detailed lamang. Pero ang hinahanap po sana namin ay regular na posisyon. Anong tingin ng sponsor sa proposal na hiring of additional 300 nurses and kasama na dito yung mga manong na tinatawag, yung utility workers na mahigit 100 at hindi sana regular, hindi sana kontraktual. Ang nais po sana ng kinatawang ito ay regular positions. Considering na in-admit ko po kanina na kulang po na ang mga healthcare workers sa PGH, even before the pandemic struck, matagal ng problema yan. At kung mamarapati niyo po, ako po ay nagkaroon ng privilege speech last year, no? I think it was September. At ang aming pagsusuri ay meron tayong matinding health crisis. At isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit meron tayong health crisis ay yung kakulangan ng healthcare workers sa ating mga public hospitals and other facilities. Sa tingin nyo ba, susuportahan po ba ng sponsor ang panawagan namin na dagdagan ng 300 nurses and 100 utility workers sa PGH, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will still need them. PGH is expanding its services.
Salamat po. At tama po, no? Yung expansion po, of course, brought about by the pandemic, but tulad na nabanggit, even before the pandemic, na alam naman natin ang PGH ang naturang puntahan ng mga maralita. Bunga na nga rin ng mahal ng pagpapagamot. Ang PGH ay relatibong mas mababa pa rin ang paniningil. Kaya't dito kadalasan pumupunta ang ating mga mahihirap na mga mamamayang Pilipino. Kung kaya't natutuwa ako na sinusuporta ng panawagan sa pagpapalaki ng bilang ng health workers sa naturang ahensya. Patungkol naman po doon sa pangangalaga sa seguridad ng ating mga healthcare workers sa PGH. At ang pagresponde ng PGH sa COVID-19. May ulat na nakarating sa amin na as of September 10, 2020, meron ng 504 na personnel na PGH na nagpositibo sa COVID-19. Tama po ba ito o nadagdagan na? Dahil nasa Oktubre na tayo. Ilan na po ang kabuang o total na nagkasakit ng COVID? Ilan na po ang nakarecover? At wag naman pong, well, ng realidad may fatalities. Meron ho ba tayong datos hinggil sa nabanggit na sa ating mga empleyado sa PGH, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, of the 4,200 healthcare workers in PGH, we only had a 2% infection rate. And most of them mild.
Okay, iba yung datos na nakuha po namin. 504 ang nakuha namin. Yung 2% will only be around, ilan yun? Tensya na, may na ako sa math. 2% is about 200. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, so from the start, from the beginning in March, to be more exact, there were about 500 healthcare workers.
Okay. So, hindi po 2%.
To clarify, Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of my colleague, many, if not most, were infected from the community outside the hospital.
Opo. Naintindihan ko po yun. Pero ang tanong ko nga po lang, ilan ang infected? So whether they were infected outside of the premises of the workplace or outside, still, yung effect sa kabuang workforce ng PGH ay obviously ay apektado. So 504 is nearer to more than 10%. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Kung ganyang karami, nabanggit sa amin ng mga kawani at manggagawa sa PGH na positibong nagkaroon ng hospital-wide testing sa PGH between June 1 to 23, 2020. At ginamit nga daw yung mga donated test kits. Kaya tumagal yung testing for 4 weeks. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. Bunga nito, ang mungkahi ng PGH ng targeted at optional testing sa halip na routine mass testing sa health workers ay isinagawa. Sinabi daw kasi matagal, umabot ang 4 na linggo just to test the 4,200 plus employees. So, tinignan na hindi daw ito cost efficient, hindi daw ito mas tamang solusyon at targeted at optional testing sa halip na mass testing on a regular basis. Tama po ba yung decision? Tama ba yung naganap sa PGH, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that was the recommendation of the Hospital Infection Control Unit.
Salamat po sa inputs. Hindi naging source ito ng anxiety for our health workers, no? Kasi lalo na yung mga frontliners natin dahil ang tingin ng mga kawani at ng kinatawang ito na importante yung free, mandatory, and routine testing para mas maagap na isolation at treatment. Considering the exposure, the threat of being infected, napakataas ng risk para sa kanila, hindi ba dun sa sinasabing cost efficiency ng testing should be taken into consideration that these workers are very much needed, especially in the delivery of services. Sino pa ang gagamot sa mga pasyente kung mismo ang ating mga health workers ang nalalagay sa panganib ng infection o possible infection? Naniniwala po ako na tama yung ginawang unang direksyon na lahat ay tinetest on a regular basis. Pero maraming kawani at health workers sa PGH ay nagtaka bakit binawi ito. Ano ba yung pinakabuod kung bakit binawi ang decision na ito, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, just 2 weeks ago, there was a targeted testing for all the workers in the COVID ward, about 1,800 employees.
Pero liban po doon, Mr. Sponsor, tama po ba? Wala nang ibang tinest? Hindi na yung mga non-COVID ward, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Dahil low risk na po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Muli, nireiterate ng representasyong ito, bunga na nga rin ng kalagayan na alam na nga natin, overcrowded na talaga rin ang PGH. Bagamat sinabi nyo, 500 beds have been not operational to allow for probably more room for COVID patients, of course to the detriment of the non-COVID patients. So laging yan yung kapalit, no? Pero sa kabilang bahagi, yung exposure at threat na exposure sa ating mga health workers ay nariyan pa rin. Dahil sa pagkaunawa ko, hindi naman binawasan ng kawali sa PGH at ganun pa rin ang bilang. Dahil alam na nga natin, noon pa man ay kulang ang ating mga health workers sa naturang premier na ospital. Kung gayon, naniniwala pa rin ang tinatawag ito na dapat ituloy pa rin yung testing para sa lahat. Hindi lang dapat ang sukatan ay yung cost efficiency, kung hindi yung safety na napaka high risk ng ating health workers nasa isang premises na magkakalapit at yung posibilidad ng cross infection, cross contamination ay nandyan, kung kaya't dapat sa kalagayan na ang napakalaki ng bilang ng beds ay inilaan para sa 250 sa nabanggit nyo, ay karapat-dapat rin na merong gawing sapat na aksyon ang PGH para ma-ensure na yung kanilang mga empleyado ay nabibigyan ng sapat na proteksyon. Matanong ko po, Mr. Sponsor, naibibigay ba o natatanggap pa ng PGH health workers yung COVID-19 hazard pay at libang pa dyan yung special risk allowance, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, hindi pa po nabibigay ng DBM.
Ano
Yung
po?
funding allocation for that.
Okay. So hindi pa ho nire-release, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung allocation ng DBM, tama po?
Hindi pa po, pero nasubmit na po ng PGH lahat ng documentary requirements sa DBM.
Salamat po sa inputs. Ang pagkaintindi ho kasi nung umpisa na ang release ng hazard pay at special risk allowance ay nakadepende sa savings ng naturang ospital. Ang sinasabi niyo po ba walang savings ang UP system kung kaya kailangan humingi ng karagdagang budget mula sa DBM? Tama po ba yan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, wala pong savings ang PGH.
Salamat po.
For this year, wala po.
Okay. Tanong ko pala, paano ho ba kinukuha ang savings? Nakabukod ang PGH o savings ang buong UP system, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
PGH is separate po.
Okay.
Ang funding nila and their accounting.
Sige po. Sige po, sa panghuling set of questions ay siyempre palagi ang budget ng PGH. Bilang isang National University Hospital at ngayon isang pangunahing COVID-19 referral center sa National Capital Region, ang UP-PGH ay mahalaga sa pangangalaga ng kalusugan, lalo na sa paglaban natin sa COVID-19. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Sponsor, sa ating kagalang-galang na speaker?
Opo, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor. Narinig ko kanina yung proposed budget. Sinabi daw, paki-correct na lang po ako, no? Kasi ang nasa listahan ko 6.0237 billion. Ang nabanggit ko po a little under 6 billion. Ano ho ba ang tamang figure, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
For 2021 NEP, it's 6 billion.
Okay. So, salamat po sa
6.08 to be exact.
Okay. Salamat po sa confirmation na at least 6 billion. Ngayon pa lang po, pinupuna ko na po yung pamunuan ng PGH. Hindi dahil sa proposal nilang budget, sapagkat pinupuna ko dahil maliit ang budget na nilang nire-request sa kahalagahan ng PGH ngayong pandemic, yung 6.08 billion na yan ay alam na natin ay kulang pa. Nung nakaraang taon, umabot ng 4.02 billion ang inilaan. At kahit paman ay nagreklamo na ang tinatawang ito na hindi sasapat. Kung kaya't isinulong namin na maibalik ang original proposal ng PGH doon sa budget na isinumite nila sa DBM. Ngunit kahit pa man ito ay nakaltas at kahit paano may naibalik, bagamat kakaunti ang nahingi na maidagdag sa budget ng PGH. So, maliit pa rito kahit na nadagdagan nito ng 2 billion. At naniniwala po ang kinatawang ito sa laki ng bilang na siniserbisyo ng PGH, 600,000. That is it's so hard to wrap around yung my brain on the issue on gaano kalaki yung 600,000, ano? Ibig sabihin yan more than 365 days, 2,000 pasyente sa isang araw. Parang ang hirap maarok na ganyang kalaki ang responsibilidad ng PGH. Kaya't yung budget na 6 billion, yan ay pawang napakaliit. Kung kaya kahit ang kawani ng PGH, ang union dito ay nananawagan na hindi lang dapat 6 billion ang budget. At ang panawagan nga nila ay 10 billion ang budget para sa PGH. Sa partikular, ito yung kanilang mga kahingian. Sa usapin ng COVID, sa PS, sa MOE at capital outlay. Nabanggit na ni Congresswoman Sara, no, yung sa usapin ng capital outlay. Pero sa usapin ng COVID-19 related na requirements for safety and protection for health workers at mga karampatang benepisyo para sa mga health workers, kailangan dagdagan yung sufficient PPEs, masks at iba pa. Dahil alam po natin na hindi po isang beses ginagamit. Minsan ilang sets ng PPEs ang kailangan, lalo na nandun sa COVID ward. Naniniwala rin po ang kinatawang ito, free, mandatory at regular testing. Hindi lang po yun nasa COVID ward, kundi lahat ng mga empleyado na kailangang halos araw-araw ay bumalik sa loob ng ospital. Kanina nabanggit nyo na hanggang ngayon hindi pa binibigay ng DBM yung kanilang hazard pay, SRA at iba pang benefits, no? At may pangako sa ilalim ng Bayanihan 1 na bibigyan sila ng sickness and death compensation for those who sacrifice their lives in confronting the COVID-19 pandemic. Di ba doon nabanggit ko rin at problema pa rin ito ng ating mga health workers, yung usapin ng transportasyon at akomodasyon para matiyak na sila ay malapit o di kaya makabalik sa pagtatrabaho sa PGH. Ikalwa, panawagan na rin at matagal na rin na kahingian ng mga kawanit manggagawa na itaas ang sweldo ng lahat ng ating mga government employees. Ang panawagan na final ng tinatawang ito ang 16,000 national minimum wage. Sa ating mga guro, yung implementation na ng upgrading from salary grade 11 to 15 ng Nurse 1, which unfortunately, and gusto sana namin magkaroon ng komentre ng PGH dito, na sa halip na bunga ng lilikhaing wage distortion na ang dating Nurse 1 na 11 ay gagawing salary grade 15, logically dapat sana ang Nurse 2 ay gagawing mas mataas dahil dati na po ang Nurse 15, salary grade 15 ang Nurse 2. Pero sa halip, dinemote o dinowngrade ng DBM sa nilabas silang implementing rules and regulations sa implementation ng batas na sinasabi ang Nurse 1 dapat ay gawing salary grade 15, pero ang ginawa sa halip, ang salary grade ang Nurse 2 na salary grade 15 na dati ay ginawang 15 na rin. At ang nomenclature ng kanilang position ay binago, pero ang salary grade ay nanatiling pareho pa rin 15. So pareho na rin sila, ang nurse 1 at nurse 2 effectively ay parehong salary grade 15. At accordingly, yung pataas ay nagkaroon rin ng essentially ng demotion. Nananawagan din ang kinatawang ito na sa pamamagitan ng 10 billion na proposed budget, ma-regularize na ang nabanggit na mga contractual at job order employees. Panawagan din dito isama ang hiring ng karagdagang health workers na may permanente posisyon. Gayon din ang pagsasakatuparan ng Magna Carta benefits for our health workers. Importante ang upgrading ng facilities at nabanggit na ni Congressman Sara Ilago ang additional equipment like ventilators and other necessary equipment. At gayon din ang importante ang dagdag na budget para sa ating mga indigents o yung medical assistance for indigent patients na bagamat dumoble from 2020 to 2021 ay alam naman natin from 262 million in 2020, ngayong 2021 as proposed 500 million, alam naman natin na napakalaki ng bilang o mas malaking bilang ng pasyente ng PGH ay yung mga para sa ating mga indigents. Kaya naniniwala na kulang itong budget ito. Sumasang-ayon ba ang ating sponsor na hindi pa nga sapat itong pinopropose sa 6 billion. So, pagamat ito ay increase from the previous year's budget. But we now see with the pandemic na kulang pa nga rin ito. At ang tinutulak po ay mas malaki pa sana sa 6 billion. At ang pinapanawagan niya ay sana umabot kahit 10 billion, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
But, Mr. Speaker, we thank the gentleman from Bayan Muna for his support for PGH. Should the wisdom of the House and the Committee on Appropriations leadership is to augment the funds of PGH, then I believe that would serve to help more patients. But 6 billion now for the proposed NEP 2021, we believe is sufficient, but again, should that be augmented? And we would support that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you sa ating kapitapitagang sponsor sa pananaw at pagtingin na bagamat lumaki yung budget ng PGH, naniniwala pa rin tayo bilang mga mambabatas na hindi pa rin talaga sasapat ito, lalo na sa pagharap ng papalakas o papatindi na problema, suliraning pangkalusugan, bunga ng pandemyang COVID-19. Yan na lang po ang aking mga katanungan at nagpapasalamat po ako sa sponsor at sa pamilya natin sa PGH, led by Dr. Gap Ligaspi, at sa ating speaker sa pagkakataon na makapagtanong at pagpag-clarify sa budget ng Premier Agency Hospital PGH. Maraming salamat po. Bubuhay po tayo.
Salamat po.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Maria Lourdes Acosta Alba of the 1st District, Bukidnon. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The gentle lady from the 1st District of Bukidnon is hereby recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Honorable sponsor. CHED recently issued a resolution recognizing the state college status of our Northern Bukidnon's State College in Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon. I would just like to get the confirmation, Mr. Speaker, of the honorable sponsor regarding the support of CHED for the inclusion of the funding requirements of the Northern Bukidnon State College, as stated in their letter to me last October 7, and as endorsed as well by our Regional Development Council in Region 10. And if the proposed budget for our Northern Bukidnon State College can be included in the period of amendments. For your confirmation, Honorable Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations to Northern Bukidnon State College. And they have complied with the CHED requirements. And as stated, unfortunately, in the NEP 2021, the funding requirements were not included. So I received the letter of my esteemed colleague, and this representation will endorse it for augmentation, and that will be a decision, I believe, by the Committee on Appropriations and the leadership, and I ask the Honorable Acosta Alba to help this representation get the funding requirements for her state university. But I will support that, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the committee and the leadership will support that also.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sponsor, and Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I shall do that. Let us work together. Thank you. And thank you, Ched.
Thank you.
Kongkor.
It was me! I won it!
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Vicente Ching Veloso of the 3rd District, Leyte. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished gentleman from the 3rd District of Leyte is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. A short manifestation. First of all, I would like to manifest support the budget of CHED, and even would request that it be increased, especially that subject matter of my manifestation needs funding. Let me, however, Mr. Speaker, point out that on June this June 2020, LNU, Leyte Normal University San Isidro Campus, received a copy of a letter from the CHED Regional Director of Region 8, questioning the existence of the Leyte Normal University San Isidro Campus on the basis of CHED Memorandum Order 15, Series of 2019, and CHED Memorandum Order 40, Series of 2008. Mr. Speaker, I am afraid that such position taken by the regional director may bring about a stripping of appropriation for LNU, or Leyte Normal University San Isidro Campus. Let me point out, Mr. Speaker, that the San Isidro Campus of LNU was established on February 23, 1995, that is 20 years back, on the basis of Republic Act 7910. Section 5 of the Charter of LNU provides that the university shall have the general powers of a corporation set forth in the Corporation Code. And pursuant therefore to Sections 2 and Sections 35, G, H, and K, LNU San Isidro Campus was put up by the Leyte Normal University of Tacloban, again created by Republic Act 7910. Such valid creation, Mr. Speaker, cannot be negated by a mere CHED Memorandum Order, particularly CMO 15, Series of 2019, and CMO 40, Series of 2008, requiring the prior approval of the Commission, meaning of CHED, for the establishment of a branch, because obviously such a CHED Memorandum Order cannot be given retroactive effect 8 years back, because just like any other law, a rule can only have prospective application. Second point, Mr. Speaker, the CMO cannot repeal a law, and again, neither will it be given retroactive application. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, Section 25 of Republic Act 7910, the Charter of LNU, even encourages the integration of national schools to be part of the LNU University within its operation in order that it can carry out the purpose for which it was created by law. LNU San Isidro campus, being now as early as 20 years ago, being now an integral part of LNU, cannot therefore be abolished by virtue of said memorandum order. If affiliation or integration is encouraged in Section 25, as I earlier mentioned, it all the more follows that the integral part of LNU be allowed to continue in operation. Moreover, this position taken by the CHED Regional Director exposes CHED into a suit under Section 3E of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. Because Section 22 of Republic Act 7910 provides that all parcels of land belonging to the government occupied by LNU are declared to be the property of the university, and it shall be titled, in fact, under that name. Now, there is a contract entered into by the municipality of San Isidro and LNU, putting up the LNU San Isidro campus. That cannot be impaired under the Constitution by any CHED memorandum order. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, if the local government unit of San Isidro is asking, if CHED will pursue the threat of collapsing LNU San Isidro campus, it is asking, whom will it sue under the provisions of Section 3E of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act? Will it be only the CHED Regional Director? Will it be the chairman of the CHED? Who, in particular, is responsible for the threat of abolishing Leyte Normal University San Isidro campus? This matter, Mr. Chair, deserves attention by CHED, and I hope it will be given preferential attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with regards to the Honorable Justice Veloso's point, I would suggest that in lieu of the process of Congress amending the law, creating the charter of the Leyte Normal University, CHED has committed to review the charter and make a recommendation to the Board of Regents so that the Board of Regents may enact a resolution recognizing the additional site for their multi-campus operations. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, this is now a fight between the Board of Regents of LNU and the Regional Director of CHED. In fact, it was the Board of Regents, the President in particular of LNU, that sought my help for this particular purpose, that it be allowed to continue operating its campus in San Isidro on the basis of I earlier mentioned, CHED cannot repeal a law. I am not suggesting any repeal of the law or any amendment of the law. I am in fact defending the validity of Republic Act 7910, which created Leyte Normal University, allowing it to put up, just like San Miguel Corporation, allowing to put up its branch in San Isidro. Because when Section 5 of the Republic Act 7910 provided that the Leyte Normal University will enjoy the same power of a corporation, a private corporation, the general powers, in fact, of a corporation. What San Miguel Corporation can do as it wants to put up branches anywhere in the Philippines, LMU has that same power. That is the same measure of power that I would like to be sustained in my manifestation, Mr. Speaker. There will be no need for an amendment. In fact, I even doubt if the position taken by the regional director of CHED in Region 8 is supported by the chairman of CHED, Popoy de Vera. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if the Honorable Veloso so pleases, he can file an amendment to the charter of Leyte Normal. But CHED has the power and bank to overrule the Board of Regents of Leyte Normal. Overrule the regional director. The CHED has the power to overrule the regional director. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, stand corrected.
So, again, Mr. Chair, thank you for that. It's a plain invitation for the attention of the CHED chairman. Please take a look into that problem created by your regional director in Region 8. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Abdullah de Maporo of the 2nd District, Lanao del Norte. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished and seasoned representative from Lanao is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only have two manifestations requests. First, to CHED. The concern stated earlier by Deputy Speaker Waminal are also my concerns. So I would like to request, Mr. Speaker, CHED, that when they ask Deputy Speaker Waminal for a meeting, I would like to be a member or part of that meeting so that I don't have to address again the same concern, Mr. Speaker. That is my first manifestation request. And the second, Mr. Speaker, to MSU, I have heard that there are some misuse of funds in the MSU main campus. I would like to request the MSU president to have a Zoom meeting with me so that we can confer notes whether or not the information I have received is true. So these are my two requests, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank you for the time giving me.
Thank you, gentleman from Lanao.
Mr. Speaker,
distinguished sponsor.
CHED takes due notice, and with regards to the second manifestation of the Honorable Dimporo, the chairman of CHED is also the chairman of the Board of Regents of Mindanao State University, so he will instruct the president to take immediate action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Majority floor leader.
Sir, I move to recognize the Honorable Argel Joseph Kabatbat of Party List Magsasaka. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished gentleman from Party List Magsasaka is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member from the minority who wish to ask question, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation on the proposed budget of state universities and colleges and CHED, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
The majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the state universities and colleges and the Committee on Higher Education. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The budget of SUCs, the state universities and colleges, and Commission on Higher Education are both, the consideration are both now terminated. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Chairman. And
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill 7727. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I move to nominate and elect as Senior Deputy Speaker the Honorable Doyle Chon, Vice the Honorable Paulo J. Duterte. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Congratulations, Senior Deputy Speaker Doyle Lechon. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I move to nominate and elect as Deputy Speaker the Honorable Michael L. Romero, Vice the Honorable Luis Raymond F. Villafuerte Jr. As Deputy Speaker, so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Honorable Michael Romero is hereby elected for the second time as Deputy Speaker. Congratulations. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I move for the recognition of the Honorable Michael Aglipay from the party list DIWA. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished gentleman from DIWA party list is hereby recognized. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I speak on a matter of personal privilege. I am happy that the speakership row that has lasted the last 1 year has ended, and we are now going into a new chapter of the 18th Congress. The Speaker has reminded us that he is an inclusive Speaker. He wants to bridge all parties, all regions, and I agree with him. But as his personal friend for 27 years, and as my wife's friend for 36 years, I saw him go through the deep trenches through this battle. He has remained humble and magnanimous in all facets of this battle. But there is only one instance that I saw him hurt. This instance was on September 22, during the privileged speech of our esteemed colleague, Ferdinand Castro of Capiz. We are all honorable here, and I have monitored all the press releases of our colleagues from the other side. And as they say, all is fair in love and war. But on this instance, it went too low. Mr. Speaker, I move to strike from the record the privileged speech of the Honorable Ferdinand Castro on September 22, contained on Journal number 8. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Will the distinguished gentleman from DIWA please repeat his motion?
Mr. Speaker, due to this fact that I just mentioned, let me expound. There is a sentence there that the Speaker Lord. Yes. Okay. For that instance, may I repeat my motion? I move to strike from the record on Journal number 8, page 16, the privileged speech of the Honorable Frederick Castro from the records of this hall. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved. The Secretary General will please take note. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we once again resume consideration of House Bill number 7727 as found in Committee Report number 528. And could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure? So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is hereby approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the bill.
House Bill 7727, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2021 and for other purposes.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of the budget of the proposed budget of the Philippine Sports Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion.
Philippine Sports Commission.
Yes. Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, we resume. We proceed now to the Philippine Sports Commission budget hearing. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Bingo Matugas to sponsor the said commission.
The distinguished sponsor is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the family of Philippine Sports Commission, Chairman William Ramirez, Commissioner Ramon Fernandez, Department Executive Director Merlita Ibay, Commissioner Arnold Agustin, Acting Chief Accountant Eric Jean Mayores, and Cesar Cordero Jr. So move, Mr. Speaker.
To the members of the Philippine Sports Commission, headed by their chairman, welcome to the House of the People.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Eric Martinez of the 2nd District of Valenzuela City for his interpellation.
Yes. The distinguished gentleman from the 2nd District of Valenzuela, former chairman of the Committee on Youth and Sports, is hereby recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. May I change my motion? I withdraw my motion, and now I move to recognize Representative Bambol Tolentino for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The President of the Philippine Olympic Commission is hereby recognized. Gentleman from Cavite.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Sponsor, and my dear colleagues. Good afternoon to all. And to the PSC family. Tatanggap po ba ng maikling katanungan ang ating pong sponsor para po sa budget ng PSC?
Yes po, Mr. Speaker.
This will be very short, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ito pong aking katanungan at manifesto ay of course para po sa bayan, para po sa Pilipinas. Ang una ko pong katanungan ay magkano po totoo po ba na 270 million ang NEP budget ng PSC which covers only PS, MOE and other activities? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Sir, my dear colleague, the NEP budget of Philippine Sports Commission for 2021 only a total of they only have a total of 171,883,000. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, so it means that for that budget, hindi po kasama dyan ang ating budget na gagamitin para po sa na-cancel na Olympics, Tokyo Olympics for next year?
Tama po, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker. Hindi po siya kasama.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, with that facts, kailangan po talaga ng PSC na madagdagan ang budget specifically for all the international tournaments for next year. First, the Tokyo Olympics 2021, yung pong na-cancel this year. At alam naman po natin na baka ito na po yung taon na magkaroon po tayo ng kauna-unahang ginto, kaya't hindi po natin to pwedeng pabayaan. Second, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung pong 2021 Vietnam Sea Games. Alam naman po natin nakatatapos lang last year ng Sea Games na tayo po ang nag-overall champion. So with that, hindi rin po nating pabayaan na from overall champion baka po tayo bumagsak from overall to 7th or 6th dahil lang po sa kakulangan sa budget. And third, meron pong isa pang big event na mauuna pa nga po ito by May, yung pong IMAG Asian Indoor Martial Arts Games na tayo po ay lumalahok doon. At ang pang-apat, meron din pong nakalinya na Asian Youth Games for next year. So Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor, sa sinabi pong budget ng PSC na 170, imposible pong merong nakalaan for those 4 big events for 2021. With that, after computing the needed budget, kakailanganin po siguro ng PSC ng additional 510 million for 2021, specifically for those 4 big events for next year. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Distinguished colleague, distinguished Mr. Speaker, ang Philippine Sports Commission po ay nagre-request ng additional na budget totaling about 500 million, but they are also requesting an additional 1.1 billion for the payment of the infrastructure projects na naumpisahan before nagka-COVID. And that particular budget was taken by our national government to be used as a part of the COVID response. So for the international events, ang total po ay nasa approximately 510 million. But they also need an additional 1.1 billion for the payment of the ongoing infrastructure projects of the Philippines Sports Commission. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, so with that, the PSC will be needing 1.5 additional over and above on the 170 indicated in the NEP for 2021. That's all, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Hope that this will be part of the institutional amendment or for whatever channel that the PSC must get those needed funds para po sa ating bayan, para po sa atleta, at para po sa bansang Pilipinas. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. POC President. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to have a second call for Congressman Eric Martinez.
Yes, the honorable gentleman from the 2nd District of Valenzuela City is hereby recognized. The distinguished gentleman from the 2nd District of Valenzuela is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For yield to some clarificatory questions with regards to the Philippine Sports Commission. Sound? Yes, again. Mr. Speaker, would the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions with regards to the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission?
Yes, willingly, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The first question that I would like to raise is with regards to the budget for the Olympics of our 5 Olympic qualifiers. It has been said that the Philippine Sports Commission budget has been slashed significantly for next year, and the Tokyo Olympics will be held, suspended this year, but it will resume by next year. I just would like to be clarified about the budget of Philippine Sports Commission with regards to the Olympic preparation of those 5 athletes and the accommodations, and how would we go about in order to stage this Olympic preparation up to the finish line, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, unfortunately, the budget for the 2021 Olympics is not included in the NEP budget of the Philippine Sports Commission. The amount proposed by the Philippine Sports Commission for the preparation of the 2021 Olympic Games in Japan is about 150 million, but it was not included in the NEP.
So it was not.
My dear colleague and Mr. Speaker.
With the advent of that revelation that the budget is not included, the past hearing of the Committee on Appropriations with the PAGCOR, the Philippine Amusement Games and Corporation, they committed the support, but at any rate, kulang pa din. Those are the words. It would be not sufficient. So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that would be the most important issue that I would like to raise. The Olympians, the 5 Olympians that we have. For the information of everyone, we have not won an Olympic medal in our lifetime. I've been a fan of the Olympics and the history that goes with it. And this is the best chance that we have with Kaloy-Yulo, EJ, and the boxers, and some more qualifiers. So it really worries me that the budget for the Olympics will not be realized. And let that be on record. The next point and question that I would like to raise is the issue of Donald Geisler. It's the Donald Geisler issue. Wherein an Olympian, a 2-time Olympian of Taekwondo, was not given the proper recognition that he deserves. The guy is a Hall of Famer, second to none, one of the best Taekwondo artists that we have ever had. But the news showed that the Taekwondo Federation Association declared the guy persona non grata. So, what would be the take of the Philippine Sports Commission on this?
My dear colleague, Mr. Speaker, the Taekwondo Association, the Taekwondo Association of the Philippines is an autonomous sports association, and they can choose to, with their own rules, they can choose to fire or recruit, hire athletes, but the chair of PSC is looking into this matter right now to correct. But as of the moment, since the sports association are autonomous, so the Philippine Sports Commission cannot intervene with the matter.
Okay, just thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
In addition, Sir colleague, because since Philippine Sports Commission is providing funds to the different sports association, so that Chairman Boots Ramirez is the Philippine Sports Commission is already looking into the matter.
I
My
think,
dear colleague, Mr. Speaker.
yes, and be it noted again that the Philippine Sports Commission should take a strong position on this. We give them the funds, though their autonomy is always being imposed on us. You don't treat a two-time Olympian that way. Be that on record and be heard by the Taekwondo Association. Okay, third and last question would be the Alex Ayala case. And I think this is very important that, and it concerns of how things, was it a miscommunication on the part of PSC or the Ayala family, the tennis player, the tennis sensation Alex Ayala, and past issues have been brought about also with it comes to add supports to athletes and coaches. I think PSC should look a better role and picture on this so these things would not happen. And I just would like to have a response from the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
My dear colleague, Mr. Speaker, the Philippine Sports Commission is committed to support Ms. Ayala. Actually, in fact, they already provided 3 million for travels, and will continue to support. But of course, there's a limit to the funds that they can commit to support to her, since we are preparing for the Olympic Games, and as I've said a while ago, the budget for the preparation was not included in the NEP for 2021. In addition, my dear colleague, Mr. Speaker, the Philippine Sports Commission is committing to provide additional support in the coming 2 weeks from now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So those are only the 3 points that I would like to raise. The Olympics, the support for the Olympians, the Alex Ayala case, and of course the Donald Geisler case. And I rest my case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Argel Kabatbat of Magsasaka Party List.
The gentleman representing Magsasaka Party List is hereby recognized. Proceed with your interpellation, please.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member from the minority who wish to ask a question, I move to terminate the period of interpellation for the proposed budget of the Philippine Sports Commission. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the proposed budget of Philippine Sports Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the motion to terminate the budget of Philippine Sports Commission? There being none, motion is hereby approved. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of the proposed budget of Department of Agrarian Reform. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the motion? The House now will consider the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ted Herasco of the 2nd District of Aklan to sponsor the proposed budget of Department of Agrarian Reform.
The distinguished gentleman from the 2nd District of Aklan, the sponsor, is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the family of the Department of Agrarian Reform, Secretary John Castriciones, Attorney Luis Pangulayan, Attorney Lucius Malsi, Attorney David Ero, Yusek Bernie Cruz, Yusek Karim Panumpang, and Attorney Maribel Cristobal.
The Department of Agrarian Reform Family is welcome to the House of the People. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes of suspension.
Session suspended.
Session is resumed.
I move to recognize the Honorable Amihilda Sankopan of Amin Party List. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Amihilda Sangkopan is recognized to interpellate our esteemed sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, will the distinguished sponsor of the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform yield to some questions from this representation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, will the honorable sponsor provide this representation with the following data on the implementation of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao? First, the total number of hectares distributed so far in the said autonomous region, Second, the workable land balance still needs to be covered under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program. Third, are there still foreign-assisted projects to be implemented in the autonomous region? If there are, how much of the budget goes to implementation of said foreign-assisted projects, and how many more years needed to complete implementation of these FAPSOs?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. The good Congresswoman is asking about the personnel of BARB with the Department of Agrarian Reform. And the second question, I believe, is what are the projects that's now in BARB?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, my first question is actually asking for the database in terms of CARP implementation for the past almost 30 years or 30 years of CARP implementation in the autonomous region. So, ang tanong, ilan na po in hectares ang napamahagi natin? Ilan pa po ang ipapamahagi natin na sa tingin natin ay workable? At ilan po ang ating agrarian reform beneficiaries? At kung meron pa po tayong foreign-assisted projects na kailangan i-implement sa autonomous region, magkano at ilang taon pa po ang kailangan natin gugulin para matapos po ang implementasyon?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will be glad to give the good Congresswoman the data. If it's possible, we can submit the data, Mr. Speaker.
Bilang paggalang po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa aking kasamahan at sa mga dati kong kapamilya sa Department of Agrarian Reform, tinatanggap ko po ang mga datos kahit isabit po after ng plenary deliberation na ito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of date, the number of hectares distributed is 221,000 hectares. And remaining is 107,802 hectares, Mr. Speaker.
107,000 hectares still to be distributed. So ang susunod ko pong katanungan, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, magkano pa po ang budget kung meron for fiscal year 2021 na gagamitin po para sa implementasyon ng CARP sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The budget to distribute the 107,802 hectares is only 50 million, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, distinguished sponsor, sa inyong kasagutan, Mr. Speaker. Kung 50 million po ang budget, ang tanong po, I presume, dahil may budget pang nakalagay, ay may na-establish na po tayong mekanismo, intergovernmental mechanism, between DAR Central Office at yung existing partner institution nyo po sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Muslim Mindanao, which is MAFAR. So pwede po bang malaman ano po yung plano natin? Pagpatuloy pa rin po ba natin ang implementasyon ng CARP sa Autonomous Region or i-hold po ba siya? Or magkakaroon po ba ng MOA ang BARM government sa malapit na regional offices ng DAR para po makapag-implement pa rin ng CARP?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. One option, Mr. Speaker, is to download the funds to the regions, Mr. Speaker, and for the DAR budget of 2021, Mr. Speaker, we were only given 15 million for land activities for BARM.
Tatanggapin ko pong kasagutan, yung sagot ng ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Hayaan niyo po ako magpatuloy sa aking mga line of questions. Nasabi na po kanina ng ating distinguished sponsor ng isa sa mga katanungan natin ay hinggil po sa estado ng 702 employees. Kaya po ako nagtatanong bilang bilang dating kasama po ng pamilya ng DAR, ayoko pong masaktan kayo dahil bakit pa ako tumayo at bakit hindi na lang ako pumayag na makausap nyo at bigyan nyo ako ng datos. Kinausap po kayo before po nung committee-meeting po ako nabigyan ng kasagutan. So ngayon, I'm taking the floor, my issues dito po sa floor. I feel each and every employee distinguished sponsor in the defunct DAR ARMM because I was with them. I led them for 2 beautiful years. Part of the reforms that we instituted in the DAR arm then, before it became MAFAR now, was having the heart and mind to be of greater service to our farmers in BARM, particularly the 66,000 agrarian reform beneficiaries in the autonomous region. My heart's bleed hearing in the plenary deliberation of the budget of DAR na 50 million na lang po ang budget for implementation of CARP. Ang tanong ko po, if ever, magkano po ang ating per capita expense for the 66,000 agrarian reform beneficiaries?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a very insightful manifestation by the good Congresswoman, Mr. Speaker. Parang lumalabas po, piso-piso lang ang per hectare distribution ang nabigyan ng DBM as overhead for the land distribution, Mr. Speaker. And if I understand correctly, ay sana po, from the good Congresswoman, sana po madagdagan po ang budget ng DAR.
Ako po ay sumusuporta, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa kahit anong mungkahi na taasan ang budget ng Department of Agrarian Reform. Dahil ako'y naniniwala, kung merong mga programa ng gobyerno na nagdadala ng kabuang konsepto ng social justice, walang iba po yun kung hindi ang Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program. At kung may programa man po ang ating gobyerno na pwede nating sabihin mula sa pamamahagi ng lupa ay naipamahagi na natin, walang iba po kung hindi ang Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program. So, ang representative na to ay taus-pusong sumusuporta sa kahit na anong panukalang pagtataas ng pondo. Ang hiling lang po natin, hindi ko na po pahabain ang aking pagtatanong. Nakatingin po sa akin ng diretso si Secretary John Castreciones. Nais ko pong idulog sa kanila ang pangangailangan ng 702 employees na na-displace na po. Maraming salamat sa pagtulong ninyo sa pagpapabilis ng kanilang mga terminal leave claims. Pero hiling ko po sa inyo, may mga highly technical employees po ng DAR. Baka po pwede niyong makonsider, evaluate niyo po sila. Ang tanong ko nga, ang susunod ko, pinakahuli kong katanungan, ilan po ang plantilla positions ng DAR Central Office? Ilan po ang vacant sa ngayon? Hindi po ba ninyo makonsider ang inyong mga kapamilya sa defunct DAR arm na i-evaluate, i-assess at tignan kung pwede niyong i-consider sa mga vacant positions nyo, lalo na yung mga nakatira sa Regions 9, Regions 10, and Region 12. Nais ko pong makarinig, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor ng kasagutan. Ilan yung plantilla positions ng DAR at ilan pa po ang bakante? Pwede po bang makahingi ng commitment mula sa pamilya ng DAR na kahit man lamang pong tignan ninyo, i-evaluate nyo yung mga dati nyong kapamilya sa DAR arm. Marami po sa kanila ang trained, highly technical persons. It takes years to train technocrats like them. Sayang naman po kung ipaparetire natin kung pwede pa naman magtrabaho. Yun lang po, distinguished sponsor and Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po. I commensurate with the good chair with a good representative from BAR, Mr. Speaker. The unfilled positions which the personnel can apply is about 1,692. The coterminous positions with the incumbent is 699. Pwede po mag-apply sa undisplaced arm can apply to the DARS split project on partialization in Mindanao, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, distinguished sponsor. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I hope and pray. I am of the belief that somehow meron na pang intergovernmental mechanism between DAR Central and MAFAR established right now. This representation would want feedback from whoever is assigned among the undersecretaries. I hope that proper turnover of our ARBs to MAFAR para maalagaan po yung 66,000 ARBs and that they will feel that their government through MAFAR may not be DAR anymore, that their agricultural needs continues to be attended to. Maraming salamat po. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Euphemia Colyamat from Bayan Muna Party List. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Representative from Bayan Muna Party List is hereby recognized. Congresswoman Colyamat, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
I think she's here already. Please proceed, gentle lady from Bayan Muna. Maaari pong mag-umpisa na ho kayo, kagalang-galang na mambabatas ng Bayan Muna.
Mr. Speaker, can I request for a 1-minute suspension? I think we are having some connectivity problems.
Session suspended. Baka naka-mute. Session resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Euphemia Colyamat has the floor.
Honorable Colyamat, please proceed. Pwede na ho kayo magsalita. Naririnig ho ba niyo kami?
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize. Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Dante Marcoleta from Senior Citizen Party List. So move.
The distinguished representative of Senior
Sagip Party List, from Sagip Party List.
Sagip. Oh, the distinguished gentleman representing Sagip Party List, the Deputy Speaker is hereby recognized.
Thank you for the confusion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I had a few clarificatory questions to the Department of Agrarian Reform. And I thank the sponsor in being able to accommodate the station. Mr. Speaker, during the budget briefing conducted earlier before these plenary debates, this representation pointed to a case in Lian, Batangas, where a big tract of land, which is supposed to be the source of livelihood of so many farmers in that area, is not being farmed as it should be because of a dispute with several big businesses or big persons that have claimed the property. Historically, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this big tract of land was awarded to the farmers sometime during the time of President Quezon. I got from the DAR's document that at that time, President Quezon bought that property and it was awarded to the farmers. For reasons that cannot be explained, Mr. Speaker, some enterprising individual were able to title or put the titles of that property into their names. These are big people, these are big persons, big businesses. I will probably mention some of them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Menardo Jimenez, I think is one of the owners of GMA 7, is occupying 78.4 hectares. Raymond Moreno, 70 hectares. Phil Estate and Mega World, 156 hectares. Eggy Garcia, 40 hectares. And Santa Lucia Realty, 193 hectares. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there is already a final and executory decision by the Office of the President. In that final and executory decision, it was ruled that the Solicitor General should have those titles cancelled in order for the farmers to be installed. To the credit of the Department of Agrarian Reform, Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the pertinent records were already submitted to the Office of the Solicitor General. This representation personally talked to the Solgen, and I was very happy to say that the Solgen committed to file the necessary action to cancel the titles. Sinabi ko pa nga sa kanya, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Solgen, talaga yatang ikaw ay nakadestino para banggain mo yung mga malalaking tao. Napakahirap ng gagawin mo. Ang sabi po naman niya sa akin, talagang ganyan po yung buhay natin, kahit malalaki silang mga tao, kung nasa tama naman yung mga farmers, kailangan natin silang tulungan. So ako po'y natutuwa sa paninindigan at commitment ng Solicitor General. Ang problema ko lamang po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, habang ang Solicitor General ay ginagawa ang kanyang tungkulin para kanselahin ang mga title, alam ko po, lalaban naman ang mga landowners na ito hanggang sa dulo ng daigdig. Kayo po ba'y naniniwala na lalaban at lalaban yung mga malalaking negosyong ito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the sincere manifestation of our House stalwart, Congressman Marcoleta. Yes, naniniwala po ako personally na lalaban yung mga may-ari na yan.
Ang totoo nga po, Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon, kaya hindi makagalaw ang mga farmers sapagkat meron silang mga security guards na nakabantay doon sa lupain na yon. Kaya pati po yung joint resolution na ginawa ng DAR, kasama na po ang PNP, kasama na po ang AFP at saka yung DILG, ay parang hindi nagkaroon ng bisa sapagkat mukhang mas malakas yung mga private security guards na in-install ng mga malalaking tao na sila ngayon ang nag-occupy sa lupa na yan. Ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, kung naniniwala po kayo na talagang lalaban sila sapagkat napakalaking tipak ng lupa ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, paano kaya ang magiging kalagayan ng mga kawawang magsasaka na dapat sana ay sila ang nakikinabang o pinakikinabangan, kaya ang lupa naman na matagal nang nai-award sa kanila, bigla lang nawala at ngayon ay muling ibinalik sa kanila, ngunit dadaan pa po sa isang napakatagal na proseso.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with the dynamic leadership of Secretary John Casticiones, ngayon po, meron pong DOJ na nagpreparar ng kaso para sa cancellation ng mga titles na yan.
Yun nga po, Mr. Speaker, maaari pong ginagawa na po ng Solicitor General, maaaring tumulong na rin po ang DOJ para sa ikadadali. Kaya lamang po, yung mga abogado ng napakalaking mga kumpanya na yan, na sila ngayon ang naka-occupy diyan sa lupa na yan, lahat po ng mga librong legal, maaaring kuhanin nila para gamitin at ibato sa Solicitor General, baka pati lahat ng libro ng Library of Congress sa Washington, D.C. ay kukunin lahat para yan ang gawing pananggalang sa aksyon na gagawin ng Solicitor General. Ito po ang napakalaking problema. Sapagkat alam naman po ninyo, ang proseso ng judicial process natin dito sa ating bansa, talagang pabagalan at sa laki po ng impluensya ng mga taong ito, nalulungkot po ako sapagkat kahit masigasig, kahit na seryoso ang ating Solicitor General, talaga pong nakaamba ang kalaban sa kanya na napakaraming mga abogado ng mga malalaking taong ito. Na para ko nang nakikinikinita po, na ang kalagayan po ng mga farmers ay baka hindi na po sila makapaghintay sapagkat 1940s pa po ito. Mas matanda pa po ito sa Hacienda Luisita nung unang i-award ni Presidente Quezon, hanggang ngayon po ay pinagtatalunan pa. Sana po, Mr. Speaker, makahanap tayo ng panandaliang kaparaanan na habang nililitis o inaaksyonan ang pagkakancel ng mga titulo, makagawa man lang tayo ng paraan na payagan ang mga farmers sapagkat alam ko po naman na sila talaga ang nanalo, makinabang man lamang sila habang nililitis po ang usapin tungkol dito sapagkat alam ko mahabang panahon po ang kanilang magiging paghihintay dito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This good secretary will hopes to cancel the titles, Mr. Speaker, and reallocate the lands to the concerned tenants, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, lilinawin ko lamang po. Wala pong kaso na talagang yan pong mga titulong yan ay makakancel sapagkat yun po ang desisyon ng Office of the President. Lamang, ang legal process po na kinakailangan ay maghahain ang Solicitor General ng action for cancellation. Yun po ang prosesong kinatatakutan ko na magiging matagal sapagkat malalaking mga tao lalabanan po ang aksyon na yan ng Solicitor General. So ang mangyayari po niyan, magbibilang po tayo ng napakatagal na panahon hanggang yan po ay mapasakamay ng mga magsasaka. Ang tanong ko po, habang naghihintay po tayo sa napakatagal na prosesong ito, ano naman po kaya ang maasahan ng mga magsasaka? Yun po yung aking itinatanong, kung meron tayong naiisip na paraan na payagan ang mga farmers. Sayang po ang pagkakataon, ang lupa po ay nakatiwangwang. Dito makikita po natin ang pagkakaiba ng maliit at hamak na magsasaka laban sa isang makapangyarihan na tao na nagme-may-ari ng malalaking kumpanya. Dito po masusukat, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yung tinatawag nating social justice. Saan po papasok ang social justice sa pagitan ng dalawang nag-uumpugang interes. Isang maliit na hamak na magsasaka at isang makapangyarihang tao na nagme-may-ari at nag-o-occupy ng mga lupa na pinakansela ng Office of the President. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, with the vigilance and persistence of the good secretary and our stalwart, the good Dante Marcoleta, I hope we see the light of day in this case, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Gusto kong pasalamatan ang Sekretaryo ng Department of Agrarian Reform sa kanilang pagmamapatnubay. At gusto ko rin pasalamatan si Undersecretary Louie Pangulayan sa kanyang kasipagan at alam kong siya yung nagbigay ng mga records sa opisina ng ating Solicitor General para po maisaayos na yung aksyon na pagka-cancel ng mga titulo. At sana po, ipanalangin ko na lang na sa lalong madaling panahon magkaroon ng katuparan yung panaginip ng ating mga magsasaka. Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming
Thank you, Mr.
salamat po sa
Speaker.
inyo, Deputy Speaker. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Argel Kabatbat of Magsasaka Party List.
The distinguished gentleman representing Magsasaka Party List is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, will the distinguished gentleman from Aklan yield to some of our questions?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Noon pong nakaraang committee hearing, budget briefing, inilabas po natin yung issue ng cancellation ng CLOA reversion, particularly sa lugar ng Quezon, sa Sariaya. Nilabas din po natin ang issue ng mga magsasaka natin sa Negros, sa Tarlac, na dekada na ang hinintay nila, pero hanggang ngayon naghihintay pa rin sila ng hustisya para makuha nila ang kanilang mga lupa. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, maaari po ba nating marinig kung ano ang aksyon na ginagawa ngayon ng departamento para itong dekadang issue, for example, sa Negros, yung park resolution na hindi pa ma-implement hanggang ngayon, ano po ba ang gagawin ng departamento para ma-install na natin yung ating mga magsasaka na ilang dekada na po na hindi pa rin nila nakukuha yung kanilang mga CLOAs, kanilang mga lupa? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mukha yata under the leadership of Secretary John Castigliores, mabilis-bilis na po ngayon. During that budget briefing, I understand that 98% of the cases have been resolved. So, for the first time in the history of DAR, we have a dynamic team led by the good secretary. And I am sure, Mr. Speaker, in the next year, matatapos po nila ang mga issues na yan, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. I appreciate the accomplishments of the good secretary, particularly the 98% rate or judgment or rate in resolving agrarian cases, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Pero what I'm particularly worried is the 2%. Dahil kapag ka po hinimay natin yung 2% na yan at inimbestigahan natin, lalabas na talagang dekada na po na hindi pa rin nila makamit yung hustisya at makuha yung lupa na para sa kanila. And although it is laudable for the department to be able to achieve that kind of rate in resolving agrarian cases, let us strive for 100%. Alam niyo po ba kung bakit, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, the manifestation of the good congressman magsasaka party list, yung 2% na yan, parang last 2 minutes or the last 10 inches sa golf, ayun po yata ang pinakamahirap sa lahat. But DAR has shown under our Secretary and Yusek Pagulayan, DAR has shown the persistence necessary to have an immediate resolution, at least in this term, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, thank you. But the 2%, you're right, represents the hardest cases or most critical cases the department has. Alam niyo po, kapag inimbestigahan natin yung 2% na yan, maraming mga malalaking lupain at malalaking tawang involved. Pero nandyan po talaga yung gravest injustice. Yung natitirang 2% na yan, yung pinakamahihirap na kaso. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the reason why I'm very concerned about this 2% is because Philippine insurgency and rebellion are essentially agrarian in nature. Kaya po malaki ang problema natin sa insurgency dahil po sa tingin ko sa 2% na to. Sa totoo lang po, when it comes to insurgency, it is not the Philippine Army or Philippine National Police. That is the frontliners in our fight against insurgency. The real frontliners are the people manning the Department of Agrarian Reform. Alam niyo po, marami tayong maiiwasan na problema, particularly sa insurgency, if the department will improve more on their delivery on agrarian justice. And if you are going to look at this 2%, isa na nga po yung na-discuss na rin ng ating hinahangaang kongresista, si Kong Dante Marcoleta. Itong 2% na ito yung kailangan nating pagtuunan ng pansin. At dito, these farmers, they've been deprived of justice for the longest time. Kaunting tulak na lang dyan, baka imbis na kalabaw o traktor ang hawakan yan, baka humawak na ng baril, humawak na ng kung ano pang mga hindi na pang saka na kagamitan, kundi pang revolusyon na. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I would like to ask for the commitment of the Secretary to solve all of the agrarian cases that we have until next year. Kaya po bang i-commit ng ating Secretary na tatapusin natin lahat ng agrarian cases na ito at hindi lang po tayo titigil doon. Sisiguraduhin natin na yung mga nai-award na sa mga magsasaka ay hindi naman mabawi sa kanila dahil meron po mga application for exemptions, may mga cancellation for CLOAS na binigay mo na nga sa mga magsasaka yung mga lupa, babawiin lang din pala sa kanila. Kaya I would like to ask for a commitment from the good Secretary. Ibibigay po ba natin sa mga magsasaka during your term itong mga lupa na para sa kanila na ibinigay ng Kongresong ito nang ipasa natin ang Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program? Makakaasa po ba tayo ron?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, over the past year, with his professional ethics and personal integrity, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of DAR hereby commits to make sure that this 2%, ayun po ang uunahin niya, and he has your full commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, for that commitment. In behalf of our farmers, nagpapasalamat po kami sa pangakong yan ng ating kasamahan sa Kongreso at ni Secretary Castriciones. We will exercise vigilant optimism. And we are also extending our hand para mapagtulong-tulungan po nating ma-resolve ito. At alam niyo po, kapag nagawa natin yan, hindi lang po natin maililigtas ang buhay ng ating mga sundalo, pati na rin ang buhay ng ating mga magsasaka. So instead of taking up arms, they will take up farming equipment that will help this nation. And thank you for that commitment once again, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Secretary. Next, Mr. Speaker, on to my next issue. Napag-usapan din po natin nung nakaraang hearing na laging binabatikos ang pagtilad-tilad ng mga lupa natin dahil sa Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program. Sinasabi nila, dahil hinati-hati natin ang lupa, nawala yung economies of scale. Napunta tayo sa subsistence farming na kung saan dahil yung mga nabigyan nating magsasaka ng lupa, dati 3 hektarya, ngayon dahil sa dami ng anak, naging tig-1 hektarya o mas maliit pa. Kaya naman, tama, naging subsistence farming ang naging normal na pagsasaka sa mga ARBs natin. Kaya nga po, merong initiative ang Department of Agrarian Reform para sa farm clustering o yung tinatawag na mega farm concept project ng DAR. Maaari po ba tayong ma-enlighten, maipaliwanag, lalong-lalo na po sa mga nakikinig sa atin, ano po ba itong konseptong ito? At paano ito makakatulong sa ating mga magsasaka?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker. Yes, from dire subsistence before agrarian reform now to more dire existence which our farmers face. Kaya may maganda pong idea, Mr. Speaker, ang ating DAR na i-cluster into 50 hectares yung ating mga farms, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Ika-cluster into 50 hectares and then put in all the necessary ingredients to make it successful. In Vietnam, in Thailand, Mr. Speaker, the minimum consolidated farmland is 30 hectares. Dito po, ang idea po ni Secretary, lagyan po ng mega farm. At saka meron sila parang cooperative. Lagyan sila ng farm to market road. Lagyan sila ng irigasyon. Lagyan sila ng credit. Lahat-lahat na po, all in one, para hindi na sila pumunta kung saan-saan. At saka lagyan din po ng tulay. Mula sa consolidated farm na yan, tutulay sila to the market. So maganda po ang konsepto, kaya lang po, panaginip po yan. Kailangan po, I appeal, Mr. Speaker, that the department needs an extra 9 billion per our budget briefing, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. I agree that this is the way to move forward for the agriculture. Meron po tayong alam na isang pilot project sa Tarlac. Napakababa po ng presyo ng palay ngayon, pero dahil sa initiative din ng DAR, ang isang magsasaka na may lupa na 1 hektarya ay kumita ng minimum of 50,000 pesos kahit na mababa ang presyo ng palay. Alam niyo po, ang ginawa lang nila, farm clustering, naggrupo sila, napakamura ng palay, pero mahal ang bigas. Kaya naman, binigas nila yung kanilang palay, ibinenta, kaya napakalaki ng kinita nila. Naniniwala po tayo, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kung tutulong ka na lang din sa magsasaka, kumpletuhin mo na. For the longest time, ang nangyayari kasi, napopoliticize ang pagbibigay ng ayuda sa mga magsasaka, tapos hindi kumpleto, kaya mas lalong nababaon sa utang yung ating mga magsasaka. I agree with that project. Although it is only a pilot project, tama po ba? Yung 9 billion na ito ay pilot project lang. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Malayo po yan. Malayo po yan sa hinihingi ng ibang departamento, 130 billion, 66 billion. Ito po, 9 billion na po. Mapakita lang po na yung pilot farm, hopefully in all provinces, ay will work kasi sanay na po sila sa kanilang client base, sanay na po sila sa agrarian reform communities, kaya alam na po nila kung anong mga pangangailangan po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. This is a good reason, my colleagues, why we should grant the request of the department for additional 9 billion. This is a very good pilot project, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, my dear colleagues. Dahil kung hindi po natin ito gagawin, mananatiling subsistence farming ang ating present setup ng agriculture. Ang nakakalungkot po kasi ngayon, ang kumikita sa pagsasaka ay hindi ang mga magsasaka, kundi ang mga nakapalibot dito. May-ari ng rice mill, may-ari ng mga harvester, may-ari ng mga farm equipment, mga lenders, mga traders, mga importers, mga ahente. Yan po ngayon ang kumikita sa pagsasaka. Kapag po yung mga yan ang kumikita sa pagsasaka, ang pera kanilang kinikita, ipambibili nila ng bahay, magkukrus sila sa Japan, or basta ang kanilang gastusin ay hindi para i-improve ang farming, ang agriculture natin, dahil hindi naman sila farmers. This concept, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, will make the farmers earn more At pag po ang mga magsasaka natin ang kumita, ang i-improve po nila ay yung pagsasaka, hindi ang ibang bagay. So Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I reiterate my support for the additional budget of the department for the mega farm concept. Although gusto ko lang po sanang i-request na palitan natin yung salitang mega farm. Kasi ang dating parang yung fossil fuel driven, capital intensive, agro-industrial, agribusiness ang labas na hindi maganda sa ating environment. But anyway, I hope you could come up with a new name for that project because it does not really reflect the very good intention of the project, of the pilot project. Napakaganda po, para siyang communal farming na ang may-ari ng kagamitan sa pagsasaka, puro magsasaka, sila ang magpo-produce, sila ang magpo-process, sila ang magmamarket, kumpletong tulong galing sa gobyerno, at meron tayong proof of concept na kumikita, halimbawa yung sa Tarlac, kumikita talaga ang mga magsasaka. So, once again, I reiterate my support for the additional budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform at sana po ay pagbigyan tayo ng ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, wala na po akong ibang tanong dahil nakuha ko na yung commitment kanina ng ating mahal na sekretary na 100% resolbahin niya ang mga issue na kinaharap natin ng ating mga magsasaka ngayon. Pero gusto ko lang po sanang ikwento. Yung 2% kasi, statistics lang yan Pero nakapunta ako doon sa mga lugar ng 2% na yan. Kung saan minasaker yung siyam na magsasaka sa Negros. Marami na pong namatay na mga magsasaka dahil sa 2% na kaso na yan. Kaya sana po, bigyan natin ng, hindi lang po sapat na ibigay natin ang lupa sa magsasaka Bigyan din po natin sila ng hustisya. And once again, sabi ko nga po, we will exercise vigilant optimism as far as that commitment is concerned. And we are here to help. Ang Magsasaka Party List po ay tutulong, may kipag-ugnayan kami sa inyo, at handa rin kaming umupo kasama ng mga may-ari ng lupa na ito para ipaliwanag naman sa kanila ng personal kung bakit ito na yung panahon na ibigay naman na nila yung lupa para sa ating mga magsasaka. Hindi naman po dapat tayong magkakaaway Ang mga bagay po na pag-uusapan naman talaga. At yan po ang inaasahan namin na mangyari. At sana nga po, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Sponsor, 100% resolve na po ang mga kaso ng agrarian cases sa bansa by next year. Di lamang po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, Congressman Kabatbat, is a true advocate of the agrarian reform farmer.
Maraming salamat po, gentleman from Magsasaka Party List, the majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Muhammad Khalid Pooro of the 1st District of Lanao del Norte. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished gentleman from the 2nd District of Lanao del Sur is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I just correct the records that I am the congressman of the 1st District of Lanao del Norte, and not the 2nd District of Lanao del Sur. Will the gentleman from Aklan allow me to ask questions in regards to the Department of Agrarian Reform budget?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. My first question is, how much in the DAR budget is allocated for downloading to local government units the implementation of Department of Agrarian Reform programs?
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I'll just get the data. If I understand correctly, my esteemed colleague is asking for the budget on for the LGU. Mr. Speaker, the DAR budget that is downloaded to the various local government units depends on the proponent's request to the DAR department.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm trying to drive out my point. Just for more specific clarification, the money that is downloaded to the local government units are for the implementation of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law. Is this true? Please confirm yes or no.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the DAR itself implements and does not pass the budget through the LGU, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable sponsor. That is a beautiful answer because that is my point exactly. I being governor for 9 years in the province of Lanao del Norte, and just like our colleagues in the House of Representatives who have served as local chief executive and studied the local government code from front to back, know that the LGU has no jurisdiction over agrarian reform. Know that the local government units have not been devolved the power of agrarian reform. It is solely the power of the national government through the Department of Agrarian Reform. Am I correct in saying this, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the good congressman is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And now, another point, and the reason why I'm interpolating today in the plenary is because the Department of Agrarian Reform did not satisfy my request during the committee. During the committee level, when we tackled their budget, I questioned the jurisdiction of the BARMM over agrarian reform. Just like the local government units have not been devolved the powers of agrarian reform to their respective localities, municipalities, or provinces, the same also with the BARMM. When we passed the Bangsamoro Organic Law, unlike its predecessor, the Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, the ARMM have powers over agrarian reform. But when we passed the ball, tinanggal nila because the MILF, I was told, felt that agrarian reform was one of the injustices against the Moro people. Now, if you remove the powers of agrarian reform from the regional government, then that means it retains with the national government. In retrospect, in the autonomous region of the Bangsamoro, agrarian reform should have been renationalized. And when I asked in the committee level, how much budget did the Department of Agrarian Reform propose to the DBM for the year 2021, they said they did not bother asking. Am I correct in saying this? May I have another confirmation, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor?
Yes, the good congressman is correct, Mr. Speaker. The DAR recommended to have Carl in BARMM, but the organic law excluded the CARP.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, since you confirmed that the DAR did not even bother proposing to the DBM a budget to serve the Filipino people in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, well, that's negligence on their part. And when it was explained to me in the committee level, they were not 100% sure on whether or not they have jurisdiction within the BARMM region. So I asked from them a legal opinion. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, up to now, they have not given this representation the legal opinion of the Department of Agrarian Reform, whether or not they have jurisdiction over the BARM territory. May I get a commitment or at least an answer from the good sponsor why the good secretary of the DAR is not willing to give this representation a simple legal opinion? If I'm not mistaken, we should have provided the DAR family a budget for a legal office.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the good question, Mr. Speaker. Under the BARRMM law, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Agrarian Reform, or MAFAR, is there. Right now, Mr. Speaker, there is an intergovernmental relations body chaired no less than the Secretary of Finance and the BARMM chair coordinator on all matters related to national funding in the BARMM law, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, but I would like to correct the honorable sponsor. He may have been misinformed by the Dar family. I, being an author and one of the legislators who fought against and for a better version of the BBL, which ended up being the Bangsamoro Organic Law, know for a fact that agrarian reform is not there. And what the honorable sponsor was referring to as the Ministry of Agrarian, Agriculture, Fisheries, and Agrarian Reform is actually created by the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government, in which I question because Congress did not give the BARM powers or authority over agrarian reform. Now, for me to correct this institutional defect inside the BARM region, I need the legal opinion of the Department of Agrarian Reform. And I do not understand why we are not getting or why I am not getting the support of the Dar family. Papel lang yan. And we are giving them more than enough budget in their legal office to be able to cater to the inquiries of the members of the House of Representatives. Can I get a commitment from the honorable sponsor that I will have that legal opinion from the Department of Agrarian Reform so I may decide as one of the principal authors of the BOL to file a case against the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government and Parliament?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Tama po si Congressman Khalid, Mr. Speaker. Regarding his questions, Mr. Speaker, information relating to the budget in BARM and the legal opinion regarding the implementation of agrarian reform projects within the BARMM territory, there was a letter sent email dated September 22 for the good Congressman, Mr. Speaker, and received no less by Ms. Susan Panlilio, Director 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Although I have not received any letter from the Department of Agrarian Reform, I would like to extend to the good secretary my gratitude for sending that letter, and I hope that the contents that I'm looking for are there. I would like to go to my next question, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, and this is actually my last. And that is another concern of mine in regards to the establishment of a substation in the province of Lanao del Norte by the NGCP. We have complaints in the provincial capital that tenants are being violated of their rights by the NGCP. And the DAR clearances are not a requirement. I would just like to ask the honorable sponsor to inquire from the Dar family so I may place it on the record today for the people of Lanao del Norte to hear. Because NGCP claims that if they procure or they take control over land by form of expropriation, there is no longer a need for DAR clearances. Can I get on record the answer of the Department Agrarian Reform, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very good question from Congressman Khalid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a need for converting the land, Mr. Speaker, and it falls under the conversion provision of the DAR, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. And in closing, I would like to make a manifestation regarding the appeal to my good friend and very good legislator, Congresswoman Ami Sangkopan. She was appealing to the Dar family not to forsake their brothers and sisters in the BARMM who have served under the ARMM government. And she was appealing that they be provided jobs in Dar Central Office or perhaps jobs, plantilla positions in regions 9, 10, and 12 or in other parts of the Dar family or the national government. I, on the other hand, feel differently, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. I believe that the DAR has jurisdiction over agrarian reform inside the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. And what they should have done was nationalized agrarian reform inside the BARMM. And what they really should have done to help their brothers and sisters who served with them under the ARMM was to create a regional office of the DAR in the BARM and absorb them into the national plantilla. If the DAR has a positive opinion legally regarding this, then we in Congress can fight for a budget for that regional office and provide our stellar public servants who served with Congresswoman Ami Sangkopan in her stint as DAR ARMM head the jobs and continued public service that they can give to our brothers and sisters inside the ARMM or the autonomous region. That's my last question and manifestation. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, thank you for allowing me to have time in this plenary. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Kafemia Sikulyamat of Party List Bayan Muna. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished gentle lady from Bayan Muna Party List is hereby recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi sa ating lahat. At magandang gabi rin po sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor at sa pamilya po ng Department of Agrarian Reform. Bago po ako tutungo sa aking tanong, Mr. Speaker, nais ko pong magpapasalamat kay Congressman Marcolita, ang Congressman Kabatbat at kay Congressman Khalid Dimapuro sa malakas na suporta para sa ating mga magsasaka. At Ginong Speaker, kagalang-galang na sponsor, ang concern ko po ay nasa mga maliliit na mga magsasaka. At ang tanong ko dito, noong Agosto 22 to 24, 2020, sa gitna ng pandemya, tinakot at hinaras ang mga magsasaka sa sindayulo ng Barangay Canlubang, Calamba City, Laguna. Tinutok ng pribadong armadong guns ang kanilang mga baril sa mga kababaihan at matandang magsasaka. Patuloy ang marahas at pagpapalaya sa ating mga magsasaka. Ano po ang tindig ng department dito? Ano ang ginawa ng Department of Agrarian Reform tungkol dito? Ginong Speaker, kagalang-galang na sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the sincere manifestations of Congresswoman Kolyamat. Marami pong ginagawa ang DAR po. Kahit during the time of COVID, paikot-ikot pa rin sila. Nagdi-distribute ng CLOA. Right now, ang DAR po nagbibigay ng continuing legal assistance sa mga farmers na apektado po. Ay sigurado po na dyan si Secretary John Castigliones ay iniimbestigahan niya po kung meron mga pending cases kaagad.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, kagalang-galang na sponsor. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, matagal nang under dispute itong Hacienda Yulo na 700 hectare na pagmamayari ng Yulo clan bago ibininta sa Ayala Land Incorporated. Hanggang ngayon ay dinadanas pa rin ng ating mga magsasaka dito sa Hacienda. Ang karahasang naganap sa Hacienda Yulo hinggil sa lupa ay patunay na nananatili pa ang kawalan ng lupa ng ating mga magsasaka at patuloy ang konsentrasyon sa lupa sa kamay ng iilan. Ginong Speaker, nung nakaraang budget briefing, sinabi ng DAR na iilan na lang ang mga malalaking private land holding na hindi pa naipamahagi. Ngunit marami pa sa mga magsasaka, mga samahan ng mga magsasaka, ang patuloy pa ring iginigiit ang kanilang karapatan para sa lupa sa mga malalaking hacienda. Nais itanong ng representasyon ito, ano ang status ng mga malalaking private agricultural land holding na hindi pa rin naipamahagi sa mga magsasaka? Halimbawa, sa Hacienda Rojas na may 2,600 hectare, sa Hacienda Batangas na may 8,650 at marami pang mga hacienda dito na merong mga mahigit 1,000 hektarya. Yan ang Speaker, kagalang-galang na sponsor. Ano po ang status nitong mga ito?
Mr. Speaker, ongoing po, continuing po ang dynamism na pinagpapatuloy po ng DAR ang proseso na ito at saka DAR denounces violence or any forcible actions against the farmer, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, bilang sponsor, salamat po sa tanong. Hinggil naman sa land use conversion. Isa sa mga problema ng ating mga magsasaka ngayon, ang mabilisang land use conversion. Ang mga lupaing agrikultural ay ginagawang residential o industrial para maging exempted sa CARP. Ilang ektarya ng agricultural na lupain ang na-convert na sa ibang klasifikasyon mula sa 2016 hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Kinong Speaker, kagalang-galang na sponsor.
Sandali lang po, Mr. Speaker. Tinitingnan po natin ang data 2016 to the present, Mr. Speaker. Kung ilan po ang lupa ang na-distribute na po. Mula po 1988 to 2020 ay conservative estimate po 100,000 hectares na po.
100,000. Ayon sa huling datos na nakalap ng representasyong ito, sa ilalim ng DAR, si Secretary Contriciones, 1,510 hectares ng agricultural na lupain ang na-convert ayon sa National Statistic Office mula sa 1991 hanggang 2002. Ang kabuuang farm area hectareage ay lumiit ng 4,078 hectare. Mahigit 800,000 hektarya ng lupa ay na-convert mula 1992. No? Nagpapatupad din ang ng Administrative Order Series of 2019 ang DAR para sa pagpapabilis ng application process para sa land use conversion. Hindi po ba't malaking banta sa sektor ng agrikultura ang pagpapabilis ng land use conversion? Ginoong Speaker, kagalang-galang na sponsor.
Tama po yan, Mr. Speaker. Kaya meron po tayong mga inire-review ng mga bills on land use na ma-mitigate po ang pagka-convert na yan. Tama po yan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, maraming salamat sa tanong. Maraming magsasaka ang naepektuhan sa land use conversion, lalo na sa ilalim ng mga proyekto ng build at mga subdivision. Ilan sa mga halimbawa ang mga kasong nakarating sa representasyong ito, ang mga magsasaka sa Hacienda Rojas, sa Nasugbu, Batangas, agrarian reform land na reclassify bilang residential o industrial. Dahil dito, ang mga agrarian reform beneficiary naharap sa demolisyon ng kanilang mga bahay at sakahan para sa Cavite, Tagaytay, Batangas Express. Sa barangay Bundukan ng barangay Putat at Nasugbu, kung saan ang mga irrigated rice land ay na-convert para sa expansion ng Camellia House sa gitna pa ng shortage sa produksyon ng bigas. Marami pang ibang kaso ng conversion ng lupaing agricultural para sa mga infrastruktura. Ano po ang ginawa ng Department of Agrarian Reform dito, Mr. Speaker, kagalang-galang na sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mga nangyayari na yan ay mga nakaraan na po, Mr. Speaker. DAR presently is very active in monitoring, in defending the rights of the agrarian reform communities, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Ginong Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, ang pagpatuloy at mabilisang land use conversion sa mga agrikultural na mga lupain ay napakalaking banta sa ating mga agrikultura, Sinisira nito ang kabuhayan ng ating mga magsasaka. Banta ito sa seguridad ng pagkain ng milyon-milyong Pilipino na dapat sana ay pinalakas sa gitna ng pandemya. Sana itigil ang malawakang land use conversion. No? Ipamahagi ang lupaing agrikultural sa ating mga magsasaka. Batay sa nabanggit sa ating unang mga tagapagsalita sa nabanggit ni Congressman Kabatbat na ayusin natin ang agrarian reform program, at sana hindi agrarian reform program, sana po ay isa sa batas talaga natin ang tunay na reforma sa lupa para sa mga magsasaka upang masiguro natin na ang lupa ay masa kamay ng ating mga magsasaka at maiwasan natin makamit natin ang sinasabi nating food security ng ating bansa. Wala po tayong ibang maaasahan para makamit natin ang food security ng bansa, kundi ang lupa ay mapasakamay ng mga magsasaka. Ang mga magsasaka ang pinakamalakas na pwersa natin para matupad natin ang ating hangaring food security. Ito lamang po ang aking concern, Mr. Speaker, kagalang-galang na sponsor. Maraming salamat at magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Congresswoman Colyamat, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize Representative Arlene D. Brosas of Party List Gabriela. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished lady from Party List, Gabriela, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maaari po bang magtanong sa ating buting sponsor, si Representative Haresco, ng ilang katanungan kaugnay sa Department of Agrarian Reform?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, nakatanggap po ang opisina ng kinatawang ito ng mga kaso ng land grabbing and land use conversion. August 11, mga pananim ng mga magsasaka sa pinulot dinalupihan, sinira ng mga tauhan ng Lincoln Heights. Sapilitang binakuran at binuldoser ng mga tauhan at guards ng Lincoln Heights ang 25 hektaryang lupang sakahan ng mga magsasaka ng pinulot at naparing. Ang lupa ay kabahagi ng 250 hectares lupang sakahan na pilit ipinapailalim sa land use conversion upang tayuan ng mga subdivision at ecozone. Walang habas na sinudsod ng bulldozer ng mga tauhan ng Laguna Land Estate ang humigit kumulang 25 hektaryang lupaing binubungkal ng mga magsasaka sa upland area ng Barangay Naparing at Barangay Pinulot sa bayan ng Dinalupihan, Bataan nitong September 28, 2020. Mga armadong tauhan ng Houseland Development Corporation ang gumambala sa komunidad ng mga magsasaka sa Sitio Irong na sa mahigit 10 taon ng pinagyayaman ng mga magsasaka ang 40 hectares lupaing pilit na inaangkin ng Houseland na magtatayo ng subdivision sa lupang agrikultural. Kinasangkapan pa ng Houseland ang lokal na barangay at PNP para gipitin lalo ang mga magsasaka. Now, ang tanong po, ano ang mga hakbang ang ginagawa ng Department of Agrarian Reform sa pagpapanatili ng lupa sa ating mga agrarian reform beneficiaries at sa pagpapanatili ng lupang agrikultural na tinatamnan ng mga magsasaka? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the present leadership of DAR denounces any violence or any forcible actions on any farmer. Mahigpit po. But as long as there is a law on land conversion, Mr. Speaker, that is another story, Mr. Speaker, and it is up to Congress to amend any conversion law, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the question was very specific. No? Napaka-particular po niya kaugnay doon sa yung mga magsasaka na pinulot dinalupihan. Familiar po ba kayo sa case na ito? Ano po ba ang status nito, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DAR is currently investigating it, Congresswoman Brosas, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, wala pa po kayong ginagawa dito?
We are investigating it, Mr. Speaker. Again, may I beg the indulgence of Congresswoman Brosas, Mr. Speaker. DAR has no police powers, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, usapin po ito ng kaso ng land grabbing at land use conversion. At mga ARBs po, Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries, ang nandito. Well, I suppose, alam po yan ng DAR. No? Kaya dapat po, meron tayong report kaugnay dyan, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Kasi kung sinundan niyo po yung sinasabi ko, nagkaroon talaga ng matinding pagtatalo, di ba? Nagkaroon po ng violence doon sa sitio Irong, kung saan ang mga magsasaka ay nasa buong komunidad. Kaya dahil sa pilit na pag-aangkin ng lupa para sa pagtatayo ng mga subdivision, no, nagkaroon ng iringan sa mga magsasaka dito. So, Mr. Speaker, ang tanong ko lang, may aksyon bang ginawa ang DAR? Ang sinasabi niyo po, investigate ninyo. Tama po ba? So, wala pa po talagang nangyari o wala pang action na ginagawa ang DAR dito since August 11 na nangyari ito. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, again, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Rosas, Mr. Speaker, if there is any illegal conversion, Mr. Speaker, that will take action right away, Mr. Speaker, and it goes through a legal process, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, wala po bang nakahain sa darab, mga reklamo, etc.? Hindi ba ito pinarating ng mga magsasaka sa Department of Agrarian Reform before August 11 pa or after August 11? Kaya hindi niyo po nabalitaan ang pangyayari na ito sa ating mga magsasaka, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, you have our full commitment, Mr. Speaker. Right now, wala pa pong papeles dumating sa central office. Under investigation pa po ng PARPO si Eric San Luis, and will stop the conversion after.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, maraming salamat sa pagsabi sino po si Eric San Luis?
Siya po ang Provincial Agrarian Reform Officer.
So, siya po ang lalapitan ng mga magsasaka. Yun ang sinasabi ninyo, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Opo, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the DAR should really look into this, no? Kasi yung mga magsasaka naman natin, syempre, hahanap sila ng paraan kung sila ay nagigipit at sobrang ginigipit. At ito po, meron ng issue ng lokal na barangay at PNP. No? Yung mga magsasaka, they are left to fend for themselves. Kaya maigi po talaga na tingnan ng mabuti ng DAR yung mga kaso na ganito. Nasapilitan para sa kanilang punto, land grabbing ito at land use conversion. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, you have the full assurance of the Secretary, Mr. Speaker. If there is evidence, kakasuhin kagad ng DAR po yan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. On to my next question, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Last 2019, the Department of Agrarian Reform issued AO number 1, Administrative Order number 1, or streamlining the processing of applications for land use conversion under Administrative Order number 1, Series of 2002. Basically amended AO1 Series of 2002 to fast-track yung mga land use conversion. Imbis na 120 days bago mag-automatically approve ang land conversion applications, ginawa po itong 30 days na lang. Sa ilalim din ito, ginawang post-condition na lang ang DENR ECC. So, sa pag-apply ng land use conversion, pinapakita nito na talagang pinadali ng DAR ang proseso para sa konbersyon ng lupa, Mr. Speaker. Ngayon, ano na po ang status nito, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the good question, Mr. Speaker. That was in compliance with the ARPA law, Mr. Speaker. That's RA 6657, Section 51, Mr. Speaker. That is required by the CAR law, Mr. Speaker.